Welcome to HRSC, and well, you see the wonderful countryside, the mountains in the background, the river to the right hand side, and welcome along to a very, very special event here on Genisus Extreme as we are here for the Targa Sicilia Rinascita. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, one of your commentators here today, and I'm pleased to have alongside me a good friend in the booth, Nico Hillebrand. Nico, it's going to be an interesting one over pretty much a 72-kilometre circuit, which has the best part of close to 900 corners. And it's going to be, in some cases, for some maybe a little bit more leisurely, but some are going to be pushing it a little bit more to the wire, wouldn't you say?
Oh, it'll be a very, very interesting race for sure today. Yeah, after all, it is not a true race, so to say. It is a well, it is basically a how would you put it into words? A tourist trophy, so to say. So it's
a bit of a time trial, so to speak, if you will.
Basically, it's a 10-lap time trial around this incredibly long circuit, and it'll be an overall distance of 720 kilometers, 72 kilometers per lap, 567 corners to conquer, and everything is working against you.
We've got three different classes. We've got the lower powered cars, which are the Sports Prototype 1.3s. Then we've got the Sports Prototype 2.0s, and then we've got the 2.0 pluses, so anything above a 2 litre. And the way that this format will work is that we'll have the lower powered cars in the Sports Prototype 1.3s go out first, and it will be a very much in the vein of the Isle of Man TT. We'll have the first car go up to the start, and then they'll set off. We'll then have a slight buffer of around about 20 to 30 seconds between each vehicle, and we've got, I think, 21 respective teams with different cars here at this circuit, and obviously fuel is going to be a potential issue. We do have teams that have got drivers that are going completely solo. We've got 2 and 3 driver teams as well, and sometimes there are those people that just want to run on their own, aren't there, Nico?
Yeah, indeed. There's quite a few cases actually where they did that in real life as well, back in the 1920s, even with an even longer circuit layout. So we're living truly in a full mix of historic spirits here. A lot of people, of course, very motivated to drive through this race, and it's obviously a big challenge as well. It's a 6-hour run in the end. There's a lap around here is around 35 minutes if you're very, very fast. And it's going to be an absolute challenge for everyone taking part here, no matter whether they're alone or whether they're together with teammates.
Well, one person who is running alone in the Magno Autosports entry is Ricardo Mendez, who will be running in the Favero V33-3. So a plethora of different vehicles based on real-life cars as well. But one of the things that I always love about HRSC is that there's something for everyone, and it's something different. And plus, with also this lush, wonderful countryside here on the Targa Sicilia, that you've got barriers, you've got fence posting, you've probably got hay bales here or there from time to time, and it is about just making sure you get your car to the end of the race at one piece, even though you are against the stopwatch.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest challenge here, to really gauge what risks you want to take in the end, because the big, special thing here is we don't have a qualifying session, so to say. We do have, essentially everyone just starting behind each other, and the slowest cars technically starting first.
So we are getting to the end of warm-up as all. The number 11 goes flying off the circuit. Bert Knops, one of the 2 drivers, along with Tobias Hoffmann, who'll be driving the Lilith 7ST. And they'll be in the Sports Prototype 2.0 class, which will be towards the end of, so we'll go through each of the teams, what car they're driving, what the people can expect with regards to the cars that they're using. Of course, what we will find over the course of this event is that the 1.3 cars, yes, they are the slowest, so they are going first, but we will see those time differentials very much, as I said, like the Isle of Man TT, is that you will see gaps close, you will see overtakes. How long it takes between overtakes is anyone's guess on this time trial style event, and also in some respects we do have some very interesting let's say aerodynamics. In case in point, the 22 Karhubir Racing with Oli Karinyalati behind the wheel of that car. So very much in the vein of the big high wings that we used to see in the 1960s in Formula One. And you see it now applied in a sports prototype sense as well. But this is just, I think, the final opportunity here, Nico, for the drivers to cross the T's, dot the I's, make everything shipshape and Bristol fashion, as they would say, and get themselves ready for what is going to be a lengthy adventure into the unknown here at the Targa Sicilia.
Yeah, and I think one of the bigger things I've noticed, well, we are actually more accurate than we've ever been before, technically. Simply because last year we still hosted this race on the very old but iconic rendition of this circuit, which was, of course, built back on GP Legends by a huge modding team that they built over 8 years. This time, actually, we are back in style with the absolutely fantastic LiDAR-based version by Abolts. So it's going to be a very fascinating way to see how the drivers are now tackling this new track and this more accurate track as well.
That's always a good thing when LiDAR is used quite extensively to ensure accuracy and attention to detail. Of course, you'll have cambers, you'll have uneven surfaces, some bumps here or there. As Paul Stanislavs for Fotocops Racing has a little bit of a spin in the number 7 Lighthouse GTLE. Danny Verman in the Retarius Rennsport number 16 car. That is going to be the second of the Sports Prototype 2.0s that will go up around this circuit. But here is the main straightaway. I love this. I love this old school pomp and circumstance, the pageantry, the old signs with Ajip, which is quite funny when I've done my travels in continental Europe, especially in particular parts of Germany, you do see that sign, and then Sibi with regards to like lights on cars. Ted Ho has just said, I've got 5 pipes packed up and ready to go. 3 blackberry Dr. Peppers, 2 cherries and 2 strawberries. Brilliant. That's so let's have a look at how the starting grid is going to kick-start off. So Steph Hermans for VR Vertigo in the Ardouin 4M6 will start off ahead of Adam Komorowski in the Exeter Motorcars entry. Then it's going to be Beaufield Engineering, Tight Entry Racing number 4, Fish Motorsport with Mark Johnson, Acuri Australis with Matt Wright. Paul Stanisov will be starting things off for Fotocops Racing. Masubi Motorsports with Chris Okuda and Ted Howe in the Mare 360M, the Akipa Trauma Sports with Owen Bergier rounding out the first 10 cars. And then we've got the longest team name, and it had to be in German, didn't it? Vereinigung Rheinländischer Automobilsportler, that is going to be car 11. And then Misoveloce, Proch Cavalcanti, Magno Autosports, Retarius Rennsport, Baskerville Hobbyist Racing, Automobil Club Polski, Buckeye Syndicate Racing, Brabham Motorsport, Iver Engineering Targa Division, and Karhubir Racing will be the last car to go in. And Jack Wells, Oh,
We
yeah.
are quickly running back to warm-up for a moment because one of the cars apparently disconnected in the literal closing stages of warm-up. So the grid would be a bit out of order as well.
Okay.
Hopefully he's now in.
Right.
So yeah,
Okay.
everything that could go wrong will go wrong. Murphy's Law, and in this case you could call it almost Targa's Law.
Sicilia's Law, considering where we are as well, Nico.
Indeed.
But really, from a historical point of view, just give us a little bit of a background about this circuit and what the drivers know what they're going to expect. Because as you said, we haven't got qualifying in the traditional sense. It's a war against the stopwatch.
Indeed, it's going to be quite literally a 10-lap shootout to see who can get this done with the fastest in the end. And the difficulty is like that even pit stops count towards your overall finishing time. So it's really a thing of whether you are thinking, well, I'm barely able to do 34 laps, but I have to go not 34, 4 laps instead of 3. Sorry.
Yeah.
And I'm then able to skip one pit stop. But the thing that they have to also wage off, whether that time loss would be worth it actually, instead of doing that extra pit stop where they just have to do one splash and dash. So it's a lot of strategy coming in here as well. Every car has their own strengths and weaknesses in that field. So it's not just, you have to drive the fastest. It's also you have to survive the circuit. You have to strategize properly. And you have to make it to the finish in the end in general.
Yeah. So the start line will be just before Buon Fenello, and then they've got it's basically like you add you double the Nürburgring Nordschleife by 2.5 times, and you add about 5 times more corners. So then you've got this, but you put it in some other wonderful and this is the attention to detail that I love with regards to this. Vainino on the circuit itself. Timo Weber going, good luck to everyone from the Bowfield crew. So great to have everyone that isn't driving at the moment. Timo running with Bowfield Engineering with Clem Van Dango and Chaz Kehler in the Fantini Abbiati T13. So it is going to be a case that we'll have some conversations with some of the drivers in the respective teams over the course of this race. So if you are watching on Genisus Extreme's YouTube channel, please don't forget to like, share and subscribe if you get the opportunity to do so. One little click on that subscribe button, maybe a simple click to you lot out there, but to us it means a hell of a lot, and especially to doing such wonderful productions like HRSC, which also has its variety of different championships that I've also had the pleasure of commentating on over the last couple of years. But look at that sunshine, blue skies, and the track is going to be, I hate to use the word, scorchio. If anyone remembers the Fast Show with the weather reports, you know exactly where I'm going with this. It is going to be interesting to look at the strategy of the drivers and the teams, obviously, when they decide to put new tyres on, how often they're going to bring the cars in, because when you look at it, some of these smaller these smaller cars under a 1.3 litre engine will struggle on the uphill sections, and also that might mean that the fuel is not being sipped, it's being siphoned into the power plant in their car.
Yeah, I think that is one of the biggest things here. The big sports cars are not necessarily going to be the guys that win this thing in the end, because we had it last year already that one of the 2-liter sports cars won the overall. Well, they won the overall standings simply by being a little bit more nimble, being not that much slower on the straights, most importantly, and being able to use their strengths perfectly.
So we are very shortly going to get underway, and it's going to be down to Steph Hermans in the VR Vertigo Adwa 4M6, and that will be running a 1 litre inline, 1005cc inline 4-cylinder engine. So once Steph Hermans is given the signal to go, then he will set off, and then we'll bring up Adam Komorowski in the Fantini Abbiati T13, which will be the next car to set off. That'll be an inline 4-cylinder 1290cc displacement engine, and the starting light countdown has begun. We can hear a little bit of the revs from the VR Vertigo car. Steph Hermans is waiting for the signal to be waved off, and then make the first adventure into the unknown over 10 laps, total of 720 kilometers set to be covered. I mean, there's even a possibility here, Nico, that even a sports prototype 1.3 might have an opportunity at the overall win.
It all depends on how much trouble the others hit, of course, and how clean that 1.3 car is. We had quite a lot already in the years running this, and the 1.3s, then they are difficult to drive faster, simply because they are, quite a bit slower overall, but they are also way more controllable and consistent, so...
Right. That is I think that is the signal to go, so we are waiting for Steph Hermans to get going here for the Targa Sicilia Rinascita, and that car is trying to move forward. It's
and is he? Nope. Okay, there we are.
Right.
And there we are. First car to go.
All very streamlined at the back end of the Ardouin 4M6 in the bright blue. So next up to encroach onto the start-finish line here will be Exeter Motorcars' Adam Komorowski in the Fantini Abbiati T13. Then it'll be Beaufield Engineering's Clem Fandango, who will set off next. Oh, it's actually Chaz Kayla that's going to take the opening stint in the Beaufield Engineering. Nice bit of British racing green and white on there. Wonderful classic two-tone paint job. And then we've got the last of the Fantini Abbiati T13s. That's going to be tight entry racing with Ben Morey in the number 4 car, pulling away from the line. A little bit of pinstriping on the side of the car. So navy blue and cyan blue, the livery on this vehicle. And Jack Wells says, lovely sound from the Beaufield car. And then Mark Johnson in the penultimate sports prototype 1.3 for Fish Motorsport.
Yeah, the family duo.
Yeah. So Mark and Mafan Fleur, or Mark Johnson and Mafan Fleur. Matt Wright for Ecurie Australis. Obviously, you can guess where these people are from, judging by the colours of that car. And that is the last of the sports prototype 1.3s. Now we go to 2.0s as Paul Statos for Fartkops Racing gets underway in the Lighthouse GTLE. And then next up it will be Chris Okuda for Masubi Motorsports.
A very striking car with the purple livery.
Yes, getting a bit of colour, but we're also getting a bit of a lovely retro vibe here. So Chris Okuda in the number 8 car now starts making his progress. The Ardouin 12 BC, that's running with a 1470cc inline 4. Ted Howe makes his way on the Mare 360M. That'll be running on a 1990cc V8 powertrain. Lovely sound car.
Originally an enlarged F1 engine.
And then Equipe Trauma Sports, Owenberg out in the number 10. It's the 9th car to leave the start. And Maximilian Butravki for VRA in the number 11. Hoch 100 CS. That's running with a flat 6 1991 cc displacement engine. Core, nothing like a flat 6. There's a lovely rumble, lovely throaty roar, and already Trafki is getting a little bit leery. Mesavoloce's Martin Jaspers now pulls away in the 70CL, also running the same engine as the car previously that has gone off the line. So we are pretty much halfway through the starters at the moment. Stefano Tibursi for Bob Cavalcanti, the number 14, another 100 CS that is going to roar its way around the 72 kilometre layout. Oh, that deep rumble of that flat 6 under minimal acceleration just sounds glorious, as we've got Ricardo Mendes in the Magno Autosports number 15, the Favero V33-4S. As Chaz Kaler, we see picture-in-picture for Beaufield Engineering, closing that gap down to Adam Komorowski. Darren Andrews for Baskerville Hobbyist Racing in the number 17 Favero V33-4C. Gets his Targa Sicilia underway. Another wonderful classic livery. I love the racing stripes in the middle. Then we got Franek Gondrecki for Automobile Club Polski, running in the Favero V33-4. He's all he's not hanging about this Franek in these early few corners. How many corners did you say for a lap?
567.
I think, in the words of our native language, ach meine Güte, on that one, which basically means, oh my god. Declan Brush for Buckeye Syndicate Racing now gets going in the Forster 41, and that's running with a 4.7 litre V8. Bert Knops for Brabham Motorsports in the Lillid 7ST for 5 litre Aston Martin. And then we've got Austin Birchfield for Iver Engineering Targa Division, Mignard 01 MD, and that, oh god, that's got a beefy engine underneath it, a 5.7 litre V8. And then we've also got Karhu Beer Racing with Oli Karajan-Lati pulls away in the 22, the Chapel Auto XF, and that's got a 7 litre V8. Oh, that's going to thunder down the road, isn't it? Thunder down the road, that car. Wonderful. So, all cars that got to the start are now running. The biggest question is, what's happened to Steph Hermans?
The scoring will be a little bit bugged there, I think, because the starting location basically didn't count the second two things. So what we did here was basically we have the 2 sector markers right at the end of the lap. So we basically had the starting time, the starting delay just encompassed in the first lap. In the end, for Steph here, that'll basically just mean that he has 30 seconds reduced from himself. And, well, he will get counted technically as, well, a lap down, but, in the end, everyone is.
Now we hear this thundering 7-litre V8 on board with Beer Racing, Olli Kaljanlahti. And you see this wonderful expanse of space as the car thunders its way. A lot of steering correction is going to be required. Multiple gear changes, of course, of nearly 600 corners, 72 kilometers per lap. And this is one of the wonderful things you like to see. It's like a comfortable, wonderful Saturday afternoon drive in wonderful sunshine. 26 degrees is the air ambient temperature, and track is 32 at the moment as we go back to Farkops Racing and Paul Sarasov's in the number 7. Oh, don't want to scrape that paint off that wagon, I'm afraid, Pauls. And you can just see how hard they are going to have to push. Of course, these cars, no ABS, no traction control. It's good old classic drive by the seat of your pants. Jack Wells, buggered a technical term, question mark, laugh out loud. Well, that's the thing, you've got too much influence from me now these days, Nico.
Well, the more you speak British English, the more, the more of the phrases you pick up, after all.
Exactly. But Bert Knopp's catching up with Buckeye Syndicate Racing's number 19, and that has got Austin Birchfield behind the wheel. So Bert Knopp's, no, that was number 19. So yeah, that would be Declan Brush. So Ted Howe there in the number 9 privateer entry. But a wonderful different array of noises here on this grid, and as we get through into the tighter sections, you know, there's a lot of corners to negotiate. It's not so much a case of point and squirt. It's like doing the tango with your dance partner, driver and machine. For that thunderous noise of that number 9 car, the Mare 360M, full chat, the just shy of, that's 1990cc V8. Oh, that has a wonderful rasp to it on acceleration.
Yeah, as I said, so this car is based on the Matra MS630 from the 2-liter class as well. In the back of that used to be a BRM P60 2-liter V8, which had its beginnings as, well, the 1.5-liter V8 BRM engine from 1965 in the end. They bought it open. They had the car, basically, they developed that engine over a span of around 3-4 years. And essentially they got it up to a reliability point where they basically said, okay, this engine is good for up to 11,000 RPM safely. And if you keep it under 10,000 over the Grand Prix, we can run 3 Grand Prix distances without rebuilding the engine. Which, for the time already, that's absolutely incredible. And they basically had a very solid base, enlarged it to 2 liters for 2-liter sports cars in the end, and it was very wildly successful.
Yep. So, Owen Bergier for Equipe Trama Sports, the number 10, the Mare 360, yeah, running with the engine of a V8 BRM, according to the information sheet I've got here. So, as Nico said, these sports prototypes are based on cars that a lot of people will know. So, for instance, the Chappelle Auto XF that's being driven by Olli Kaljanlahti is based on the Chaparral 2F, which had a Chevrolet. Oh, and Declan Brush has gone for a little bit of an excursion. Code Brown.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even early on, you know, you're still tempted to push a little bit more because you're starting to slowly get more confident. I mean, also, from the practice session earlier to the race session now, we have a lot more spectators at the side of the track, as we could see with one of the, trackside cameras as well. Get a quick replay here.
Okay, so Declan, the tail's already wagging on the dog. He puts it into the right-hander. Oh!
Yeah, and the bridge just goes, spins it around nicely there and drives, off the track to get out of the way.
Yeah,
good reactions there.
Yeah, Declan Brush engages the first HRSC Joker lap of the day. Mows the grass, thank you very much, and off he goes. And we go now to the number 15 Magno Autosports entry, Ricardo Mendez behind the wheel. And the Favero itself, the V33 dash, hang on a second. Yeah,
Dash 4S, I think.
Yeah, which is based on the Ferrari 330P4 Spider. That's the just shy of 4-litre V12 Ferrari power in the mid part of it. And that is, oh, now who was that behind him? That was VRA. Oh dear, Petracchi has just put the, well, the Proch is an anagram on Porsche, of course. And that has found one of the local sheds in the locality.
It looks like there's a little bit of damage there, but undeterred, still pushing on.
Yes, and Franek Godrecki, Automobile Club Polski, gets through. The number 18, also another Favero V33-4, and it's on the Ferrari 330 P4. So we've got the P4 represented, the P4 Spider represented as well, and then we've also got the
I think also the customer version, so the 412P, which is technically the earlier years car, but a bit overhauled. So, and then, well, they sold a couple of those chassis to privateer teams, and yeah, that would be the Baskerville Hobbyist racing car. They basically chose the customer variant.
And Mozza the Kiwi goes boop in the chat. That was for the little moment. And this is something else that we're going to see quite a bit of over the duration of this race. But when they come out of Campo Felice at the top right-hand corner of the circuit layout, they've got a very, very long straightaway. So we could see quite a few high top speeds, especially when we get to the thunderous V8s and V12s that are occupying the latter parts of the starters here at the Targa Sicilia Rinascita. There's Mark Johnson in the Fish Motorsport entry, the number 5, the Audouin 12BB, based on the Alpine 8210, running with the 1296cc inline 4. Just in front of him, well, he's just quickly got past Exeter Motor Cars with Adam Komorowski in the Fantini Aviati T13, based on the Abarth 1300 OTQ Coupe, which has a 1290cc inline 4 Abarth engine. And Mark Johnson proudly running the cars in the colours of the Welsh flag, with the Welsh dragon on the sides of the car as well, for good measure.
Funnily enough, the real-life equivalent to Adam Komorowski's car, I actually just saw a couple of weeks ago on the Techno-Classica in Essen. Because they actually built that originally just as a 1.3-litre car, and then later on actually bored open the engine as well for the year after, and basically then called it the 2000 OT for the 2-litre class.
Wonders of automotive engineering, hey Nico? It's a wonderful thing to talk about.
It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, we have so many little fun tidbits that we can say about here. Like, for example, as well, with the number 16 of Retiarius, they're in the Porsche 100, which is the Porsche 910, basically, with a big difference. They're in the 2-litre plus class, not in the 2-litre class. That's because they have the 2.2-litre flat 8 that Porsche actually had as an engine variant this season, but decided to only use at a couple of events because in testing they basically saw, for Le Mans, this engine is not going to hold. You know, it's not reliable enough. But it was reliable enough for the Targa Florio because they won that in 1967 with that very engine.
Yeah, and with the Porsche 100 CS based on the 910-6 Kotek, and then the 70 CL, which we do have one with Miso Veloce, Martin Jaspers behind the wheel of that car based on the 9076 Langheg, both running with the same engine, the flat 8 2.2 litre Porsche engine. As Franek Godrecki in that wonderful number 18 Automobile Club Polski car, running at the moment, according to the timing that you're seeing on the timing tower on the left hand side of your screens, folks, running 13th at the moment. But now we're seeing that this is where the catch-up sort of starts. We're not even halfway through this opening lap out of 10, and we're on board. Oh, this is a beautiful shot here from Franek Godrecki. Those up the inside of Retiarius Wrenchboard. And this is what I love about these cars. You know, just having to work that steering wheel, you're keeping the revs high, you're keeping it in a lower gear, just to get the acceleration out of the corners. The back end might get a little bit loose, a little bit skittish under acceleration. But then, oh, the car in front has just tagged the barriers, and that was VRA. The Heinländische Automobilsportler has found the steel fence, and Godrecki up to P11.
Yeah, not the best debut they would have hoped for, I suppose. But the most important thing in the end, they can still try to make it back to the pit lane, get some repairs done, and then instead of, well, 2 stops, they will definitely be doing 3 stops for sure. But nevertheless, I think, you know, just keep it in one piece as long as possible. And if you're going to lose a wheel, lose it at the very end of the lap, because that's actually at the end of the long Buonfanello straight. It's actually legal to continue on 3 wheels, so you can get it repaired in the pit lane.
So, Franek Godrecki for Automobile Club Polski has got about an 8-second gap, which is closing very quickly as he's really putting the number 18 Favero V33-4 under duress. He's driving it like he stole it, which is a tongue-in-cheek analogy there, folks. I mean, it's just basically he's just trying to get that car up to speed and make as much progress as possible. As you rightly said at the top of the show, Nico, that we could see that a Sports Prototype 2.0 could win this event outright, as we're going to see a replay on board of Tlavki. Well, that steering is already a little bit to the left and goes to turn right. Oh dear! That's how far away can you be and swing and miss, and then hit the barriers as a direct consequence. But Erwan Bergier closing in on Ted Howe in the number 9 car with Acuri Australis about a further 5.7 or so seconds up the road. So great to see that these period-based cars are providing a challenge for the drivers, but also providing good entertainment for us and for all the folks at home watching.
Yeah, and I think that is the biggest entertainment value. You know, nowadays you don't really have it too often anymore with people sliding, pretty much power sliding out of the corner all the time. These are still bias ply tires, so a lot less, well, adhesion, a lot less grip, but also quite a bit more longevity, far less grip drop-off up until, well, they're about to explode essentially. But it is extra little bit of entertainment value that you have, and with this track scenic like this, you know, it's just absolutely astonishing to, you know, just look at these cars, you know, screaming their ears off under that highway bridge. Just beautiful.
Mm-hmm. It's a wonderful sight. It's a wonderful sound. And just goes to show, oh, that was close. Bergier nearly caught a wheel in, well, he caught a wheel in the dust. That car could have nearly have ended up going up the verge. He was very, very lucky to hang on to that one. But the gap between him and Ted Howe is rapidly closing. Acuri Australis just up ahead. Oh, Bergier's just trying to force the issue, but Ted Howe is just like saying no, 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 no. You are not
Yeah.
getting past me like that, sunshine. You've got to try again and do it on a bit of circuit where there is enough room for the pair of us. And they're both tail happy. Coming out of that left-hander as they go into the right, and Ted Howe makes a little bit of a mistake, manages to gather it back up, and Erwan Bergier in the Mectra 360M, just keeping him very, very honest as things go at the moment, but waiting for his opportunity to strike, get through, and then start chasing after the Ardouin 12BB, and that particular car based on the Alpine A210. So a bit of differential, let's say, in displacement with the 1990cc V8 BRM lump in the back of that number 10 car against a 1296 inline 4 Renault engine. There'll be a big closing rate of speed, but look at this complex here. Just, you know, you're going to be. It's a bit like the opening scene of the Italian Job, the original film, where you got that individual
I was thinking of that just now.
in the corner with that song in the background. That's exactly what it reminds me of. And we haven't got any tunnels. We haven't got any mafioso waiting with a big lorry as Bergier trying to go through. Ted Howe gets through on Matt Wright, and so does Bergier. It's at a very, very tight point of the circuit, but they both managed to thread the eye of the needle. But Bergier's like thinking, right, okay, how the heck do I get past Ted? Because it's not proving to be easy. But again, just these. Oh, he's getting way too close to those verges and those big verges on the right-hand side. Is there one? And Ted again, just getting a little bit. He's a little bit over the shop at the moment, and that just.
I gotta say, it is a time trial in the end, and you know the drivers were also told in the briefing, hey, on-track position is not important. It's about the overall time, and in the end, all Ted is doing right now is just holding himself and Erwan up.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point to make there. It's the same with the Ardouin Tourist Trophy, where it's all about the stopwatch. It's not about can you put one up. And Ted Ho just doing a really solid job. Okay, yes, it's a little bit scrappy, but this is only the opening lap, and there's still the long straightaway before we complete the opening 72 kilometers. And I think what Bergier's trying to do is just try and get past him, just get some clean air and just have it all to himself. But then he becomes the person that is having the litmus test to deal with, whereas with Ted Ho, he's the one that's coming across the corners first, and he'll find out whether there's traction or lack thereof, and hoping that the car doesn't have any chronic understeer as a direct correlation.
And that's the difficult part here as well, because you know Ted, he won't really care too much, because technically, you know, he has that 20-second buffer used up already directly for Erwan, but Erwan knows he's losing time. He's gonna want to be as quick as possible on these laps, especially early on, when there's no pressure from behind yet, but there's, you know, that second Matra that is just in the way right now, and well, you know, barely hanging on for the on-track position, which, quite frankly, it's not really, you know, that important in the end.
So this is a time trial style event, folks, which means that it doesn't matter where you finish on the circuit, as long as you finish and you've got a pretty good time, then you should be pretty happy with that. But Erwan is still chomping at the bit. He's like a child throwing the toys out the pram. It's like, I want to get past, I want to get past, I want to get past now. And the moment he tries, Ted just goes, no. Like, literally, I think Ted's just playing a game of silly beggars with Erwan at the moment, just sort of parking on the racing line, because there is no other way that you can attack this circuit unless you decide to dive. And, well, if you want to get, you know, as they say, to finish first you must finish. And this is where patience is going to be a virtue. whereby the drivers are gonna, you know, I mean, if I was behind the wheel of the car on this, you know what I'd be doing is saying, I'm gonna run my own race. I'm gonna enjoy it. And that's the thing, with the time trial, you're not focused, as we've said. We may be repeating this probably at least in the tens, maybe in the hundreds by the time we finish this broadcast. But it is about how your pace on the stopwatch relates to how confident you feel with that car underneath you. And that's quite important, because you can see that Ted is just sort of like, just la 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 la, going on about his day. Everyone's like,
oh, and here comes that one though.
And, oh,
yeah, I think he's had enough there. I think he's had enough.
That was elbows out, standing knives attached and sharpened, and bang, robust, yes. Swap paint, yes. Clear air now, yes. So it was, I think, what is it? Everything comes in threes, and no one just sent it like he meant it. Had a little paint swap and got the job done, and got through. So Ewanberg, yeah, leads the class in the. Oh, that was a bit of a faux pas there from Matt Wright for a Curie Australis, which still leads the SP 1.3 class, and it's Automobile Club Polski in the number 18 with Franek Godrecki leading the way. But yeah, Matt Wright nearly came a cropper there.
Very close. But yeah, once again, it's getting, well, the first lap done. Then you've got 72 kilometers done already. You've got the safety that you can make it around. Okay, now do it 9 more times. And you know, that's usually where you just go, oh. Oh, that is a bit of a problem then.
And then it will get to a point where if you're running solo, that you'll get to, like, maybe say halfway through, get to lap 5 and go like, my brain hurts, my arms hurt, my shoulders hurt, my hands hurt. And it's sort of like, you know, that person where they just milk it, they just go, ow, 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 everything hurts. You know, it will come to that point where the physical side of things come in, and then, you know, there'll be that a little bit more of an adrenaline boost, to whereby that might get you through an extra lap or two. And then what happened there? Farcops Racing clipped the curb. That's not going to do your steering any favours, Sunshine, I'm afraid. But it's just like you when you get to that next pit stop, you'll breathe a little sigh of relief, and believe you me, it will be little by the time you've changed tyres, possibly changed drivers, put some fuel in the tank, and then off you go again.
I think the confusing part is essentially when you have like a little bit of contact, you know, you don't want to go back to the pits for every little bit of contact, you know, so steering is a little bit weird, you know, the car is, you know, it's putting on loads a little bit unevenly now. And, but you still don't want to like DNF immediately, so a couple of cars,
which we have had. Unfortunately for the number 11 for Vereinigung Rheinländische Automobilsportler, entry is out. It's DNF.
And that's a wheel gone.
3 wheels on that wagon. Right. So it just sounds so poetic, especially in song as well. But yeah, that is the Porsche 100 CS. That has become the first casualty, I'm afraid, Mr. Hillebrand.
I mean, it's always going to hit someone, you know, that they're the first DNF. It's a really unfortunate case either way. And yeah, look at the steering. Like that was, oh well, just in general, it's hitting the sharp end there of the rocks at the side there. And
hello wheel, goodbye wheel is all we can say on that one, and that is a real shame. But that car had already had a couple of moments of its own, and can we say that we're surprised about it? not really, because with the layout that this circuit has, you know, everyone's in the same boat, but then we get this wonderful, you know, miniature excursions through nearby villages with the spectators watching from the balconies, cheering the cars on. You've got the families on the side of the road. And it just, I don't know, it's just something magical when you see that.
Not just that, one thing that I actually got, well, that I picked up from the drivers that took part in this event before as well, that really most difficult thing that they said was actually from Darren Andrews, who got a class win in the very first iteration of this event. Compared to the old version, you know, which is really, really rough, like the corner radii are obviously different because it's not LiDAR based. It was just made with literally an onboard video with maps from just a normal map, you know, just buying a map of Sicily. These are the roads, and we'll just check if it fits about, you know. And they actually, for the measures they had, they got quite close. But obviously, when you have GPS data from satellites, you just get that much more close. And this track is a lot more smooth, you know, a lot more, I'd also say a little bit more believable as roads, because frankly, the older track was a bit like tank proving grounds sometimes with the bumpiness. So what Darren Andrews has been saying is, you know, it's so weirdly inviting for you to go faster and faster and faster, and you still know where they are, the corners that you have to look out for, but there's this tendency where you get this false sense of security because there's this nice flow for such a long time, and all of a sudden there's a hairpin out of nowhere.
And then you're like, eek! You know, you've then got
the buttocks.
It's just like, I forgot about that one. Oh, mummy! You know, just like literally hope and pray to the people upstairs that you're going to make it through this next right-hand hairpin or left-hand hairpin. And there is, in the sports prototype 2.2 litre plus, the number 17 of Baskerville Hobbyist Racing's Darren Andrews. He's about 30 seconds behind Franek Godrecki for Automobil Club Polski in the number 18. So the gaps are expanding, and in some cases being the best part of well over 90 seconds.
It's this weird part of the first lap when a lot of them are starting to catch each other now, and there's this interclass mingling intensifying. Like, we still have about, as you said, 20 seconds between Matt Reich and Franek Godrecki, but after that he's going to start catching Chris Okuda as well, and then obviously next up will be the two Metras that did amazing progress in the early part of their stint there already.
Yeah. It is always a case of the, you know, like in some of the events that we have for HRSC, it's about getting across the line first, but in this it's more a case of thinking, okay, take it nice, calm, steady. As there is the Notarius Rennsport number 3 car, piloted by Chaz Keeler. The Fantini Abbiati T13. It's just been overtaken.
That was Danny Furman going past for overall position, but obviously completely different races, and well, both of them just going, well, let's not go any unnecessary risks. You know, we're both here on decently good laps so far, so I let you through, and let's have fun.
Yes, indeed. It just goes to show that, well, that's another wonderful aerial shot. Just showing the lush forestry and then this wide open space of green pastures just in the background. It's not also just about the racing. It's also about, as I said, attention to detail, the wonderful countryside. You've got the wonderful clear blue water surrounding part of this location, as Tight Entry Racing's Ben Morey in the number 4 Fantini Abbiati T13. And even that is a lovely sounding inline 4, even though with the slow displacement when you've got those independent throttle bodies, you've got the you've got the trumpets on the top with regards to the carburation. It's just a wonderful, wonderful sound. And then you hear, like you hear the inline 4s, then you hear the flat 6s, then you hear the V8s, and then you hear the V12s, and like it's, oh my god, man moment.
Sensory overload.
Yes, James May and his fizzing sensation. That's all I'm going to say about that one. Top Gear reference. But this is one of the things, and this is something that I really enjoyed about HRSC, is that rather than having the traditional, the what everyone's done, gone and got themselves into a simulator and gone on the usual programs, but then you have a lot of drivers, including our good friend Devin Palmer, who loves the retro side of things, and even when we had the likes of Jene Simčić, he was absolutely loving the fact that it is something else. There's that certain je ne sais quoi about retro sim racing, whereby it just has this magical magnetic pull, doesn't it?
Yeah, we have this unique possibility. We have great events in real life, obviously, like the Monaco Historic Grand Prix or Goodwood Revival.
Yeah.
All these great events, but that's still, modern race circuits because, well, from back in the day, the safety standards are honestly ridiculous. But here we have this possibility, like this circuit, where we literally bring history back to life with our very own hands. And even if we're not quite literally in the car, just driving there with our life on the line, with VR, with modern simulators, and with dynamic weather and everything, we can experience the closest possible. And we mentioned Jene Simčić just now as well. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to attend this time. He was quite disappointed, but had other race commitments to do right now. Next up, of course, though, we're talking about our drivers. We have one of the drivers that joined us for the very first time for this event, but unfortunately got very, very unlucky in that case as well. And that's Maximilian Potrawski. Maximilian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, besides all that, walk us through your Targa experience so far.
Well, for all, it was a pretty short one. Unfortunately, it was just not enough practice. I hit a wall I didn't know about early on. Gave me a lot of steering damage. I had to do almost the entire lap with steering damage, and then I veer from left to right the car and try to correct it. See, I can try and correct it with the banking a little bit, like the embankment. And when I do not see the stone gutter coming up, I just go straight into it and wheels go on. That's it.
It just can happen so quickly, especially around here. And in that sense, how critical is it generally? How quickly can it happen when you just get that little bit of sense of security and all of a sudden it's all gone again?
Yes, for the moment you get a bit of confidence in the car, is the moment you will definitely crash, in my opinion. It's like you have to always be on your toes with these cars and on this track. And if you start getting some confidence, if you think, I can push a little bit, you push instantly too much and you're in the wall. That's always what happens.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope in the end, but overall, what is your impression overall of this kind of event as opposed to more mainstream racing generally? Let's call it just mainstream racing, like GT3 or something on a normal circuit. What's the biggest difference to just having 72 kilometers of Sicilian country road?
Well, for one, I really love vintage racing, not just on rFactor 2 but on other sims as well. But this kind of event is definitely one of a kind. you have to really consider a lot of different factors that you wouldn't consider on other events, even on something like Nürburgring or Le Mans. It's really, you could say, very, very much more stressful, even if you're trying to set a pace where you're almost driving like a Sunday driver almost. So it's a lot more stress because you think, no, I cannot throw away the car because the pits are like 50 kilometers away, and all that pressure is just way much more.
Well, I mean, nevertheless, the suboptimal experience of your first race in RF2 with us here. Can we expect to see you again for some historic racing?
Well, it depends for the Formula A or B what it is. I know that I cannot sign up to that now, as far as I know. I don't know, is it possible to have like one-off appearances in there? Because then maybe I would.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, then maybe I show up to that for 1 or 2 races, because that is very interesting. Or in that, probably for sports car racing. Then you'll probably see me again. Hopefully not on the wall, but this time.
I mean, there's always more chances. Next year, we're wanting to focus entirely on sports cars again, but going back to the 1950s as well. So, a lot of a colorful mix of cars around here, always.
1950s should be very, very interesting. I'm looking forward to that.
Glad to hear it, man.
Yep, and to say the last thing, I'm very sorry to Jack. He was going to do 4 laps after I took the first 2, and now he does not do any. So it's very unfortunate for him. We talked about it. He said, "Oh, it's not so bad. If you didn't crash, then I probably would have." But it's not so great that he gets now to do 0 laps in the race.
True enough, and everyone is always welcome here again for some good old-fashioned racing.
Yep, thank you very much.
But yeah, nevertheless, bad luck in the race, but hopefully we'll see you on track again, and thank you very much for your time, Maximilian.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
So, from our first retiree of the race. Yeah, it's a difficult situation there, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, the main thing was that Maximilian was very upfront with what happened. He said, the good thing was he said, yeah, I've got to apologise to Jack. Oh, Ricardo Mendez, that is not how you flirt with the limits of the track, or the limits of adhesion thereof. That could be very, very nasty for the number 15. But I think it was, Maximilian said, oh yeah, well, Jack would have done 4 laps after me. Yes, because then as the race goes on, well, as the time trial goes on, race, whatever you want to call it, folks, we talked about that even if you get the slightest bit of damage in these cars, it could compromise you. And unfortunately, Maximilian Putravki for VR8 found that out, and that car hasn't completed a single lap. But we are now on lap 2 out of 10, so it's looking rather promising for a lot of drivers. Just looking at who's done the Frank Godrecki has done a 35:37.1.
I think right now on track, by far the fastest guy.
And the thing is that he's running solo, so the big 64,000 lira question that needs to be answered here at the Targa Sicilia is that will he keep that pace up? I'm going to probably say pretty much a no, and the reason being is that when you start fresh at the beginning of the race, you're running solo, and you know that you've got to pace yourself a little bit. There's a definition between pacing yourself and then going 11/10 and hoping that it sticks, because that is not the way that you will end well in this race.
And that is the big difficulty, you're starting strong, you're starting invigorated, had either a good or bad night's sleep, but nevertheless, at the beginning of each race, you will always have this adrenaline carrying you at least partway through, but the more you drive on, the more you have to concentrate, the more there's the mental strain. And I think that's, especially around here, the biggest challenge that the drivers will face.
Yep, it's always the way. Ricardo Mendes in the Magno Autosports entry. There's Steph Hermans and that wonderful bright blue VR Vertigo car. It's just wonderful just seeing, like back in those days, how to get the maximum amount of top speed out of a car, you would make it as smooth and as streamlined as humanly possible. And then you compare that with some of the modern day technology that's being used these days in terms of aerodynamics. It's quite a very different school of thought when it was, but way back when. But it still is rather appealing to the eye to see.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And we actually do have, on the lap tracker, we do have every lap one time now in here. And as we said before, fastest guy right now, Franek Godrecki on track, number 18, Automobil Club Polski, doing our, Vuchuverse name a fighter, Ezio Favero. Very proud right now. Ezio Favero, obviously not to be confused with any other businessman with the initials E and F that were very focused on sports car racing back in the day.
Especially in the mid to late 1960s.
Exactly. I mean, back in the day, even higher of a priority for the sports cars than for F1, arguably. But back to the scoring, we actually have it after that quite close. We have multiple people in the 36 or so. IVE Engineering, Austin Birchfield in the Mignards with a 36.30, then 36.32 from Darren Andrews, 36.37 from Brabham Motorsports. And after that, already a couple of guys in the into the 37s as well, with Retiarios with 37.37, and 38.43 from Kahube Racing. So a lot of people still very close together, and also one of the 37s actually, Equipe Drama Sports number 10, Erwan Bergier. So despite getting held up a bit, and despite that hairy incident there with Ted Ho at the beginning, very solidly, 37.18, and it's around almost a minute faster than Ted Ho's time, actually.
Well, he did leave him in his dust, didn't he? Leave him in his wake. So I think Bergier just trying to just push the limits. Wonderful onboards here with the VR Vertigo number 1 of Steph Hermans. Just hear it going up and down the gears and brake, rotate the car through the corner. Try not to be a bit too greedy on the accelerator pedal.
Also, as in the team name, he's actually racing this in VR, so he's getting the full experience right now.
Oh, mamma mia. Yeah, so talking about full immersion, that's Steph Hermans in a nutshell there for VR Vertigo. As it gets very, very close to the walls. Kind of reminds me of the Flint wall up the Goodwood Festival of Speed, going up the hill climb.
Yeah.
It's just like, these smaller, more nimble cars are just, it's just wonderful to see how they glisten in the sunshine. Oh dear. Tight entry racing. That was not a tight entry. That was a bit of a mucky entry there, I'm afraid. For Ben Morey.
Trying to get it going again. And still clear. Declan Brush not quite there yet. You can see him in the background, though.
Mm-hmm.
But luckily, escapes with it there.
Okay, let's check out the HRSC replay. So, just going to turn it in. I think it's carried a little bit too much speed in there, Nico. And then...
Especially with these longer corners, you know, where you have the wake transition and, you know, even a slight bump or a slight bit of unevenness in the middle of the corner or putting the throttle on a little bit wrong. You know, these differentials are quite aggressive still. So even just changing into the wrong gear at the wrong time can send you spinning quite quickly. Very unforgiving cars, and it's why, you know, it's such a challenge, not even just to win this event, but even to finish, you know, as we saw with Maximilian Potravki. As he says himself, you know, already experienced in historic racing, and his teammate Jack Wells, of course, also a very familiar face for the Lotus 49 series on iRacing with GSRC, and of course also a starter here last year in the 1950s cars already before. So even those guys, you know, even those guys with experience, with all the track time in the world, they can still get caught out by the slightest mistake here.
Yeah, and with this 72 kilometer, just shy of 570 corners layout, you are on the edge of your seat the whole time. And it'll be like, oh, breathe in, oh, just hold that breath, got a bit of a complex to go through. And as soon as you do that, you breathe a sigh of relief, and then go, oh, I was hoping there weren't going to get it. Why are there another 6 to 8 corners of a complex in front of me? You know, it's just like, I've got to put myself through this every single time I go around this lap. And then there'll be a particular part of the circuit where that driver will say, that was my nemesis during warm-up. And then they nail it during the race, they're like, yes! Got it done this time. But then they realise they've got to do it another few more times before they hit the checkered flag. But we're riding on board with the Brabham Motorsports number 20, Bert Knops behind the wheel. Lovely onboard here from the left rear of the car. You can just see the way that the corners are very, very flowy, but you've got to be very, very precise. And it's lifting off the throttle, down the gearbox, rotate the car through the corner, and then accelerates out, keep it pinned towards the wall. Then it's a right-hander coming up, lift off the throttle, hardly any brake being used. So otherwise the nose end would dive bomb and dive a little bit further forward. And still, again, just trying to take it nice and calm and casual. Very flowing part of the layout here as well. You're not always on full throttle. You just got to make sure that your dance partner underneath you or surrounding you is understanding what inputs you are putting in, and that's what we've just seen. Nice little demonstration of really easy control from Bert Knops from Brabham Motorsport there, Nico. That was poetry in motion.
Yeah, I would 100% agree, and it's, you know, just such a beautiful thing, because with this flowing nature, like, this is one of the, you know, most natural, like one of the oldest racing events of all time, of course, with its many layouts, you know, one layout even going around the entire island of Sicily back in the day. But there's no, you know, extra tight apex from Hermann Tilke. There's no, you know, there's no sausage curbs or no tarmac runoff. This is just countryside. It's just public roads. You know, in the run-up to these events, they used to basically, the local government just used to say, well, keep your women, children, and pets inside the house for this week, because the Targa guys are practicing. You know, they did these phenomenal runs in public traffic to get used to the circuit in this year's condition already, and it's this morbid or grotesque fascination that we have. You know, because back then, you know, death was so easy to happen in motorsports.
Yeah.
Because you see how tight it is, you know, one mistake and you could lose your life, and, you know, maybe even that of a couple of spectators. And it's obviously good that nowadays we have a lot more safety, but there's this fascination, you know, this, you're on the edge of your seat watching this, with watching these guys go through these country roads, you know, flying down the hillsides at the, well, edge of the grip that they can get out of these tires, and it's just fantastic to watch.
Yep, that it is, as we are on lap 2, and Franek Godrecki. Oh, it's just nice just to sort of keep quiet for about a couple of seconds, and then you just hear this wonderful rasp of this engine as it accelerates. It goes through the gears, and then into the hairpin, very reminiscent of the Lowe's hairpin at the Monte Carlo Grand Prix circuit. In some respects, you know, it goes down a slight descent. Then you've got to put full lock on, pretty much. But Franek Godrecki,
Also this narrow bridge here, you know, with all these tiny bollards that are just begging to be hit, essentially. Or where you could just shear half of your car off if you just slightly touch those bricks there, you know, completely exposed. Nowadays we'd have, you know, tire wall, a sign, you know, an extra, for this event, prepared little guardrail there to keep you from hitting an edge like that in a bad way. But no, this is all just quite exposed still.
there's just something captivating about that background. It's just like it just wants to suck you in and just go, want to come and join the fun? Here you go, have a laugh on us. It's just, there are times in a commentator's life where you can't find the right words to come out, or they find the right words and then everything's all okay. But it's one of those things that where you've got, you know, drivers catching other drivers again, and as we said, this is not about position. This is more about how fast you are and how consistent you are as well, because that consistency will be the difference between finishing in the top 3, or maybe even as the victor of your respective class, but also maybe a little bit of pride and bragging rights if you're a Sports Prototype 2.0 and you take the overall win.
And that is the biggest thing, I think, here, because Aaron Bergier got overtaken by quite a margin already, like quite early on in the second lap, but nevertheless still only 12 seconds behind Franek Godrecki. So Godrecki is, you know, in this luxury position of not having any traffic for quite a while now, unless, you know, with the pit stop is offset and everything, but he's got the clean air, but he'll still have his eye on that delta and constantly thinking, well, how far am I really ahead? Am I leading? What position am I in? And at least to our dear viewers here, I can actually give us the provisional positions after lap 1. And first place at the moment is the number 18 of Godrecki, followed in second place purely by lap times, of course, which is, you know, the main thing about here, the TT. Second place, Austin Birchfield, the wrong last name with B. Third place, we have the number 17 Baskerville Hobbyist Racing, which is running in third on track right now, driven by Darren Andrews. In fourth, we have Brabham Motorsport with Bert Knopps. In fifth, we have Aaron Bergier, still trying to stick with Franek Godrecki on track. In sixth place, we are back to the bigger engine cars with Retiarius Rennsport with the Porsche 910, but with the bigger engine. In seventh, then we have Tato in the second equipped Metro.
Sorry to cut across you there, Nico, but the Battlefield Engineering car just had a big old code brown, and Mark Johnson from Fish Motorsport nearly T-boned him at the same time. That was very, very close. Very, very close indeed. Okay, carry on.
Maybe we can get a replay on that as well.
Oh, and Mark Johnson has a little bit of a... He has a little bit of a opposite lock to correct the slide from the back end. Stepped out to the left, so steered left as well. But luckily enough does not hit any of the local scenery. But as you were saying, you were down to, what was it, 7th or 8th?
Yeah, in 8th place we have, well, our biggest engine car here, the Chappelle Auto XF with the 7-liter V8. In 9th place we actually have, well, Chris Okuda actually, with the 2-liter car that is only 1.5 liters actually. As Mark Johnson also going a little bit deep in into that hairpin there, with actually the same car but with a smaller engine. But it's very nicely showing. We still have the 2 liters closely intermingling with the other drivers here.
Oh, Chaz Taylor. Oh, squeeze. And whoops. That could have been so much worse. So much worse there.
I'd say they both made the best out of that situation there, you know. Chaz Taylor without any catastrophic damage. Neither did Mark Johnson get any. But at the same time, going with that old abbreviated saying of Ayrton Senna, if gap car, and there was gap, so Mark Johnson did in fact car.
If gap car. It's like you brought Yoda into the conversation. Just by shortening that iconic 2 sentences into 3 words. If gap car. It's like talking to a 3-year-old about how to go karting. If gap, go.
Yeah. I mean, there's also quite a lot of edits with, you know, I think Montreal 1998 or 97, where one of the Benettons basically went like on the side in between 2 other cars. And they had like, you know, this faded image of Ayrton Senna also with the quote, if gap car there. So, you know, people have made quite a lot of great memes from this. But, you know, in these situations, it's also, I'd say, quite valid, you know. In the end, you have to look at what you can do to survive those situations. And, well, they both did survive, in fact.
Okay, so how's the rest of the running order looking at the moment in terms of the leaderboard? Because I think we got to about mid-pack, didn't we?
Yep. Then we have 10th place. That's another 2-liter car. Oh, actually, yeah, that is a 2-liter car. Sorry, I had that marked wrong for a moment. That's Prosh Cavalcanti with Stefano Tiburzi, one of our older starters as well, but very passionate and very consistent, most importantly. Then in 11th, we actually have our first starter, our VR warrior, Steph Hermans, with 39.29 in 11th. I think actually also still, yeah, the leader of the 1.3-liter class. In 12th, we have the next 1.3-liter car, which is Equity Australis with Matt Wright. Still hanging on quite well and only 12 seconds behind, so... well, making a quite decent job at actually keeping up with that pace, or, well, probably exceeding it, because we did also see that he had a few hairy moments on that first lap, so we can only guess how the order will be after we cross the line again. In 13th, we go back up to the 2-liter plus cars with Magna Autosports, Ricardo Mendes. In 14th, we stayed up there with Buckeye Syndicate Racing, with Declan Brush in the 4-star 41, which is oriented on the, at this point, Group 4 homologated Ford GT40 Mark 1, with still the smaller 4.7-liter engine. Then in 15th, we have Mezzo Veloce, the CL70, the long-tail Prosh that was normally built exclusively for Le Mans, basically. But they brought it to Targa, which... interesting choice for sure, but, you know, everyone has their own driving preferences, so... And in 16th and 17th, we have Fish Motorsport and Farcops Racing. 18th, 19th, and 20th are Beaufield, Tight Entry, and Exeter Motorcars. And in 21st, of course, our unfortunate first DNF of Vereinigung Rheinländischer Automobilsportler in the Brosch 100 CS.
I think, well, thank you very much for the rundown, first of all, Nico. Also, the good thing is we're seeing the drivers get into a bit more of a rhythm now that they've got that first lap under their belts. It has been a case of just ticking off the corners as they go along, and oh, careful, Ollie. He was very close to one of those steep verges, and some of them aren't so forgiving, where you have a little bit of a concrete wall alongside. But yeah, it's please no Punterino 60 styly. But I think it's more the case that now we're getting into that feeling where the drivers have a bit more of an understanding of the circuit. It's evolving as the rubber gets laid down, and as they go through corner by corner, they're feeling a little bit more stable. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. Like as soon as you start, well, I'd say the mental barrier that you have on lap 1 is always going to be there, because either you have this make or break mentality. You know, I have to gain as many positions as possible right now. I have to, you know, overtake 9 cars, or, you know, because, you know, if you, P1 by T1, you know, the classic mentality.
L1 Bergier. Bergier. Let's just, yeah, the man who is very, very robust, trying to get past Ted Ho, and did get through as well, let's not forget. But Frantic Godrecki, he's just absolutely manhandling that number 18 car. And he just seems at ease, just seems comfortable. And, you know, sometimes when, you know, there's also, well, I can't really abbreviate this because it would just sound silly, going like saying, if slow, fast. You're like if it looks like it's going slow, it's going fast. That's what we're seeing from Frantic Godrecki here. He's just really, really putting on a clinic in the Automobile Club Polski car. Like, it's just, you look at the entry points, there's hardly any correction. And as I said, it's one thing to just go hell for leather, but it's another thing to really make it look so effortless. But you can see that with the way that the steering wheel is, there is that little sort of seesaw movement, just so at least it keeps the car, I wouldn't say the words on a precipice. Ah, welcome into the chat, Oskari Kantonen. So
the first time winner.
And he said Colisano looking good as well. But yeah, I think it's you can just see that it's about putting in the minimal amount of effort for the maximum return, and it's like incremental steering inputs. It's not like grabbing it by the scruff of the neck and saying you're coming with me. It's like, okay, a little bit of angle here, a little bit of angle there. Maybe do I need to lift off the throttle? Maybe a dab of brakes. It's not, it just looks effortless. But I think we both know that it'll be sweating more than a pig in a blanket at this moment, because this is, to keep this pace up at the moment. I mean, his overall lead over L1 in the Mature 360M for Equipe Trama Sports, that gap is now 42 seconds. Just the Frantic just seems to be, he's just locked in the zone. That's what he is. And then you see the wonderful onboard shot with the big apartment blocks in the background, the clear blue water. there too, as he now goes into the city.
Campo Felice.
Yeah, if you want to see commitment, now this man is showing it in spades and using every bit of the road and then some, just to make sure the car gets round the corner. But it's just, I'm just impressed. More to the point.
Oh, I absolutely agree. It's absolute masterclass driving right now, keeping it perfectly clean. Almost taking off that spectator's feet. I don't know if you could see that so well from the.
I did. I was like thinking, how close are you running over? How close are you to running over that person's feet?
Yeah, I just made a note earlier. I want to take a look at the spectators after the race in the replay as well, because a couple of those spectators are also with cameras, you know, so they're photographers at the trackside, like we had back in the day. And well, basically, Olli Kajjanlahti got quite close to one of them, where pretty much he could have brushed his hair with that huge rear wing of the Chapelle.
Brush, comb, and shave at the same time. That's what that rear wing's capable of. For Olli Kajjanlahti in the Karhubia Racing entry. But let's just listen to this. This is the straightaway we're on now. Let's just listen to this car. Just a couple of seconds. A little bit of ASMR here on HRSC. Wow, like literally from a flat out straight to sort of
progressively tightening S's there.
Oh, that was just beautiful to witness. You know, you didn't need any, like I said, a little bit of ASMR, and when you see him being absolutely flat on the throttle, and then goes through a section like that at such high speeds, it's captivating, I think, is the superlative I could use against that.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree. The speedometer clocked him at 310 kilometers an hour. I'm having a quick look here. The Matra of Erwan Bergier in comparison only at 254, but that's, you know, that's the power difference there. Then we have the customer car at 303 with Darren Andrews. Ted Ho at, well, still the start of the straight, so he's still picking up speed.
But Franek Godrecki, that was nearly 193 miles an hour. Oh, mama. Oh, Steph Hermans has DNF now as well.
Oh.
What's happened to Steph? He was the first one to set on off as well. So
it's actually the leader for SP 1.3 as well. Oh, yeah, there was a slight mistake getting a slide into one of the faster corners, bouncing off the wall on the left, and then, well, one of these these really, really fat bollards that the Italians put right next to their road, big stone bollards, which are still there, by the way, completely deadly, but they're still there.
A bit like the Hinkelsteins.
Yeah, basically. It's basically the same thing, but smaller and more terrifying, in my honest opinion. And that took his complete front off.
Oh, ow, 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 ow. Yeah. Oh, God. A more compact, more deadly version of the German Hinkelstein variety. Only it's Italian. Oh. I did say about, you know, okay, this is a special event here. It's not aligned to any championship that HRSC has currently got running here on the rFactor 2 platform, but it's... Right, here comes the HRSC replay. So Steph Herman's going through. So trying to judge it. Oh dear. That has... Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oi, oh.
Those bollards do hurt.
Ouch. Ow. 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 In that order. Well. Did I just hear something backfire all of a sudden? It wasn't the Brabham Motorsport car, was it? I just heard this like this big bang in the background just a second ago. But yeah, that's a real shame for Steph. But well, the main thing is he got it onto lap 3.
Ah, good run onto that point. Well, we're getting to lap 2 and yeah, then making it further already than one of his opponents. But yeah, it's of course a tragic incident there. Bert Knobs actually coming in for the first one in the pits.
Okay. So the Brabham Motorsport entry in pit lane. I was just about to say, because Franek Godrecki, did he just go quicker on his second lap?
10 seconds quicker, and so did Alan Berger actually as well.
Oh.
Darren Andrews as well coming with a stunner, 25 seconds quicker.
Mamma mia. Yeah, now they've gotten into that rhythm. The Retirees Rennsport number 16, Denny Verman comes into the pits. Looks like that's going to have some tyres changed because I saw that go up in the air. And of course with the tyre models on these respective cars, they're a lot thinner than modern day tyres, let's say, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't have the luxury of different compounds, different tyre tread patterns, whether it was going to be soft, medium or hard. You just had a set of wheels that fits the car, works with it, and then if you need to change them, you've got to deal with the hand that you've been dealt. But
the tire has no grip. What do you want? It rolls. It keeps the car from going on the ground. It works. Deal with it.
yes, it's like, never you mind whether you've got no grip. Just deal with it. Roll with the punches. And now the number 16 has got a change of driver. Nicholas Kirsten behind the wheel of the Retirees Rennsport number 16, which rejoins in 7th overall. Oh. Tobias Hoffman now behind the wheel of the Brabham Motorsport number 20. Exits pit road, leaves in 9th after 2 minutes and 8 seconds in the pits. And that thunders its way. Nearly getting some air as well. So Tobias with more than likely a full tank of fuel, a new rubber attached to each corner. You can give it a nice little bit of a gung-ho and see how far that gets him.
We actually had quite a few people improving. Obviously, you know, from a standing start to flying through the finish from the transition to the second lap.
Yeah.
So we had Austin Birchfield gain 14 seconds. We had Brabham actually gain 38 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
I think that was Magno's car, or the Magno Autosports car going a bit slow, so maybe a bit hesitant there with
Well,
Yeah, maybe a little bit of damage.
Well, I think there will be now, because when Olli Gallianlati tried to get through the Magno Ultra Sports car, definitely tried to get out of the way and nearly caught itself out in the process. So for that number 15, Ricardo Mendes, running in the SP2 litre plus category. Well, after that moment, he's Olli Gallianlati has gone, goodbye, see you later, and he's already 7.5 seconds up the road. But yeah.
And I think after you have a collision, you know, it's also a little bit different here than on a normal racetrack. If you have a collision on the normal racetrack, you're thinking, well, either I can push a bit more or I can't. But with this lap, you know, you have you have a unique situation with 72 kilometers, with up and down over crests through lower parts, you know, going off camber, going on camber. That if you have damage, you know, you're not 100% sure how the car will react. So the drivers that do have bigger damage, of course, they're a lot more hesitant to actually start driving more quickly again.
Yeah, we could see a little bit more urgency, I fear, in the latter stages as Ricardo Mendes pulls the Magno Autosports number 15 into the pit. So see how long that pit stop takes. Here is Mark Johnson in the number 5 Fish Motorsport car, the Ardouin 12-BB. Another car with a wonderful sounding engine, and again, it's, as I said, you know, patience is a virtue. In your case, Deco, it's the point of making if-gap car. I just had to on that one. Oh, you definitely opened the barn doors on that one for me to use at my liberty, so to speak. But yeah,
as you should. It's a great saying.
Yeah, gap. Oh, well, actually, we could short it even better. Gap, car. You know, like, not if gap, it's gap then car in that order. But I mean, one of the things that I'm really impressed with, obviously, with regards to the attention to detail, how long has this particular, you know, because you say that there's been previous runnings of the Targa Sicilia. How much has it evolved since the inaugural running of this event?
I'm quite proud to say that I'm like 99% sure that we have record attendance for drivers this year. Simply because we started with 14 cars in 2023, and it sort of developed further and further, bit by bit. Last year we got just under the 20-car mark, and this year we just over. Actually, I'm going to quickly check here with... so yeah, the first year we had 14 signed up, 14 starting, and we had 9 finishing. And last year we had... that is the wrong sheet, that is the current year sheet. Going through all the different sheets as well, like just missing the last letter for 22 and then 5, 4, 3, whatever. Last year we had 19 people start and we had 10 cars finish. And well, hopefully with the rhythm it's going right now, if we finish the second lap and we have, well, we haven't lost anyone else at that point, then we will be already up on the average finishing quota as well. So it's just great to see it, because we also had a lot of new drivers, you know, Maximilian Petrovsky, for example, you know, then we have David Dezan in the number 12, and well, the entire entry of the number 4, the tight entry racing car, completely new drivers to HRSC. So it's great to see more and more people, you know, finding this and embracing something completely different to your normal, just your normal racing experience in sim racing.
Yeah, and once you get hooked, you've been bitten by the bug. Figuratively, not literally, folks, so don't worry, don't take that to heart. Oskari Kantonen. Sheet happens, yes. Yes, it does, Oskari. We know exactly what you mean on that front, my friend. So, a couple of other pit stops happening. Buckeyes, Syndicate Racing, Mezzoveloce are in for their respective pit stops. So, give us an indication once Nico's done his spreadsheet capturing.
Yeah, we've only got 2 cars left to complete lap 2. So, looking really, really spicy right now, and I do wonder, we saw the Brabham car come in for a very, very early pit stop, how that will actually play out overall. Like, will they run a 3-stop, or will they run a 2-stop? Like, are they capable of, making the choice of running a 4-lap stint, or did they just decide, well, we have to do a 3-stop anyway, let's just do it early on already. And for the number 12, actually, we just got a new driver in. Martin Jasper started the car. Already a veteran for historic racing on RF2, back in the HSO days, back in the earlier days of HRSC, and recently came back just in time to join David Dezan for the Mezzoveloce Prosh 70 CL, and actually changed to the titular David Dezan of Mezzoveloce.
Yeah. So, when you've done 144 kilometers, that's 2 laps. 2 laps, folks. The first thing you want to do is get the heck out of that sim rig, pat yourself down with the cold compress of some description, get yourself an ice cold beverage, put your feet up for a few minutes, maybe have a little power nap if you can, because you might have the opportunity to do so, depending on when you might be told, right, you're going in an hour. And then it's a case of pick up your phone, set your timer, and Quentin Chavito now gets behind the wheel of the Buckeye Syndicate Racing. Number 19 rejoins in 18th position. But, well, Planet Gorecki, his average lap time is a 35-minute 32, so he's done a pretty good job so far on those opening 2 laps. So a good average so far for Automobil Club Polski. And he's leading by the best part of nearly 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead of Equipe Trauma Sports, Baskerville Hobbyist Racing, Ivor Engineering Targa Division, and the privateer entry from Ted Ho completing the top 5.
We do have our 3rd retirement as well, the number 2 this time.
Oh, it's the Abiati T13 of Adam Komorowski. That's the number 2 Exeter Motorcars entry. Oh.
Yeah, he was running on 3 wheels for a bit longer already. But yeah, the difficulty is we do have a rule in place that you are allowed to keep going on 3 wheels as long as you are within a certain margin to the finish line. And that certain margin begins at the end of the Buonfanello straight. So basically, if you are down the long straight and you total it in those tightening S's, you are still allowed to try and get back to the pit lane on 3 wheels. However, he was far in front of that, so in accordance to the rules, he has to park the car, which, in respect, he did also follow the rules properly there. As soon as the call out by the stewards was made, retired the car and made the way clear for the other drivers.
So, in the words of Queen, another one bites the dust, in the words of the late great Freddie Mercury. But You
It's
can
this
see
tiny bit of extra throttle there.
it's just like, give it the beans, son, give it the beans, give it the berries, and just hope that it sticks. And I think, you know, Godrecki, heavens above, he's just. First of all, the last time around, he was in the zone. Now it seems like, oh, let's have a little bit of fun. But
look at how close he got there on that second apex on the two right-handers. He could have touched the wall if he had just opened the window there. Stolen the brick, bring it back to the pit.
You're like, hello, mum. Look, one-handed through the corner. Don't want that happening. You know. But it's just masterful how this car is just running away with things at the moment, and it's 1.5 minutes now as the lead. And Erwan continuing to stay in the number 10 car. Even he's getting a little bit... oh! Hopefully that hasn't done too much damage to that right rear. So it's going to be going into a... Right, let's have a look. Oh... He's going uphill, turning left, and it's one of those posts again.
Ah, yeah. The killer. Those huge rocks. When I was driving in Italy a couple years ago, when I came down to the wonderful city of Milan, a wonderful city of Monza right next door. They went down there for a test with Yas Motorsport after driving for them and Honda for 3 years in SRO Esports, and did some TCR driving. And along those country roads we were driving, and there were these huge rock markers everywhere. The roads were narrow as heck as well. Like, you had oncoming traffic, and they were not really caring at all. So, yeah, I was basically just hoping for the best. You know, I would consider myself an atheist, but, you know, grab the crucifix and, you know, pray to Lord that you don't hit one of those.
In nomine Patris Spiritus, nomine Patri Filii Spiritus Sancti. Oh man, that's probably what was going through your head at the time. And yeah,
and that's spun and blocked the track, and there's the Baskerville car as well. Both of them getting held up. And he's brute forcing it back around.
That's what you call. It's like, if anyone might remember the film Days of Thunder, where Robert Duvall is the crew chief, Tom Cruise is the driver. And he goes, it's like every goddamn panel in this car is dented. Now, when you go out of the pits, I want you to hit the pace car. Hit the pace car? Yeah, hit the pace car. Why? Well, because you're hitting every other goddamn thing. I want you to be perfect. And that's exactly what we've just seen with Ewan. He's just like literally banged all 4 corners within 2 revolutions of that car being spun around. He whacked the right front, he whacked the right rear on throttle application. And he's just like, I want you to hit the pace car. Yeah, I'm going to hit every wheel and curb it to smithereens. Well, he was very lucky he didn't whack one of those wheels off. But thank goodness there weren't any of those nasty rocks. Yeah, coming on to what you were talking about with regards to tight roads in Italy. Well, a couple of years, 2019 and 2020, I had the opportunity to commentate for the Rotax European Championship at Adria Karting Raceway.
Beautiful.
And some of the roads there, oh my Gideon. 2019, I've hired a vehicle and I've been upgraded to the next class. Now imagine that you're going onto a road that goes up and you can only go right or left. And what does it have? It's a single track each way with little verges that just allows one vehicle to squeeze past another. Imagine my shock when I saw an old school Italian tractor making its way at 15 kilometers towards me, and when I looked at the rear tires on that thing, I went, well, there's either one of two choices. Either I stay where I am and I get yeeted off, or I reverse. And I had a full car, and I just went, okay, guys, you've got to be my eyes and ears a little bit here. I need to reverse. And someone went, you can get past that tractor easily. And I went, do you want to look at the track we're on?
But do I want to risk it?
No, I mean, yeah, the hire car was fully insured, but it was the principle of not wanting to be taken out by, oh, another wheel has just had a clobber. A1 Bergier is probably going to be very, very... that steering is now going to be a handful in that car now. Like, literally.
Honestly, at this point, I think, he had slightly asymmetric damage, so he goes, well, I mean, if I just whack it on the other side, it'll balance itself out.
It's like the good old thing that, like, say, if you go to an independent mechanic to get your car repaired, yeah, I'll just give it a good old whack with a good old trusty hammer here. That's, yeah, if I hit it on this side, it'll counter the other. Yeah, but the thing was, yeah, I had a full car. Basically, it was a C5 Aircross, and I just ordered something like like a small compact hatchback, like a Golf or an Astra. And yeah, I just went, I know I've got the cameras on the back of this thing, but guys, can you just lean out of the windows? And I went, no, we're not going to do that. It's too hot out there. It was 32 degrees Celsius at that point. We were right in the middle of that hot Italian summer. And I said, no, we want the air conditioning. I said, put your heads out of those bleeding windows now. Come on. I don't want to find myself having to call the recovery truck and say, Scusi, sorry, I've had an accident, and make myself look like a complete and utter pillock. But yeah, it's again just seeing these onboards here where you really get a true understanding of how compact the circuit really is. They do say that appearances are deceptive, don't they, Nico?
Oh, absolutely. I think the really interesting part is how much the rhythm just also changes throughout the entire lap, because we have this rhythm like here, with these many mid to low speed corners, the serpentines with hairpin after hairpin after hairpin, but then also these incredibly speedy sections, like when we're going towards the next town on the map, which will be, of course, Collisano. That'll be a lot faster, that entire section before that, just to return to that slower and more twisty section again, and then reach into Campo Felice, Di Rocella. After that, you get onto the long Buonfanolo Straight, and the entire run before that is also a lot faster, almost like a never-ending mix of Rouges right behind each other. So it's just one of these completely unique circuits, which I think is still trying to look for its own match.
Did you see it just a couple of seconds ago? Berguia just getting completely airborne, all four wheels off the tarmac. Just like literally, there's one where I think there's a little bit of an undulation. You've got this sort of like slight drop, and Berguia just went full throttle and just launched it, and I just went, oh, right, careful into the next corner. It's just like, take it easy. And this little part of it reminds me of the Stelvio Pass in some respects. The tight proximity of the walls, the fact that you're in first or second gear and you're accelerating, you have to shift down, turn the car in the corner, accelerate out of it, shift up again to get the traction down a gear again, turn it. Oh, Ted Ho from 5th overall and 2nd in SP2. 0.0.
Oh, directly into one of those big trackside markers. My goodness.
Right.
Almost the same place as Komorowski, I
was
think,
he?
yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
bang, and the wheel is off.
those things don't take prisoners.
No, it's just like, aha! Here comes my next interviewee. Sorry, victim. Bang. It's just like, oh. So that brings us down to. Okay, another replay coming up. Tobias Hoffman for Brabham Motorsport.
That's a big one as well.
Oh, that left front suspension ain't going to be too happy after that. Ooh, that was a big old whack.
I mean, it does look like this. Oh, no, never mind. The steering is not straight. I thought for a moment he got lucky and the bodywork absorbed the blow, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to be that lucky.
No. DSW964 says, wish this event was in AC. Oscari Canton goes, oh no, Ted. Hope he wasn't smoking his pipe when the steering wheel hit his face. It sounds like Final Destination HRSC style there, Oscari. Thanks for that picture being put into my mind all of a sudden.
Oh my god.
Yes, no airbags here. Bang! Oh, what happened? We don't know. Looks like the steering wheel came loose as well, sir. Ah, well. Targa Sicilia, you've done it again. And here comes Matt Wright, narrowly avoiding dead markers on the left-hand side at the same point. Right, well, Ted Ho has just said, yeah, after I took a hit earlier in the race, my left front wheel glitched into the ground and the car was stupidly hard to drive. Sucks because I was doing well, even though I was slow, but oh well. Steph Hermans comes in and goes, such a shame, Ted. Yep. It is just, c'est la vie.
Exactly. Meanwhile, though, we will get a next interview in once we get Mr. Godrecki on the Bonfanello Straight, our wonderful 1 minute high-speed interview. Because, you know, you're quite long enough on the straight already, so may as well spend it, you know, talking to some pleasant people, right?
Sure, probably the same speed these Sports Prototype 2.0 Pluses could achieve down the Duttinger Höhe, let's say.
Back then that thing was also, you know, way more bumpy still. They had another entire hill up there. So you had to actually lift off before you crested that, because you would blow up the engine.
Hmm. I like the fact Oscari Cantonin said it's fun here in the audience as well. Glad you're enjoying the spectator side of things, Oscari, for a change.
Yeah, he's won already. He doesn't have to ever compete again.
No.
But yeah, funnily enough, Oscari Kantonen also, he won this, I think, actually in the same car, if I remember correctly. And also as a solo driver, so Franek Godrecki, you know, trying to channel his inner Oscari Kantonen to follow in his footsteps after he almost won last year, and then I think in the last lap, actually overshot a corner slightly and then got stuck on top of a brick wall.
Oh, this is period. This is period correct here from Ted Ho. I was too busy to relight my first pipe I started with, my largest one, whilst driving. LMAO. It went out because I was holding my breath so much it didn't stay lit. Oh. This is brilliant. That's brilliant.
I think that's why they usually only smoke in the cars during NASCAR. I think with all the, like, you know, shifting back and forth, it's too much to also be smoking at that point.
Hmm. Yeah. So that makes Ted Ho our fourth retiree, down to 17 cars. And also, a good point by Doc Slappy. Last year, Max won solo too.
Yep. So actually, we only had solo winners so far. Maybe this is maybe Franek Kodrecki's year. We also have our provisional standings at the moment. So Godrecki's still in the lead after lap 2. Actually expanded that gap to, well, 1.5 minutes to Brabham Motorsport.
Okay,
Then
yep.
Baskerville Hobbyist Racing in third. Only 3 seconds behind.
And then, well, Ivor Engineering are really close to him as well. A further 7 seconds off on 1 hour 12.46.
And 1 minute 40 behind that, we have Erwan Bergier in the Equipe Drama. And after that, Retiarius Rensford, now with Nicholas Kirsten driving, 1 hour 14 minutes 54 seconds rounded up. After that, we had Teto, but unfortunately, of course, we lost him with 1 minute 16 dead. Now, the only thing that's dead is his car.
1 minute? You mean 1 hour?
1 hour 60 minutes, sorry.
It's a long day.
Two short laps. After that, we have Car Hubert Racing, just under 1 hour 17 minutes. Followed by Musubi. Then in 10th, we have Prosh Cavalcanti. Then 11th place, Acuri Australis, leading in SP 1.3. Then Magno Autosports, followed by Buckeye Racing, Buckeye Syndicate Racing. Then Fish Motorsport, Farcops Racing with the number 7. Then followed by Mezzo Veloce, then Bofit Engineering, and then Tide Entry Racing. And now on the long straight, we actually have our current provisional leader with us for the 1 minute speed interview. Franek, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
So, it's looking quite well right now. How is it feeling?
I'm trying not to have my feet numb. My heel is going numb from the brakes, but I'm fuel saving, feeling very comfy. Just anxious about messing it up somehow.
Well, I mean, right now it's looking great, so just keep doing what you're doing, and well, I'd say then you're on a pretty good path.
Oh yeah, I surely hope so. I really want to redeem myself from the last year escapade into the countryside. Yeah, so far it's looking good, but more than 75% ahead of me, so yeah.
Right, we're not going to distract you any longer. We saw how hectic it got when you were going through the corners. But, so, yeah, great driving so far. Best of luck going onwards.
Good luck, Franek.
Just a very quick, high-intensity interview.
Yeah. It's like, we might as well give that a moniker. HRSC Rapid Fire.
Yeah, that's actually great.
Or HRSC FTI, Full Throttle Interview.
I think the fun thing is it's only Targa where you can actually do this, though, because if you try to do it even at the 1960s Le Mans circuit, the straight is over so quickly, basically, that it's basically just, how's the race going? Great. How are you feeling? I need to pee. Okay, great. We'll see each other in 6 hours.
Yeah, I need to pee, or I need a drink. A strong one. Well, okay, so we've now collared a moniker for it. HRSC Rapid Fire, which is an interview down the back straight for 45 seconds. But yeah, I mean, I just had to hear that drive-by from Franek. Oh, that engine sounds glorious.
Fantastic, isn't it? And he's also fuel saving, so trying to save a pit stop pretty much, trying to just do the first stint, I guess, with 4 laps, as he completes his 3rd lap now, 35.20. Still going faster, my goodness, man! 35.25. Which we'll have to round up in our sheet here to 35.26. So just barely over 2 seconds faster, rounded up just around 1 second faster, but still.
Right, now, Ted Ho has come up with something really, really cool in the chat. This event is so much fun. I'd love to see HRSC do other TTs at different, shorter public road tracks. Dundrod, Northwest 200, Armoy, Bremgarten, and Deutschlandweg, perhaps. That sounds like you could actually make an HRSC Tourist Trophy season. Oh,
yeah. Honestly,
Shavito had a bit of a moment there.
Yeah. Sorry, just talking about each other there. With everything happening at once. I was actually considering that for next year, because we're doing a complete, refurbish of the physics for the 1950s cars right now. So next year I want to look at, well, a big series basically encompassing the entire year, but with a style that you can just drive the races that you want to, as long as you do 4 of the, let's say, 6 or 7 races, or like around 50% of the season. You basically get your car at the beginning of the season. If you join in later, you can just pick up a car that's left, and that is Godrecki.
Oh dear, Code Brown for the Automobile Club Polski driver.
Ooh.
That was very, very lucky. Right, okay, replay. Okay. It's the corner, backend steps out to the left. Oh, it was nearly on the clipping point.
My God.
Braddock, you lucky so-and-so. Ted Ho has just gone, I've earned the right to go pee now, tee-hee. Oh.
Right, we do have our first, another couple people in the pits right now. Darren Andrews coming in, followed by Aaron Bergier. Andrews just going over, just pretty much the same lap time as the lap before that. 36, a low 36. And Aaron Bergier is still going 11 seconds. No, actually, 19 seconds, if I'm correct. Yeah, 19 seconds faster than the lap before that, even, with a 36.49 in a 2-liter car.
That's pretty impressive. Austin Birchfield is now...
Matches that lap time, actually, Birchfield. Let's see, this is going to be the interesting part, because now we see that Birchfield is doing, he's doing a 4-lap stint for his first run. So either the others are going to do a 4-lap stint later on in the race, or they're going to do another extra stop just as a splash and dash. So the question then is, how much will the time offset be? And how does the rhythm of the car, how well does the rhythm translate off the driver, and also with driver changes going on, how that will translate into the overall result. And we're actually, speaking of driver changes, Robin DeVos is actually now in the car after Darren Andrews delivered his first really great stint.
Yeah. Well, I cannot believe, Ted Ho just said, I think he meant to say, "Oh, we were," like Borat or something like that. That was a hard place to lose it. How did he not tag the wall? I think he channeled his inner drift master's skill set on that one. I mean, when you get to Eastern Europe, they do know how to keep a car sideways. And well, Ewan Bergier now makes his way out. So 2-minute pit stop for the number 10, Keep Trauma Sports.
It's of course also longer refueling times. They didn't have like this entire fueling apparatus as they have nowadays. I mean, not all around the world. So the sports cars and, well, F1, they weren't really supposed to refuel back in the day. So F1 just got pretty much they just got a fuel can, just put on top of the fuel tank, douse that in, ta-da. The sports cars did have like proper refueling equipment, but they didn't quite have it the same as USAC in those years. So the Indy 500, where they could basically dump 260 liters into the car in 15 seconds.
Well, I mean, considering, the way that technology has evolved to these pressurized massive tanks, and then back in the day it was like probably like a 5 or 6 gallon steel jerry can, and you just had a funnel to pour it in, and it would take you forever to do so. But nevertheless, at this point we still have 17 cars still running, which is a pretty good thing. And yeah, I think well, we have got another interview standing by. I'm going to hand this one back. I think I'll let you take care of the interviews a little bit here as well, Nico. I've had for those that haven't wondered what I've been doing today, it's been a very, very long day, but in joins us Steph Hermans.
Steph, can you hear us all right?
Yes, I can hear you all.
Well, running very, very well at the start, and then heartbreak, for lack of other words. Take us through it. You were leading your class when the crash happened. Like after lap 1, you were still in the lead for SP 1.3.
Yeah, I was actually having a great time. Really cautious. Grip wasn't there just yet. Was getting really sticky. Started to feel confident and maybe a little bit too much. Just a little bit too late on the brakes, and yeah, veered off into the bollard, and that was the end of the race. Sadly, last year I had something similar, but that was a house that was collidable. So maybe next year I'm having more luck, I would say.
I mean, always the next race, of course, and nevertheless, absolutely stellar job. People may be a bit thrown off by the scoring stuff at the start. Basically, all the grid positions except for Steph's were behind the other 2 sector markers. So he was still counted on lap 1 while the others were counted on a higher lap. But, with the pure lap time outread that we have here, we had, absolutely fantastic run from Steph Hermans. And, overall, how would you say that it was actually going with the rhythm, like from the feeling?
From the feeling, it felt actually really good. Setup was way better than last year. Put in a lot of practice for it. It was not really liking the off-camber corners as much, but I think none of these cars really do. And yeah, feeling was there. Just trying to save the engine as much as possible, trying to fuel save it a little bit. Because I know I can go 4 laps on a tank if I am a little bit on the safe side. And I was actually working on my way to do that until, the little hit. But the feel, it was good. Just great track, really smooth for the time, I would say. And it is just a really pretty track to drive around, even if you're, just watching at this point. But yeah, a really good one to have tried again. And I hope we can actually do some more of these races. Because...
On that note, I was actually going to ask, how different is it compared to last year, like to the old version of the circuit? Like, what are the main differences that you would note about this?
Some of the corners are just more realistic, I would say. The radius is, especially in the really tight corners, is just something that you would expect in a real road situation, even if it's through the mountains. Especially the part that was described as the Stelvio Pass. Last year it was really rough to navigate through. This year it was really nice. It felt like the Stelvio Pass. I've driven there last year. Really felt similar to that. And just the surface, it is actually really just grippy enough, and it isn't throwing you around as much. It's not like a old school racetrack where the road is just bumpy public roads. It's feeling,
Concrete plates.
yeah, it's just feeling good.
Yeah, it's great to hear. So, you know, despite the DNF, like in 2 weeks we'll be back racing anyway. So, at this point, are you looking forward to Monaco already?
Yeah, I'm actually probably gonna hop on to some practice in Monaco later when the event has finished. I just need to watch the stream for now because it's actually really excited. I really am rooting for Fennec, that he redeems himself from last year. Best of luck to him, I would say.
Great to hear. Fantastic sporting spirit here from everyone. Thank you very much, Steph. Great to hear from you.
Thank you, Nico. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, I think the most, you know, the thing that stands out the most, I think, you know, even with drivers that have DNF'd already, you know, everyone is still in positive spirits. Everyone's still super motivated. And, you know, as the organizer for the event and, you know, generally just as a guy who loves racing, you know, nothing makes me happier, you know, even the guys that can't compete, unfortunately, anymore, even all of them, you know, still super good mood, you know, super eager to keep watching the event. And, yeah, it's looking great.
Yeah, as we saw the flat-out moment for Ricardo Mendes in the Magno Autosports number 15. Yeah, I think it's, you know, when it's you get some competitions where it's very much of a muchness. It's pretty much the same. You know, could be different cars, different tracks, different platforms, but when it's something different that some, you know, drivers in sim racing, and you know this as well. I mean, we've had you racing in HRSC anyway, Nico, and you've done the full Biggles get up with the leather cap and the goggles to go on as well. You've even streamed your perspective. I think you even had the driving gloves on at the time as well. So you had the full kit and caboodle. But I think it's when it's something like this where it's, you know, this is the big thing about racing in general, is that a series or a one-off event is only as good as the community that is part and parcel of it. And it could be anyone. It could be, you know, you will be in commentary. It's Daniel Costello behind, you know, the production, the wonderful production we're getting here, courtesy of Genisus Esports. It's every single facet that everyone is just a small cog in the watch movement that is making this tick away second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour, until we get to that point where everyone go, you know, there'll be someone go, yeah, well, that wasn't really a great race, but whilst I was out there, I was really enjoying it. It's more about having, as you said, that positive mental attitude, and that can get you so much more satisfaction out of this than going down in the dumps going, well, I'm not going to stick around, I'm not going to cheer anybody on, I'm just going to be a party pooper and just decide to go off and do their own thing. Whereas here everyone else is, they're just enjoying it. That's, you know, when enjoyment is the main positive overriding factor, you get a lot more people that, yeah, I've DNF, but so what? I can watch the rest of the stream and cheer on who I want.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the thing. Overall, I'm really, really glad with the community that we've built over the last couple of years. And as you said, you know, also with, honestly, the fantastic broadcast quality that we get thanks to Daniel and the guys at Genesis Extreme. And, you know, always with fantastic commentators like you, or with Joe, or with Jake Sperry, like we had last time as well, before as well, and with I forgot his name. I'm an awful person. Ossian, because he jumped in literally last minute for
our legendary Finn behind the mic, Ossian Puhaka.
Yes,
does a great job. Fantastic individual. I've had the pleasure of working with him before. Yeah, I
in last minute for East London and Goodwood for Formula A, Formula B about 2 weeks ago, and just, you know, you just get up in the morning and you're just eager to get racing with the guys. You know, the entire like organization stuff already is fun. It's stressful as all heck, but
like
you know, especially when
me
there's
before we went on air, sorting out cameras until 4:15 your time
in the morning, yes.
Germany. And
But-
I was already partway through part of the broadcast schedule that I've had. I mean, I've been up since 2 o'clock UK time this morning. I managed to grab a quick 45 minutes in the break between the two races for China GT Championship and Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. But to come to do this, and you know, we're now over 2 hours into the broadcast, and it's just it's nice when you have a race that isn't defined by who finishes ahead of who. It's about who is the quickest one out there, and it is the race against the almighty stopwatch. And that, in some respects, is a bit more of a... In some ways, yeah, as much as I do love, you know, 55-minute races with a mandatory pit stop plus an additional lap, it's a case of when you've got these guys doing what they're doing on this circuit here at Targa Sicilia, it's just wonderful because it's a different way of providing a story for the folks at home. Yeah, we're the storytellers, but the drivers are the ones that really make this show what it is, and their passion, their love for for classic racing. It kind of reminded me of, it kind of reminds me of going to, like old car museums, and you get to see cars from like the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. You see some, I think, what was it? I went to the museum in, I'm trying to remember. I know it's in Germany, but it's got the Concorde and the Tupolev.
Oh, Sinsheim. Sinsheim or Speyer, one of the two.
Yes.
I always mix them up.
Sinsheim, it was. And it was just really, really cool. And then I see cars such as Bernd Schneider's Mercedes DTM car, with which he won his fifth and last DTM title. You just get this wonderful appreciation for how technology has changed, but it's always nice to go back to the old school and just go, right, let's give it a shot, see how it pans out, and if it's not quite worked out, well, it is what it is, but at least we gave it a go.
I think one of the special things as well with especially these cars, with these, well, quite literally, like, these are vintage, these are the legendary old day cars. I did have the pleasure of actually seeing one of the real-life cars that competed in Le Mans in 1967, the North American racing team Ferrari 412P, which actually was, in the year before that, still a 330P3 works chassis from Ferrari. And they basically had that repainted because, 1966 was the year when Ford emasculated Ferrari, essentially, at Le Mans. And the year after, Ferrari came back with the same 3-wide photo finish for the Daytona 24 Hours, and that car was actually part of that. And to see that in person and knowing the history behind that, knowing the just all that it's been through pretty much, and there's really no how would you say it? There's no other way to put it other than it just gets you emotional,
Yeah, it's the emotional petrol heads time capsule, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
DFW 964. Sinsheim was super cool back in the 80s already. Yeah, I mean, it's like literally, when I went there, thanks to my good friend Konrad Bayer, who lives in Mettmann, just in the outskirts of Düsseldorf, he said, well, I've got a meeting during the day. There's a museum in Sinsheim. Do you want to go and have a look? And I was like, yeah, cool. And it was like a treasure box,
Treasure trough.
chest
Trov or something.
full of trinkets. And then to actually walk into and walk up both the Concorde and the Russian illegitimate offspring, the Tupolev.
Oh yeah, the Tu-144.
Yeah, it was just one of those experiences where you just have to go and see it to believe it, and to understand and process. And I think, you know, a lot of these days, you know, history can be tarnished with the wrong brush, let's say.
Yeah.
And this is not to throw anyone under the bus. I think everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but then there comes a line that gets drawn, and then you know whether you're gonna have that you know, it's sometimes it's difficult to quantify, if you know what I mean, where you just get bamboozled, and all your senses from sight to smell to touch, as David Dezan in the Mezavoloce has a wobble in the number 12 car. I think it was just like, it was overwhelming. Like, you see all this paraphernalia, and it was like looking back through, because they've got an extensive, you know, German military exhibit there on the lower floor. And just walking through, you got this real sense of what was capable back in those times. And here we are. It's we're enjoying what we're seeing here, where the drivers are still attempting to put their best foot forward.
I'm also just seeing something right now. Last running car trying to desperately get back to the pit lane. That is Chaz Kala in the Bofield Engineering number 3. That car is crabbing.
Oh dear.
So that'll definitely be coming in for a pit stop.
Okay. And looks like we've got another guest joining us here, Nico.
Yes, indeed. That is Mr. Darren Andrews, the race starter for the Baskerville Hobbyist Racing Team. How are you doing, Darren?
Greetings, esteemed commentary team and production team. Very good to be chatting with you as always.
So, first couple of laps, how did it feel? How did you feel to drive?
I was driving very tight, like nerves got to me a bit, and so I was quite a bit slower than I was, but I think that was appropriate for the situation. I had a few slight wall hits that deranged the steering slightly, and did have another one that bent my suspension midway through lap 2, so at that point I was all about just trying to get through the 3 laps and handing the car over to my teammate Scooby, Robin, sorry. And luckily the damage we suffered didn't take that long to fix. We didn't lose any time at all. So Robin's out there with a nice straight car. I think I have no idea where we are. I'm assuming we're probably behind a few people because I was a bit slow, but yeah, I'm pretty satisfied just to get through the stint.
Yeah, we're looking at, like, you guys were looking at, I think, P2 or P3 overall. Mm-hmm. So, really good run overall, and actually, well, the opposite of running well, we just got our next retirement. And speaking of retirement, we did get quite close, didn't we, with Air1 spin earlier? what was that for you like?
Well, I just had nowhere to go. Blind corner, came out of it, and Erwin's pointing towards me, so luckily we were in a relatively slow section. I was able to try and I just steered a little bit into the barrier, didn't hit it too hard, and he kind of backed away, which was good. But it was a bit of a shame for Irvine. He was driving really well. Like I wasn't catching him for quite a while. So, and him being in a lower class car was very impressive. But I do think he may have got caught out by having me in his mirrors. So it's unfortunate if that was the case. But yeah, pretty scary moment. I'm feel pretty lucky to get through that.
Yeah, still in the end, good reactions from both of you. You know, both staying out of terminal damage range and doing very, very well to actually get around that. So,
Thank you.
Excellent reactions and giving the car to Scooby with minimal damage essentially, and able to keep it running.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how many laps Robin will do, but I think we might actually 3-stop rather than really stretch the strategy. I think we're not quite fast enough as a duo to try and out-strategize someone like Franek, who's running away at the front. So I think our aim is pretty much to get to the end. Robin hasn't actually finished one of these yet, so I'm very determined that we actually get some sort of finish out of this. So we're going to be driving and strategizing a lot more cautiously than others probably. So yeah, looking good though.
Yeah, looking like a very good run.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's a shame to see we've had quite a bit of attrition already. It's hard, obviously, to keep tracks. I've had someone in my chat's been keeping me updated, and also Robin as well. But how many cars are we down to now?
Well, we do officially have 5 retirements now, and
Okay.
well, if Chaz cannot get back on the track, I think that's number 6.
Oh, he's stuck in a valley somewhere?
Yeah, the car was crabbing quite a lot, and he spun off the circuit just before the end of the lap, and well, it's very steep to get back up the hill. Let's say it like that.
Well, this version is much more forgiving with that respect, so
Yeah.
he must be buried deep somewhere, unfortunately, but that's a shame to hear. But yeah, it's been a great experience. I can't get enough of driving this fabled circuit, and trying out a new version has just added to the immersion. It's a magnificent piece of work. So congrats to all involved, and thank you.
Yeah, and, well, thank you for running, of course. Fantastic to run from you as well, obviously. And,
yeah, we'll see what happens. You're putting the hex on me here, Nico.
I mean, hey, like, you've got this already in the bag, you know?
Just winding you up, mate. But thanks. Yeah, I think we'll be good. Robin's a bit nervous, but I've just told him to take it steady, and I think we'll get there at the end. I see someone's trying to get back into the server, so I hope there wasn't a disconnect somewhere that just occurred. But yeah, I've enjoyed it immensely so far, and just have a little bit of a rest now, watch what's happening, and hopefully do another decent stint when I hop back in an hour or so.
Yeah, well, good luck for that. And hopefully that you guys keep on going strong. Looking very good overall throughout the field.
Thank you, gentlemen. I hope you have a wonderful remainder of your call.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Darren Andrews. Ooh, the optimism is still going strong.
It is, and yep, Chaz Kaler has now DNF'd, so we are down to 15 cars. And here is Chris Okuda from Mitsubishi Motorsports, the number 8 car. This is, oh, he's gone straight off the bridge! Oh dear. Oh dear. Looked like that car didn't want to turn in.
Yeah, he was saying earlier he overcooked it a little bit. Got in there a bit too quickly, and yeah, well, missing the turn-in point on a corner is not that bad, but when the turn-in point decides on whether you're going to be on the bridge or going to be driving off next to the bridge, that's where it gets critical.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Chris Okuda for Mitsubishi Motorsport, that was a crucial point that he needed to get right, and it went completely Pete Tong, as the saying goes. But nevertheless, we and here comes another replay. I think this might be for Chaz Kaler, possibly. Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
Heavily crabbing already, so he was going quite
Yes.
slowly to try and get the car back.
It was like the back end was steering for him, and
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I think that was just a bit of a connection thing there for a moment. But he had slipped over to the right over the edge, and yeah, unfortunately, just a passenger at that point.
yeah. Well, not much for that we can really say, as well, we were honestly discussing earlier on that we've had winners of this event that have done it completely solo, like this man here, who was so lucky with his Driftmaster's clipping point spin, and then managed to still get the car back in the right direction on the circuit. He's still going so well. His lead now, that is
After lap 3, the lead was...
that is over 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes and 13 seconds lead that Franek Godrecki has at this moment over either
Though that is
either
directly...
engineering.
That's to Birchfields on track.
Yeah.
So, but on the timing side then, that's around 2 minutes 15 seconds to the Baskerville car, who will of course be a bit further behind right now because of their pit stop.
Yeah. And then we've got Ivor Engineering Targa Division. They've done pretty well as well. They're up to P2 now in the sports prototype 2 litre plus.
The speed down that hill, my god.
And it's just like, oh!
Throws out the tail a bit there as well for good measure.
That was fully lit.
Beautiful.
Now, this is back in the day, folks, when going sideways was actually one of the quickest ways to race. And now he's down the straightaway again. all I'm just waiting for is for someone to do the impression of the F1 guy. Meow.
The cameras are placed right next to the crowd at certain points, so
Yeah.
they just walk up to the mic. But 310 kilometers now, 311, really scratching on the 219, 220 miles an hour mark. Oh, sorry, 190 is... I do really bad with the transition from miles to kilometers. I live in a metric country.
Well, 300 kph is 186 miles an hour. 311 is... So basically, for every 10 kph, call it 6 miles an hour. So yeah, he's trying to get closer and closer to 195 miles an hour. But because he's out front, there's no one in front of him. He's not able. I am just in absolute awe of what Franek is doing. I mean, obviously he's said that he has been doing a bit of fuel saving. I mean, yeah, which is you can hear by the throttle inputs, like literally as a lift, no real braking to speak of, but just carries the momentum through the corner. And again, another right, another left, just trying to get that front end to dance with him, and it seems to be working at the minute.
That's absolutely astonishing to watch. You know, he's driving that car not just through the front wheels, but also through the rear wheels. So he's doing the rotation the casual way, you know, the regular way that you would, with just turning in the wheel and, you know, getting the front tires loaded up, turning in, but then also driving it over the rear axle with just giving it a bit of a power slide, you know, always being right on the edge of the grip. You know, it's really, really great to see. how he's using everything this car has to offer. Exactly like that. Exactly like that. Daniel Costello also being quite surprised at that here in the director's box.
Well, we can't repeat what our director just said anyway, but let's just say exclamation point, multiply that by times infinity, and that's his response to that one. That was well held. Really, really well held. As, well, he finally, after that Nyon clean up on aisle 3 and Code Brown, I'm sure that he probably was having a couple of blue words said to himself when that happened. after him becoming the first HRSC rapid fire interviewee at over 300 plus kilometers an hour. But that was the save of the day, and he's had 2. You know what they say, folks? These kind of things always come in 3s.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy, that onboard. But speaking of crazy, here's a man who, well, not just this circuit, but every race that he's raced in has done it with one hand, out of necessity, and nevertheless still manages to beat me most of the time. It is frustrating as all heck, but here he is anyway. Reese Gardner, how are you doing, mate? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, Nick. I literally stayed with Matt in the number 6 for the race start, and then I had to duck away for a broadcast commitment of my own. I've just gotten back from that, and I'll be getting ready to take over the car at the end of this next 3-lap stint, I believe, for Matt. I'm basically going to try to do the last 4 laps of the race here.
Ah, fantastic. So overall, first of all, like, you've done a lot of practice for this. You know, you guys won your class last year. Is there any pressure at all to perform the same way again?
Well, I mean, I don't know how Matt feels about it, but I've definitely had a bit of pressure on myself. I really want to back up that result. It's taken some getting used to with the new track, of course. I mean, I remember I was talking with you the last week, I believe, about how much more sense this track seems to make now compared to the old version, which is still a fantastic track, but this one, of course, being LiDAR scanned, it just comes to me a bit more naturally. Still haven't been able to make it around a full lap without some kind of incident, but hopefully the race pressure will help me to perform better in that respect.
You mentioned how the track is, you know, quite different and how it makes more sense. Does that give, like we heard it from Darren Andrews, it gives a bit of a false sense of security sometimes, and then the corner still comes in very rapidly and, you know, much more on the slow side after a very fast section. Does it feel more natural? Can you prepare more for it, or is it more surprising than on the last circuit?
It depends on the section, really. There's one part, I believe it's, I couldn't tell you where on the circuit it is, but it's around about the sort of 13 to 14 minute mark in the 1.3s. It's this sweeping right-hander that suddenly out of nowhere you got a break, and there's a really tight right-hander right after it. Every single lap I've done, I have either come close to or I have clattered the wall on the outside. I'm hoping that I don't do that when I get into the car, and I'm still having a few issues finding my way around coming from Colosano to Campo Felice, but I do enjoy driving this circuit a bit more. I just feel like, you know, apart from a few places, it just comes to me a bit more naturally.
And, I mean, generally always a great way when you can get more natural feeling out of a circuit, feeling more connected to it as well. For overall, like, how are you basically mentally preparing for the stint that's up ahead? So, you know, Matt will have done 2-3 lap stints, but then, you know, it doesn't sound like much, you know, when you're thinking, okay, yeah, 3 lap stint, then a 4 lap stint, and then the reminder is, you know, that's over half an hour, that's 72 kilometers, one more. How much stress and pressure is there on there?
A bit for me, because if you recall last year's event, I also tried to go for a 4-lap stint there, and the car's tyres wore down enough on the 4th lap that I ended up losing it at a very critical spot. I am worried that the same thing is going to happen this year, but I want to put that to the back of my mind, because it seems like this new version of the circuit has a bit higher grip, and I feel like, you know, I'm not having to push the tyres as hard. I'm not sliding the car around all the time. So, potentially, I'll be able to get that done.
I think for the tyres as well will like it a lot more that this version of the circuit is not as extremely bumpy in like most sections. Feel like the main thing that sticks out here, that every driver has been saying, that the first thing that stuck out to me when I first tested the version, when Avols first brought this over to RF2, the tarmac is a lot smoother, like not unrealistically smooth, like it's what you'd expect from a street, you know. And in comparison to that, the old circuit, you know, like it was a bit like a tank proving ground in certain places, you know, a lot of rattling. You had to dial up the force feedback smoothing a little bit. And, you know, for this, it's, I think, a little bit more driver-friendly, as Austin Birchfield is standing in the pit lane and, well, waiting for his pit crew to finish.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. I really love the fact that we've been able to get Hubbles' version of the Targa Florio circuit here. It's just fantastic to finally have, you know, a super accurate LiDAR version of the roads that made up this legendary track, and I'm looking forward to putting some more laps around it later on.
And actually, speaking of the realistic and proper detailed versions of the circuit and old Italian roads, another one of those is actually coming to us later this season in the form of Pescara for Formula A, and Pescara and also Napoli for Formula B as well. So overall, I'd say we've got Italy in a pretty good spot for historic racing in the near future.
Yeah, I think so too. I did have a drive around it was Napoli, was it? The other circuit, and I really love Pescara. Just surprisingly intuitive circuit for how long it is. So I'm looking forward to those races when they come up later in the year.
Yeah, it should absolutely be great. But yeah, we'll let you prepare for your stint. Matt is just finishing. Well, he's going to finish his first lap of the second stint in a little bit. But, you know, also mental preparation and all that stuff. And, yeah, thank you very much for coming in. Looking forward to seeing you on track, mate.
All right, thanks very much, Nick. I'll try to put on a show, hopefully not by putting it in the wall.
That's the spirit, mate. Have a good one.
See you guys. Thank you.
Well, really good to hear from Reese there, Nico, but Ted Ho is just coming out with some perlers today. Birchfield feeding pasta carbonara to lactose-intolerant Italian girls that came to see him. He loves the smell.
Oh, dear God.
Dear. Ted, you are really dragging down the tone of the chat by a significant amount. It's like the tone's just gone like this, gone.
It's gone.
Like literally, it's gone and then some.
I know, but we are reaching a point where everyone's coming over now to lap 5, well, finishing their 4th lap. Big offset, of course, in between them. Matt Wright is making his way towards the final town, that fast right-hand king, sorry. Thinking of the track in the wrong way there because of this camera angle here. Campo Felice di Rocella. Before that, rapid downhill, down to the Buonfanello Straight. And even though this is one of the slower classes, it still looks absolutely on edge maneuvering that through this entire section, doesn't it?
I still can't believe, with that sideways moment for Franek, okay, this is the consistency this man from Automobile Club Polski has put in on the opening 4 laps. Lap 1, 35.37. Lap 2, 35.27. Lap 3, 35.26. I think he would have been even faster had he not had that slide.
Yeah, absolutely possible. And, that's one of those things, where he has to... How would you say it best? He has to try and clean up a little bit to just get that extra little bit of pace out there. But honestly, out of all of the people still running in our class here for SP 1.3, they are off by 6.5 minutes right now.
That's it's just incredible, just the consistency that he's got. I mean, he's definitely looking for redemption after what transpired last time, but to do it in such a fashion where nobody else can touch him, like literally at this moment. And I'm going to say it this way, just to put it into context. It is Franek's race to lose, because he has just been flirting with the edge of disaster a little bit too much, probably for his own liking, in the last couple of laps. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I'd agree overall. Like, in the end, he's in a really good rhythm right now, so but the problem is, when you're going fast, the slower you go, then, to conserve or to calm down, the more difficult it gets to gauge how much you have to slow down overall. And I think a lot of people, especially around this circuit, where we have the huge gaps, for example, with the different offset pit strategies and everything, it gets really, really difficult to gauge, how much of a buffer zone, so to say, you have to actually slow down. And especially in this circuit, which invites you to push a little bit more, and then all of a sudden it's a lot slower again.
Quentin Chavito in the number 19.
Oh, that's the next DNF.
Yeah, that's going to bring us down to what, 14 cars now. We're getting into that point where what's the number 19 forced to 41.
Oh, I hope we can get a replay of that, because that was right into the side wall of one of the bridges going into Bolesano on the entrance of the city.
Oh, I'm not looking. I'm probably going to wince. Here we go. Here's the replay. And
a little bit of damage already on the front, and then here into the corner, overcooks it a bit, and
and it blows up. Oh,
yeah, burst fuel cell, engine gone.
At a good old barbecue. Oh dear.
In the
when Steph put in the Discord, when I saw in there from when I saw Steph's comment in there saying Quentin had an accident, I was just like thinking, oh no, not another DNF. And then literally we have the first exploding car. They do say.
Yeah, I'd say that's in the business we call that the suboptimal racing line.
Yeah, suboptimal. Well, suboptimal was the subsequent result of impacting with said wheel upright, exits, and flames enter the conversation rather rapidly. Oh, another one. Yeah, that's another one. Ding, gone. It's just like family fortunes.
That's the thing, you really try to, just keep it together. You try to go faster because you want to gain a little bit of time. And even then, your car is damaged. You're still quite certain that you can push just a little bit more to make sure that you're going to be in a bit of a better position. But this, all of a sudden the car just reacts a little bit differently from, the damage that you've accrued. And, well, good luck.
Yeah, just been seeing what you've just been putting in. Olli Karjanlahti for Karhu Beer Racing, 38 minutes 43 on his first lap, 38 minutes 11 on lap 2, 37.55 on lap 3, lap 4, 37.31. So cumulatively, from his first to his fourth lap, he's a minute and 12 seconds quicker. So really, really good average there from him. And well, Franek is still charging forward at the moment, but doing a
tremendous job, honestly.
I know. I think I'm going to come across this point again that it seems like the drivers who are running solo, they know that there's only one person to blame if they get it wrong, themselves. And with that, you have that little bit more of a committed understanding, if you will, to know, right, this is how hard I can push on the limit. If I go beyond that, I think in your words, Nico, I'm buggered. It's just like literally, it is just literally the cases of that happening. I think we've also got some drivers waiting to jump on in as well, which we'll do in just a minute. But yeah, Franek is flirting with these walls a little bit more than what we've seen. I mean, now he's even skating on the grass, for goodness sake. He's trying to find hundredths and tenths of a second here or there around this lap time. And he's about 45%. But you know what? I think I'll hand over to your good self for another interview, buddy.
Yes, and with that we have Quentin Chavato, who luckily didn't get any burn injuries after that fiery crash. Quentin, how are you doing?
I would prefer not to have jumped out of the car, but yeah, something happened. No, but just the harsh reality of Targa Florio. Just the slightest mistake and the race can be over. I had this like a small freeze, like game freeze just before, and I think I overbraked in reaction. And I suppose I locked the rear, and that explains how I hit the bridge. But yeah, very unlucky with the damage here.
Yeah, it's a very difficult circuit for sure. Until that point, overall, how was your impression of the race?
Oh, until that point, I was doing great. I think I was catching a few people. They took a few people as well for position. I had at the moment of the crash, I had catch P11, I think, in it was in another class, but I was still catching cars, like making my way up slowly. But yeah, I had a small suspension damage. Made a mistake. 2 mistakes, one in each lap, and I did another big mistake at the end of lap 2 that ended the race. But yeah, until that point, I was really happy with the car. It just the Mark 1 GT40 is so lovely. The roar of the engine, it just yeah, just something. It just it's not the best car, not the fastest or by any means, but it's just such a pleasure to drive it.
absolutely understandable. So, my question to you: why go for the GT40 Mark 1 and not for the Mark 2?
I think for me at least, it drives better. I know it's underpowered compared to the others, but I just prefer how it drives. And I just a love affair with the car. It's such a lovely car, the Mark 1. So beautiful one. And yeah, even the smallest engine was a bit of a strategic call as well for how less power means it's less likely to spin out of slow corners. So a bit on that as well, a bit easier to drive than the later versions of the car.
Yeah, that's true as well, and also a little bit with the 5-speed as opposed to the 4-speed, probably also a little bit nicer around all the twisty bits of the circuit, right?
Yeah, we're still using the longest gear ratio for the straight, so 90% of the circuit it was first or second gear. But it wasn't it's not a deadly first gear how many of the cars of the era. So it's really fine to use the first gear. It's not deadly. It's not that dangerous.
True enough. And well, other than this, of course, you're also one of the drivers in the Formula B Championship. I don't remember. Are you actually gonna take part at Monaco?
Initially, I wasn't supposed to be taking part in the first round, but thanks to the Formula B running earlier than what I thought, I should be able to do most of the rounds, so I should be there at Monaco.
Fantastic.
Yeah, which is really good because I got way better results than expected in the first round at Goodwood. So I will try to do my best and keep going that way and score more big points.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Right mindset to be there. And even with this not going, always good to stay behind the wheel and keep your rhythm up, keep your tools sharp, so to say. Even if these are completely different cars compared to the Formula B cars, for example.
Yeah, that's not really an issue, to be honest. I have so many events going on at the same time, around the same time, doing Ace Corsa things as I'm a moderator for Syndicate, doing Grand Prix Legends leagues in 1967 Formula 1 cars, and doing these ones, both the Targa Florio and the Formula B Championship. So the main issue is to readapt to each game because they all have different way to drive and different specifications. But at least the cars are mostly on the same era, so it's at least something that I keep consistent.
So basically the base part of the entire car is staying similar, but there's different quirks to everything.
Yeah, definitely. A big difference in the feeling, in the force, like what the game gives me on how the car feels and what the car is doing. But yes, I have the advantage of driving Grand Prix Legends, which is probably the least detailed force feedback. So I'm used to that, and the more it gives, just the better it is. But it's just a cherry on the top. It's not necessary for me to have that details, I think.
Yeah, I think it's also just a matter of you get more feedback, so you don't have to concentrate as much, I'd say.
Yeah, as well. That's one of the difficulties of the sim racing, is that you don't feel the car by your body, just the wheel, and then just what you see and what you hear, depending on what the games want to give you as a clue. So some games are better to give you hearing force feedback, while some really struggles on that department. I know I use the sounds a lot, but yeah, just the small adjustment that you have to do jumping from a game to another. But that is the pleasure of having like our hobby of sim racing and being able to play different games with like all running around the same 60s era. That is really awesome and incredible in so many regards, like the way the car looked, the track used, so many things.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, difficult race today. Obviously, a little bit more, a different kind of hot lap that you weren't expecting.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a track that I mostly know by now. Doing a few events on the free games that I mostly play. So Esto Corsa, Grand Prix Agents, and rFactor 2. But actually, the first time I'm properly driving this version of the track. So a lot of the reapers, a lot of the markers that I'm been using are not here. So that's the same track, but that's not the same track. If you know what I mean. Just so different. You have so many things that you can use that are not here in this version. The number of spectators also caught me off guard. At some places they hide the view inside the corner to what's next. So it's really like having to relearn the track and considering how long it is with all the other commitments that I have, it's really difficult. Obviously I would have preferred to keep driving and keep learning on the race, but yeah, just one tiny mistake and the car is gone.
What you mentioned with the spectators being in the way and you not being able to see where you're going next, it's almost like how the Rally Portugal used to be in the 1980s.
Yeah, exactly. That's just the Group B rallies, but at least they had a co-driver to give them instruction about the road. Meanwhile, here we just have to guess or just to remember like hardly where the track was going. So yeah, it's about the same vibe in some corners, to be honest. But yeah, just we are alone all by ourselves and trying to keep the car on the tarmac, on track, and that's obviously the most difficult part, as we've seen several of the DNFs, several mistakes by mostly everyone. I just so easy to do.
Yeah, challenging circuits in, well, every single way that you could imagine. Nevertheless, even without the DNF, thank you very much for attending. And, not the first time you've attended. I hope certainly not the last. And
yeah, that's the third attempt, and that's the further I've gone so far.
we actually have, Martin Jasper's actually having a bit of an off there as well. But it seems getting away without damage for now. So
nice.
Lucky there.
Ooh, oh yeah, I just got it on the stream as well. Some delay on my end. But yeah, that's the third attempt, and that's the further I've been so far. So hopefully I will see the end one day. And no, I would. I really like the event. It's an opportunity to get back to this lovely circuit, and the atmosphere and everyone helping each other and, before the event, on the settings, on getting into the rhythm of the cars with the track. It's such a lovely community that even with all the quirks of the game, I keep coming back. So that's a statement.
Yeah, the quirky stuff is really, really quirky, and it can kill a bit of the fun, but then the driving is such a fun experience that overall it makes it net worth it.
Yeah, that's the reason we keep coming back, despite all the effort of the game to not make us back, I think. But we just as soon as we're on the track, it's a pleasure to be there. So I'll come back for sure.
Absolutely agree. Quentin, thank you very much for coming in. Thank you very much for taking part, and thank you for getting back out of the car after it caught fire.
Yeah, thanks for the event. Thanks for the commentary as well, because it's a long event, and yeah, good fun for the rest of the event. I'll certainly rest myself a bit, take a shower, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the stream.
Great to hear. Go ahead and take that shower now.
Good luck.
Hopefully we'll see you in chat. See you later.
Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Quentin Chavito. Now we actually have someone in that drove the start of the race, and the car is still in the race. That's Paul Stasos. That's the number 7 Farcops Racing team. Paul, so can you hear us?
Yep, all good.
Excellent. So, overall, stint finished. I hope reasonably happy with it as well.
Not really. On the first lap, nerves really got to me. I made a lot of mistakes early on, but there was no damage to the suspension per se. Like it was, the steering wheel was slightly rumbly sometimes on the straightaway, but it was fine. But I drove like 2 minutes slower than I used to do on practice, so it was very stressful.
Yeah, in practice it's always a little bit, you can still reset, you can still try again, and in the race all of a sudden that safety buffer is gone, and especially around this circuit, there's not a lot of safety buffer to begin with.
Yeah, like one mistake and it's done, basically. But yeah, the second stint is also going pretty well, if we don't count the one moment at the start where Ingars had a bit of an oversteer moment, and he clipped the edge on the inside and he rolled it. But it flipped over reasonably fast, so not a big time loss.
Luckily they have a helpful Sicilian spectators helping out.
This is basically a rally stage, so...
the round course rally stage.
Yeah.
Overall, which section of the circuit would you say is the most tricky to tackle with your car?
Ooh, I would say it's not like a car issue per se, because the car is pretty good, although the setup could be better. We tried every combination, it didn't drive any better, but it's more of a track knowledge issue where we don't really know from like minute 20 to minute 30. That's the part that we don't exactly know. If every single one of us has like, we can remember it up to the 20 minutes and afterwards, but that middle is just a blur.
Yeah, in the middle where you are, well, it's switching between those fast sections and then into the next slow section. It is a quite difficult section to get used to, and a lot of blind corners coming in as well.
Yeah, and the I don't know how to say it now where that section is, but there's one of the road signs that signifies like a T-junction there. It's really narrow with stone walls everywhere, and that's the part where like I always mess up. There's always, you accelerate too fast, then you remember, oh no, it's a sharp corner now, and you go straight ahead.
I mean, luckily there's a barrier to find you there as well.
Yeah, that's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, for sure. So, you are in the Lighthouse GTLE, the one that's modeled after the Lotus 47 with a 1.6-liter engine. Why didn't you go for a full-size 2-liter car?
Basically, they're too hard to drive. where we don't spend a lot of time sim racing. Like all three of us enjoy it. Well, 2 of us mostly. We do some races, but this one was much easier to control and easier to learn. And the third guy that's driving our stint, Daniels, he's really new to sim racing. It was a challenge to persuade him to drive, and practice sessions were quite difficult, so I don't know if we're gonna hold on to our P3 in class now, because Ingars is now trying really hard to build up a lead that we're probably going to lose at some point.
Nevertheless, overall it's looking quite good so far.
Yeah,
And we actually just well, opposite of good. We just got Brabham DNFing.
Ooh.
Something happened there to Tobias Hoffmann with a little bit too much gusto in one of the slow sections. Here we have the replay. Coming on the way down to Colesano, and it could be... Oh no, that's just a... Oh, he hits the inside. Yeah, so the car is a little bit... The Lola is... Well, the Lilith is a little bit wider on the rear than on the front. And he tried to take the corner a bit too sharp. Got hooked on that stone marker on the side. And it ripped the rear axle clean out. Really, really unlucky for the Brabham team.
Yeah, that I just saw it on stream. Yeah, that was just an rFactor moment, I guess. That's how you could call it.
Now, I mean, I'd argue even in real life, if you get hooked with your car on a cornerstone like that, it'll also just shear off the rear axle.
Yeah, maybe.
Either way, overall, how confident are you guys in your result coming up? Or, if it stays like it is, or do you think you can keep this position up?
I'm very hopeful. I trust my teammates, so I think we're gonna stay in P3.
Looking good, looking quite good. You guys also have, like, at the end of the last lap, you had, I think, the closest, if not one of the closest gaps to the cars behind. So Mezzo Veloce, the Porsche 70 CL, is only 7 seconds behind you after lap 3.
That's much closer than it shows on stream. Now you got my blood pumping again.
I apologize. I didn't intend to.
So yeah, I would like to say a really big thank you for you all organizing this event and all the other HRSC events. And I'm really hopeful that we're gonna see 6 hours of Spa one day.
Maybe 1,000 kilometers next year.
Oh. That would be a very, very fun event.
Kilometer races. But yeah, Pauls, thank you very much for swinging by. Best of luck for the remainder of the race, and hopefully the class podium.
Thank you very much.
Have a good rest of the race. Right, and on that note, we actually have, we lost another car. That means we have 13 runners remaining, as Franek Odrecki comes around to finish his 5th running lap. That is a 37, rounded up 26. And still going on strong. Couple of minutes ahead, so 3 minutes, around 3.5 minutes ahead of what should now be 2nd place, if I saw it correctly. Yeah, that should be 2nd place overall for either engineering.
Such a shame for Tobias Hoffmann. I mean, you said about that Brabham car being a little bit wider on the back end, and he's clashing wheels again. Is there one? If that back end had rotated ever so slightly more to the left-hand side, I think that would have been a smash into the local housing market and also the spectators. He was so lucky. That did not go completely wrong there.
Yes, indeed. And now that we had the final runner, well, the last placed runner at the moment, because Tobias Hoffmann just DNF'd, Liam Sieplin, I hope that I pronounced that name correctly, finish the 4th lap. We now have renewed standings, so still Automobile Club Polski, this number 18, with Franek Godrecki leads with 2:22.01. And in second place, 2:25.27. That is Iver Engineering's Mignard 01 MD, piloted by Austin Birchfield. And just under 3 minutes behind that is Baskerville Hobbyists Racing's number 17, another Favero. And then after that, we already have the first Frosch, the German and Dutch team-up of Retiarios Rennsport in the number 16 with Niklas Kirsten and Danny Furman in fourth place, just over 1.5 minutes behind Baskerville in third place. In fifth, then we have Equipe Trama Sports, just around 35 seconds behind Retiarios car, and in a very commanding lead in class. And after that, we have Car Hubert Racing's Chapelle XF with 2:32.20, so literally a second and 2 minutes behind the Trama Sports car. And then followed after that Prosh Cavalcanti. Then behind that we have Ecurie Australis, the leader in the 1.3 class, in 8th place. Followed by Magna Autosports with Ricardo Mendes. Followed by Farcops Racing with the number 7 in 10th place overall. Then 11th place Mezzo Veloce, who were at the last lap only 7 seconds behind on the scoring. And then followed by our last two runners, Fish Motorsport and Tight Entry Racing.
Okay, we do have a next victim, volunteer for HRSC Rapid Fire on his next lap around. It will be Austin Birchfield for the number 21 Mignard 01 MD for Iver Engineering Targa Division. So Austin did say he's ready for a rapid fire interview. We'll make sure it's on the next lap.
Yeah, he just reached the end of the straight after.
Yeah, like literally said, oh yeah, Steph went, yeah, Austin's ready for one. It was like literally, and
he just finished the straight.
He's just finished. Well, like literally, I typed in there saying, how far is he away from the straight, Steph? Daniel's gone. Might need to next lap. On it now. Next lap works for him. So when he's on the straight, we will speak to Austin Birchfield in the next edition of HRSC Rapid Fire. That's now the decided name. I think it sounds better than Full Throttle, because we've got literally 30 to 45 seconds to given the Sicilian Inquisition here at Targa Sicilia. But yeah, it's been rather interesting to see some drivers really, like, say, I'm gonna make a mention of Olli Cargianlati of Car Hubert Racing. Like literally over the course of the 4 laps, he's improved his lap time by a cumulative total of 1 minute 12 seconds. And yes, okay, it's got the biggest engine on the grid, but to still be able to muscle that thing around this 72 kilometer, nearly 570 turn layout is a feat in itself, and he's doing it all solo, and that is quite impressive, you know.
No, I'd 100% agree. And now, in general, I think everyone that's still running, you know, we are getting to the halfway point now. We're just passing the halfway point with one car after the other. And we saw how much of a drain on, you know, your mental exhaustion it can be. It's a difficult circuit, you know, and unlike with, for example, Le Mans, where you have long straights in the middle and then you have, you know, a couple of high-speed corners, a couple of tricky braking zones and stuff. You still have some place to rest again, or Monza as well. You know, you are basically just long straight, then the banking, long straight, Curva Grande and long straight. Sure, it's not an easy circuit to go fast at, but you still get some rest. And around here, you have to go around 30 minutes before you get a little bit of rest, so to say, for your arms and for your foot.
Imagine the meme of a sim racer leaning back, and you have the song "Lean Back, Lean Back" as he's got one hand on the wheel, driving at 280 plus kilometers an hour, full flat chat. Oh, yeah, have a swig of a drink. Yeah, one hand on that steering wheel ain't gonna cut it at 280 kilometers an hour. No, no, no.
It doesn't keep Reese from doing it, but then again, he does have more experience with it.
I was going to say something that would have been out of turn, but he probably would have laughed at it.
He's got a great sense of humor, so yeah.
Well, Reese is a special exception to the rule.
It's one of my first teammates when I started sim racing, and absolutely fantastic guy. I've honestly always gotten along well with him as well, and always absolute joker, but also incredibly fast. A very fair racer as well, and just an absolute joy to be around.
Yeah, well, the shortened version of that is Reese is a special case. He's special, but for good reason, of course. Ted, oh dearie me, Ted Ho's comments are coming de rigueur at the moment. If I wasn't bad enough at driving sober, I'd be sipping that green and perp whilst popping permits in for that vintage experience on GA.
What was in that pipe he was smoking?
I hate to think. Nico will compliment everyone except for me and still won't give me a Ferrari. But Ted, you saying that in the chat, that's going to do you no favours whatsoever, my friend. Yes.
And done.
No. Right, Ted, I've got one for you. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
That fits perfectly.
It does. As they say, it does exactly what it says on the tin. Put it in your pipe and smoke it. There we go. So, it's said out of a deep, appreciative love, and the love is in capital letters.
But yeah, once again, we have a fantastic community here overall. Everyone's always, quite keen to race, and I hope that for the remainder of the year, for the remainder of the season, and the next one-off event that's coming after the end of the Formula A and Formula B seasons, that we're gonna have a couple more people trying to race as well and joining us here.
So there is number 6, Matt Wright, still behind the wheel of the Mercury Australis, 7th overall, but along with Liam Sepian in the number 4 car. Oh, replay was that? Oh well, we're on board with Matt at the moment. We got Mafan Fleur still in the class in the number 5 car, and that being Fish Motorsport. So 3 SP 1.3s remaining out of we've already had 3 retirements: Chaz Kaler, Adam Komorowski and Steph Hermans. 3 SP 2.0s out: Chris Okuda, Ted Ho and Maximilian Putravki, and Tobias Hoffman and Quentin Chavito in the in the respective Buckeye Syndicate Racing and Brabham Motorsport cars are also out. So majority of the field at the moment, SP Sports Prototype 2.0 pluses rule the roost effectively, and out of those that are left, we've got 6 remaining: 3 SP 1.3s and 3 SP 2.0s. And Desmond in the chat says, I can say as one of the newest Targa drivers, the support and encouragement in the 2 weeks leading to race day has been amazing. Definitely looking forward to racing more with everyone after this. That is a beautiful statement made right there. and it's just absolutely wonderful to hear those kind of comments. You could hear the Curie Australis car. Look at the steering; it's pulling to the right-hand side. Now, I'd like to see what speed Bat is currently doing at the moment as well.
That is about 225, slowly pushing to 230 now.
So we're probably talking about the best part of over 150 miles an hour then, effectively.
Around? No, not quite. I think about 135-ish. 235 Ks, buffeting.
Buffeting, James, mate.
He's getting a little bit downhill now, so it should get a bit more speed still.
Yeah, 235 kph is just under 146 miles an hour. Look how close he's getting to the wall, even with that right hand down. Okay, so if he hits 240, that's 150 miles an hour.
So,
oh! Hang on to it, Matt, hang on!
I was thinking he was entering that a bit quickly.
That was just like, yeet!
Unbelievable, my goodness me, that is amazing.
And Ted just goes, he was going as fast as I was in the match, but with my damage.
Oh,
well,
wow,
that took stones to take that corner at that speed with damaged steering. God, Matt Wright, take a bow.
That was one of the most exciting saves I've seen in 35 years, which is impossible because I'm not even 28 yet.
Don't you start. Don't you start, you young whippersnapper. I am old enough to be your dad as well.
I made a reference there to like this old animated series. Back in the 2010s, McLaren Tuned, where they had the 50-year anniversary of McLaren, and
yeah, James Hunt, Emo Fittipaldi, Ayrton Senna,
Alan Prost, Bruce McLaren himself.
Yeah,
and they had this. They had Murray Walker as a guest. This is the most exciting race I've seen in 85 years, which is impossible because I'm only 79.
Well, the funny thing is that when they had Mika Hakkinen, they go, yes, there will be another. We will let you now have a mission. Gimme. I was just like, oh, great. Ted says, I'm 27 but have the mind of a 58-year-old father. Yeah, judging by your sense of humour. Nev from the Tight Entry crew. Tight Entry Racing, the HRSC Discord is a good place to be. Looking forward to move more like this. Good luck to everyone left in the race. Grandad asterisk Ted.
Well, Grand Ted, you know?
No, not Father Ted, Grandad Ted.
Grand Ted.
Grand Ted. Grand Ted with his banter is Grand Ted. Right. Moving swiftly on. So down to 13 runners. 8 have fallen by the wayside, unfortunately. As we get Liam Seeplen for the Tight Entry Racing number 4 car. A grand... Oh dear. I'm going to stop looking at the chat now. I just got to that point where I just got like... No, maybe level 1, Ted. He's gone a level 20.
Oh, God. It's that bad already, huh?
Now, the thing is that with Tight Entry Racing, they're one of the newest crews to HRSC, and obviously someone like Liam might have decided, yeah, I'll come along and be part of the crew. There are always going to be those newcomers to the series, and to the HRSC community, but you know what? You've got to welcome everybody. And yes, I think it's the fact that Liam will find this quite alien in some respects, because when you've got a car that you know, like say coming into sim racing initially, you don't get thrown into the deep end with the piranha pool, let's say.
Yeah.
And you know, he's taking his time, he's learning. So you've got to give him credit that he's doing. Okay, he might not be the fastest kid on the block, but he's doing what I think any person that would be thrown into this and go, right, you're coming along with us, enjoy it more than anything. Yeah, it will be a bit more of a leisurely drive, but yeah, I think Ted has just made a valid point about Liam just there. Good thing is if he can drive this, he can drive anything. That's actually a very, very true point. That kind of really pretty much agrees with the statement that I was about to make, is that after this, Liam will go, that was really, really exhausting because of the amount of concentration. And
But also a lot of fun.
Exactly. And his teammate Neb says, we've all come from an F1 league, so these cars are quite different. That is two polar opposites, if ever you would have them. And he said, Liam's bringing it home in one piece for us. Well, that's a very, very good positive outlook to have. Just say, enjoy, learn, but also learn how to bring the car home. And okay, they might finish 13th. Well, but if they get there, there'll be a sense of achievement, a sense of satisfaction of having completed the race and gone, right guys, we did it. Let's ask for advice on how we can improve. And you start then building the foundation blocks of how the team will evolve over the course of taking part in an HRSC championship. Or maybe go, right, we'll stick with the F1 League stuff for our main bread and butter, but we'll do the HRSC stuff so we can learn a different skill set. And that in some aspects as well. And Ted, unfortunately, yes, Tobias did have a big drama, and there were 3 wheels on the Brabham car. I think it's more the case of understand, learn, and interact with the community, because in this community, everyone is nothing but helpful.
Yeah, and you know, that's the nice part. You know, I'm quite happy that more people, even from all sorts of different scenes, are coming in. You know, like normally I know that a lot of people, when they look at you know, historic racing, when they're normally like from F1 or GT3 or something, they just go, well, those things are slower because they're older. So like, why would we race there, right? And you know, with the tracks here, you can barely pass because there's no runoff or anything. Like, I'm not saying that's for everyone, but I know that a lot of people actually do think like that. So I'm quite happy that, you know, we're attracting more people from completely different backgrounds, you know, whether that's like they never sim raced at all, like it is with Pauls and Ingar's, his teammate for Farcops, or whether it's, you know, with Tide Entry Racing, the entire team coming from F1 game background or F1 League background, and they're going, well, this is something that we normally don't do at all. Let's do this. And, you know, I just absolutely adore that, you know, we can see more and more people that get interested in running these events.
And also, Liam's teammate, who's going to be getting into the number 4 car after his stint, Ava Constable, she has just gone, I'm driving after Liam, and I've only owned the game for a week and a half. Looking forward to it. That is, you couldn't have any more positive of a statement. You know, it's... Yeah. It's that's what I like about this retro racing community, because it's, I mean, you and I, we've worked together through different leagues in sim racing, and it is the case that you find that when you get to the cream of the crop, the la creme de la creme, you're going to find that there is this cutthroat attitude.
Yeah.
But then you get to a community like this where everyone is here to test themselves, first of all, because a driver likes a challenge. But second of all is to understand and enjoy the nuances of going from, like, say, a Formula 1 league where you've got all the, you've got all the assists. Then you come to something like this. No ABS, no traction control, no electronic stability. It's just it's belts and braces, and you've either got to sink or swim. But you've got to go into there with an understanding that, okay, I'm not going to be fast out the box, but I can learn. I can pick up tips, I can pick up advice. And I think for me, as a lover of, motorsport history, to see this. I mean, like, sometimes, like my parents go, send us over a stream on when there's something interesting that we can watch. And, okay, yeah, my mum and dad are my biggest supporters when it comes to commentary, but when they go, oh, that looks really, really interesting, and they've watched a previous HRSC broadcast, they just went, that was just so much fun watching it, because it was something different, something from the norm that sim racing, in its main niche, is. Whereas now we're seeing more people adopt this opportunity. So I think really we need to sort of like talk about how the scoring actually works for this race, Nico. So I think I'll leave you to do the layman's explanation for the folks, just to give them the 4-1-1 on that.
So basically on this is essentially a 10-lap time attack around this circuit. We have it counted here as 11 laps because in the end the first lap was pretty much just rolling up to the start box. So the first lap that the drivers here have completed is literally just the waiting time they had before they started their run. So that gets reduced. After that, the on-track position is not important. The important thing is the overall race time that they have with that initial, the gap that they had to wait reduced, basically. So while, for example, we have our standings here with, Automobile Polski in the lead, and then IVE Engineering being 3 minutes behind. 336 seconds, so almost 6 minutes behind. That is not quite the true gap, because we still have a slight difference there with 40. Well, pretty much. You had Automobile Club Polski starting as 17th in order. Then we had the 18th car starting, which was Buckeye Syndicate Racing. Then the 19th car, and then the 20th car, which was IVE Engineering. And in the meantime, between those, that is a whole minute that's in between that as well. So that's 1 minute of a gap that is excessive there. So technically, we have 1 minute less of a gap between them. At the same time, also overlapping with all the different cars here, we have this wonderful little tracker here, where we're entering all of the raw lap time information, bit by bit, when we have all the drivers crossing the line, finishing the next lap for themselves. And pretty much then we get a provisional order as it is at the moment, while they're still racing.
So pretty much, folks, a comprehensive understanding for you all on how this event works. So it's not like a lot of the series with HRSC where we have 4, 5, 6 rounds at respective different circuits. But now, this man, Austin Birchfield, for IVE Engineering Targa Division, his last lap was a 39.29, including the pit stop. His first lap was the 36. Well, the first lap for the car was a 36:30, then a 36:16, a 36:49 for lap 3, and then a 35:52. So, and then lap 5, obviously, pit stop would have been involved, so you lose about 3 to 4 minutes. As Ricardo Mendes has been in the pits for a very, very long time.
Yeah, the car was quite broken when he came back in, so the pit crew will be busy for a bit there, I think.
Oh, I like this. Doc Slappy, Erwan Bergier has by far the most 60s racing driver name. Well, yes. You could also say that of Roche Cavalcanti's Stefano Tiburzi. That sounds like a name from the 60s, doesn't it? So, yeah, you got a French sounding and an Italian. Austin, mind out for that wall.
He's going on hard push right now. I think he's quite keen to try and stick in.
That was way too over the limit. That might have caused a little bit of damage to the right rear, I think.
He's still looking relatively. Oh no, that is.
No, that is not straight.
That's looking very crooked.
That's definitely more crooked than a 9 bob note. It's like he's going through a rally stage with the way the steering's having to be used.
I do wonder though, in theory he can basically just pit at the end of this lap again. Repair the damage, because that's then a 2-lap stint that he's done. And then do another 4-lap stint. So technically he's not getting an extra pit stop yet. But the repair will obviously take a bit of time, especially if he keeps hitting more of the surroundings there. The gap between him and the following car, that is Baskerville Hobbyist Racing, was 1 minute and 3 seconds, which sounds like a lot, but around a 72-kilometer lap, where the fastest lap so far has been a 35:26, so 35 minutes 26 seconds, rounded down or up. That's still a time you can rapidly gain or lose, depending on any tiny mistake.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Ascani's latest comment in chat. Bonk. Yeah, it's like bonk, boop.
Le bonk.
Le bonk, le boop. But yeah, well, I don't think it's probably worth the risk for Austin to do the HRSC rapid fire unless he wants to. Because he
requested it, so
he's requested it. So I think the man's got to have a little bit of misery before he decides to pull that thing into the pits. If he decides to, so he is about, I would say, just over halfway through the lap, maybe about close to 55-60% of the way through it. So a little way to go.
I will say there is a certain bit of irony in there.
Go on.
And I don't hold a grudge, because I found the overall situation really funny. 2 weeks ago when we started with Formula A, I made a couple of driving mistakes, and then in lap traffic I got past Austin, because I'm in one of the, Italian stallions with a wonderful V12 lighter car. And Austin is in one of the, what's called Lighthouse here, was called British in the other mod, and it's powered by an H16 engine, so a 1966 Lotus 43 homage. He wasn't that, outbraked himself and hit me up the backside, after which I had to do a 70-second pit stop. It is ironic that he now will have to try and get a pit stop in and not lose that around 70-second gap that he has.
Very, very true there. Still,
I gotta say that he's got supreme car control right now.
Yeah, even with the steering on the bonk to the left-hand side. Again, just so interesting to watch as he goes through the local residential area.
Absolute insanity that they used to race here, actually in real life.
He just glanced to right. Oh dear. He's probably done the Bergier school of thought. Well, if it's pulling to the left, I'll whack the right front wheel and see if it straightens it a little bit. Well, probably hasn't done much help. It's probably done more harm than good.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. But quite honestly, in this situation, with him having to do a full repair probably anyway, at this point I would just, in his place, say, okay, full fuel, new tires, new everything, and give the donkey sugar, and let's see where we end up. Jesus Christ, that is swirling around on the rear so much, and he's still pushing, and I will look to not get this right, at around 100 to 150 kilometers an hour, now 160 up here. My goodness. Still pushing hard despite all the damage.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think probably the best course of action is the rapid fire interview is going to be a bit of a tall order. Austin's more than willing to do an interview with us when he gets the car into the pits because he's going to get that damage repaired. Meantime, Franek Godrecki, Automobile Club Polski. Here we go. It's full beans for this man. And I don't mean the Heinz baked bean variety. Absolutely flirting with the grass, kicking up the dust, the back end twitching a little bit, and as the fuel reduces in these cars, the centre of gravity goes upwards. Mezzo Veloce now in pit lane. And Franek still giving it all guns blazing, despite the fact he was fuel saving before the end of his first stint.
As we mentioned broken car of Austin earlier, though, the person chasing him, Robin DeVos, also in a broken car right now, and that is looking almost even more cracked than Austin's. So yeah, like a lot of victims falling now to the gods of Sicily right now,
and to the god of limits when it comes to physical and mental exhaustion too.
Yeah.
So that is Frank's latest lap completed. So lap 6 in the books for the number 18. Now he was up, he was purple in sectors 2 and 3. So I would imagine that his best time so far, 35 minutes 26 second lap time. I think he looked happy with that one because it was 2 thumbs in the air.
That is a new fastest lap by 20 seconds, by the way.
35 minutes and 6.
Yep, 35.05.889.
Oh my godfathers.
He's certainly on something right now. He is high on life, that man.
Answers on a postcard, please. Oh. It is still astounding of how far ahead that car is right now.
But yeah, like the one man that, you know, we said all the pressure was on him. He stood firm under all this pressure, while everyone else around him is starting to, you know, slightly buckle a little bit, having slight offs and all the sorts. And Franek Godrecki's just been, well, quite frankly, he's been perfect throughout this entire event so far. No unnecessary risks taken, always basically in control of the car and the surroundings, and in complete control of, well, his own, you know, limitations as well, I'd say. Oh, and that is a hard one, but luckily oh my goodness, saved by the hay bale. Otherwise that would have been a quite nasty hit into the side of that building there. Just at the end of the lap in the hairpin at Campo Felice di Rocella. And now to go down to this final section to go towards... Oh, and there's Evan Pichère showing a bit of a more controlled slide through that corner. Absolutely wonderful. Having a quick replay here of Austin Birchfield here as well. You can see a bit squirrely on the brakes, and yeah, the rear just lets go. That's the rear suspension not having the greatest time, and luckily, there's the sidewalk and the slight, hay bale there. But as he's now on the Buonfanello straight, you know, damaged car or not, Austin Birchfield now on rapid fire. How are you doing?
I'm very well, how are you?
Honestly, I'm surprised that's your answer after the lap, like...
It could be worse, I think. I'm happy I'm alive. I survived the crash in front of me with Tobias.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very hard situation overall. So basically, when you get to the pits now, what's the plan? Full repair, full fuel and everything, and then just another 4-lap stint?
Pretty much, yeah. I'm going a bit aggressive right now, trying to make sure I keep this second place. I think right now is my chance to do that with Erwan and Robin in the car. Once they switch out, I think that'll be pretty difficult for me to keep. So
right,
that's why I've been making some mistakes trying to do that. So
just keep your head down. We're gonna bring you back to your car without the voices in your head. But with that helpful advice, Robin also has a damaged car, so don't push too much.
I'll try not to, thank you.
And I'm trying to drag you back up, but Discord is fun. There we are. Thank you very much, whoever did that. So yeah, despite it all, him being very, very on edge of things, still relatively calm, you know, obviously still pushing, and honestly I think that's very admirable, especially with how completely balls to the wall that, you know, cars seem to handle, especially across these tricky situations. But also, here's the person hunting the car ahead, not just in the time standings, but also on track. And with a, well, relatively undamaged car by comparison. 2-liter V8 screaming in the back of his car. Aaron Berger is on hunting mode and keeping it clean, keeping it... Oh, actually quite a bit of steering angle on that as well to go straight, but certainly less than with Birchfield. And nonetheless to say, front axle damage is a little bit more predictable than rear axle damage, which, Birchfield just pulled into the pit to come and fix. And Jesus, despite the broken car, and Alex, you're gonna have to hold on to something. Guess the lap time for Austin.
Go on.
35:48.
Whoa!
So,
Oh my god.
despite rear suspension damage, that's his personal best.
I'm gonna do this. Chapeau, that man. Well played.
My goodness, I've never seen something like that.
Alien.
Just
Yeah, in your
in my 35 years of existence, I haven't seen something like that.
Even though you've been around for 28.
As Mr. Costello points out correctly. But my goodness, absolutely astonishing. He actually went faster than Bourget by over a minute, despite the damage.
Yeah, and I think probably by him doing that, it gave him that confidence just to be... How can I put it? To be a little bit more footloose and fancy-free is the term, whereby you're not worrying about the position, you're just worried about how much time you can gain. And with that car in that dilapidated state as it was, it's even more impressive than what we're seeing from Franek Godregi at the front end of the field. I think, you know, if someone was to say to me, well, pick a driver of the day for this event, I could give it to Franek all day long. But with what Austin has just done with a knackered car and the rear being absolutely mullered, and he goes in and puts in a lap time, get this, 42 seconds slower than Franek.
With a completely broken car, yeah.
With a severely badly damaged rear end on that car, and the steering, let's not forget either, that steering was tracking more to the left than it was anywhere else. It's going to hurt a little bit now, because he's...
Going to be quite a lengthy repair, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it could probably put him towards the... behind Danny Verman and Robin DeVos, aka Scooby, towards the latter. But I think that's probably one of the most satisfying laps he's done so far. Like, he just drove around the problem. And that is...
I think he's still safe in front of DeVos, honestly, because DeVos also quite slow right now with a similarly damaged car, with, I think, actually harder damaged car, because look at the thing squirreling as he comes into the final city here, into Campo Felice. Car is all over the place with the rear axle, but still hanging on to it very, very well, obviously. But yeah, there's a spin.
Right.
So we are in, well, the roughest situation you can imagine right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is, you know, especially for the single drivers, all the single drivers. Put your hands up. All of them.
I knew he was going to say that. I knew it. I knew it.
But you know, all of them will be in severe mental exhaustion right now.
Mate, and I am past mental exhaustion. I think I've got brain fade.
Oh, better brain fade than brake fade, as I like to say.
All three wheels on that wagon. Oh. Yes, I have lost the plot, folks. It's official. But what can you do? What can you say? Hey, what can you say? Nothing.
Oh, actually, I can say that Austin Birchfield is back out of the pit lane already, on track, still ahead of Danny Furman, and according to the provisional scoring, still around 5.25 minutes clear.
Oh, very good.
So, despite it all, still looking at provisional second place here, I'd say.
Hmm. Black Jacket saying, man, 3 more laps, that's crazy.
I mean, at the same time, like, it's really, it's a really long circuit and a long race, of course. Like, at the halfway point, last lap, the only one that basically looked like he was going to end it under, well, under 6 hours for the overall 10 lap mark, because that was Franek Godrecki with 2:59.27, or thereabouts. And then, you know, the same distance for the second half. But, you know, 6-hour race in the end. These guys are doing it by themselves. But I still have to say, these 3+ hours by now have flown absolutely by.
What? Sorry? I could use a Wayne's World expression right then. Hey, something says what? Fill in the blank. Not the
yes.
chat.
Apologies. I see.
Oh.
Next up is Mendes. Oh, actually, with Mendes, I already did fill it out, didn't I? Yes, I did. Also, Fish Motorsport had a driver change from Mark Johnson to Lothar Mefan-Wifleur. The resident Cunningham and 5-liter V8 enthusiast. Liking, well, generally she always drives cars that are exceptionally quirky or, well, on the rare occasion taking the safe choice. Like, in this example, one of the Arduins. 1.3-liter engine. First one, actually, the duo did take part in, well, the CBM 3 short, so the Martin Franklin CBM 3 short, which to all our viewers will not say anything, but that's okay, because it's an homage to a Marcos Mini GT C2, which is exceptional in the sense that it is the only car in this entire mod pack to be a front-wheel drive vehicle. And it's also a kit car generally, basically made by Marcos back then, to put basically on top of a Mini Cooper chassis, essentially. And, well, drive as a prototype at Le Mans. And it was actually, in 1966, the highest finishing British car. And that very same car got stolen and found only, I think, in the early 2000s in Paris.
Oh.
Random tidbits that's, you know, you just find out at some point.
Yeah, I think the thing is that it's random, trivial tidbits that are relevant. And there are also times when you do get random bits of trivia that are completely irrelevant to the subject matter at hand. But still, Matt Wright, behind the wheel of the Curie Australis, still leading the SP 1.3 class.
Being very solidly ahead right now by a quarter of an hour, essentially.
That's a whole chunk of time. Whole chunk of time there. Well, 15 minutes, that is nearly, yeah, that's close to 50% of a lap. So probably about 40% or so of a lap.
Yep.
between Ikiri Australis and Fish Motorsport in the battle for SP 1.3 class honours. Side entry racing are still running. Liam Seaplin is still behind the wheel. Robin de Vos
Just
now
in the pits.
pit for Baskerville Hobbyist Racing from P4 in SP 2.0 plus, 5th overall.
Actually drops behind both. It drops behind Retiarius, Rennsport as well, and drops behind Equipe Drama Sports.
God, look at the commitment from Matt Wright. You can hear it's at the higher end of the rev range in this car as well.
Yeah.
He is absolutely running that motor ragged.
I think that's a beautiful part about these smaller engines. Like, the smaller they are, the higher you can rev them generally. Or the smaller the cylinder capacity is, the higher you can rev them. Yeah, my goodness. There's just coming there side to side, using all of the track available. Still, you know, quite smooth, you know. It's a little bit with the car stepping out, but overall still a very, very smooth driving experience there.
Oh, agreed. Completely agree with you there, Nico. It's just, I think Matt's now got used to the subtle nuances. And it's just the case of going, right, let's just work around the problem.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, just steering the high revs of that line 4, wonderful. Now pulling into the pits to let in the man that we interviewed earlier, Reese Gardner. Next up in the car.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Our Southpaw racer. Getting in at lap 6, just under the 4-hour mark, 3:57.10 after 6 laps. Last lap, a 38:57, so another personal best. Of course, the track is also getting quicker and quicker the longer we drive. This is a completely dynamic track surface, and the more you drive on here, the more rubber gets laid down, the more grip there is.
Oh, look at this wonderful aerial shot here.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm quite pleasant with that one. I'm quite happy with how this one turned out.
I can hear the smugness in your vocal tone there, Nico.
There's no smugness. I stayed up 6 hours last night to fix the cameras again.
Yes.
The lap is 35 minutes if you're on the edge like Mr. Godrecki. Now imagine driving bit by bit, placing like 5 cameras, then driving up the part in TV cam view. Let me remind you. So you don't know where you're driving. You're basically just... It's like trying to drive an RC car, but with inverted controls. And then doing that... oh, wow, okay. Daniel Costello there bringing the shade. You know, about on pace for you. Just unbelievable. The indignity, as a Thomas the Tank Engine character would say.
Oh dear.
Indignation there.
Day. It's been a long day, folks. It's been a very, very long day. For me, it has, especially.
I mean, yeah, you were up commentating racing in blithering China earlier.
Yeah. Commentating remotely. Because if I was... Ranek. Oh, he's driving that thing like he stole it now. This man is an absolute machine. Absolute
This is his
machine.
Marcos Mini GTC2.
Yeah.
Stole it and it's gonna reappear 80 years later. Or 60 or 50 or something.
Under about 50 layers of dust and a tarpaulin. Look how close he gets to the grass verges as well. This is what you call... Oh, it's like literally camber left, camber right. Yep, yeah, this'll do, that's fine. Right, push.
Honestly, with the steering inputs here, with the aggressiveness and... Ooh, jump, yep.
Yeah.
Over crest, jump, maybe. This is starting to remind me more and more of some Group B rallying footage of Targa in the Audi S1 Quattro.
Yeah, back when he was a teammate to the legendary Michel Mouton as well, let's not forget. And yeah, it's like 4 left, don't cut. Into 2 left, into 3 right.
Did I mention the hairpin after the jump, maybe?
Yeah, hairpin right, handbrake, maybe. After the jump.
The hairpin after the jump. The what? Straight
What
past
did
the
you
apex.
say? As the meme goes. Or, nuh-uh. What do you mean, nuh-uh?
I'm saying nuh-uh.
Yeah. But, nice. Get out of my way, coming through. Like, literally, the car just pulls to the left, went, oh, that's Franek. I'm getting out of his way. Oh, this is just... Again, I'm absolutely astounded. I haven't run out of superlatives yet, but it's just a...
Flabbergasted.
Well, I could start using superlatives, but then I'll run out by the end of the broadcast. We've still got a little ways to go, Nico. I'm not gonna...
Yeah.
I'm not gonna use all my ammunition quite that early. Be a bit of an anticlimax in that case. But oh, it's just astounding. It's just like the control, confidence. Lift off, turn it in, don't use the brake, let the car, the engine carry the momentum through the corners. It's just spellbinding. It's just so impressive. And even there with the back end start, I really hate to think. Oh dear. Right, Black Jacket has brought this one in. Now,
oh my god!
I'm not. If you've seen it in the chat, all I'm going to say is I'm going to use a different vernacular. It's like Franek has stolen the car and he's driving it as if his life depended on it, and he's got to get away from the Rosas. That's what this reminds me of. It's like a full-on car chase. Only the only thing is that Franek is racing against a stopwatch, not anybody else. That's why I'm so impressed by this. It's just. I mean, you can watch this POV for hours and hours on end and still be just as impressed from the first lap to the last lap that he would put in. Now through the residential area, this is just a perfect personification of how a retro racing car should be piloted on this platform. It's just mega. It's just simply mega. Like the hairpin, no trouble at all there. Accelerates out of the corner, lifts off, close to the wall on the right, a little bit of opposite lock to counteract. But the thing is that the biggest takeaway I've got from this, you look at how he's working the steering wheel, he's using it like a pendulum swing. And he's just using it to make the car dance on ice, if you will. And it's just, as I said, it's just fantastic to bear witness to this.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I shudder to think, how, well, he will basically unfold himself out of the rig when he is done with this stint. Because, well, I've done a 5-hour stint before at Le Mans during the 24 hours GTR 24 from 2018. I've done like 5.5 hours in that thing, and I struggled to get up because I was basically locked in driver position. And after even more of that, when you're... Maybe it's a bit better here because you have to do more feet movement and like more leg movement to stay on edge with everything. But yeah, it's absolutely... Yeah, it's going to be crazy. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to seeing what this lap time is going to be.
Yeah,
more than
absolutely.
anything, because he's done a 35.06. If he goes sub 35 for the first time in this race, that'll be an impressive feat in its own right. But it's, when you look at it from the driving style, the I'd like to say, I can't say the word aggressive because I don't really class it as aggressive. It's more like passive aggressive, where he's using the car's body weight to carry that momentum through the corners. He's not forcing the car to do anything it doesn't want to do. And it's just that he is in control. He's saying to the car, right, I want you to do this. And you can see just how calm. And I think Doc Slappy's just put a really good comment. I think Franek doesn't want to come out of the zone. He wants to be at this focal point where he is completely zeroed in on the task ahead. Nothing else is going to stop him from trying to achieve that.
I think, honestly, that's a really crazy thing as well, because when you're driving like that, you're so under adrenaline, and he obviously doesn't want to get out of that mindset, out of that overall just feeling the car like it is right now, and maybe like driving like that, it also helps him a bit to stay under adrenaline. The problem is if he then crashes out of that, and this is Ricardo Mendes, speaking of crashing out, I am the absolute king of transitions. And that's unfortunately through the crowd of people who luckily all managed to jump away or, become...
sidestep.
or phase into another dimension. But yeah, that is a broken car, and that is our next retiree. Unfortunately.
So, that's down to 12. Oh dear.
We're still up on finishers, though, I think.
Yeah.
If everyone else finishes the race now.
We are on 12 finishers, so Franek Godrecki about to complete lap 7. So I would imagine he's probably going to be going down the straightaway very shortly. And his last recorded top speed was 194 miles an hour. Austin Birchfield in the Mignard 01 MD has clocked at 195. Who else? Ricardo Mendes' fastest lap time in the speed trap, 191 miles an hour. So,
Christ.
That is scary. That is scary, and I would imagine. Well, Franek is about 85% of the way through the lap, so I think very shortly he'll be going through there. You look at Austin Birchfield and Danny Furman. 195 and 184 miles an hour respectively. And Merguiel still doing a really good job leading the sports prototype 2-litre class, second overall, and Stefano Tiburzi in the number 14 Roche Cavalcanti entry rounds out the top 5. So 2 sports prototype 2.0s in that top 5. He's about a minute and a half ahead of the Carrefour Beer Racing 22 Chapel Auto XF. And here we go. It could be the time where Franek Godrecki, let's see, can he match Austin Birchfield in terms of top speed? I'm hoping he gets, if he can hit 312 kilometers an hour, that'll be 195 mph. But using using a little bit of the pavement to cut that a little bit of time off.
Well, there are no white lines here that you have to stay in between, so...
No. And Ted Ho making a very good point. Good 2 litres showing for sure. Would have expected the smaller engine Porsches to be doing a little bit better. I think they were a lot entered. Now, here we go. It's time for the Polish Tour de Force to crank it up to volume number 11. Yeah, he's a flat chat now.
275. 285 as we look out of the window of the building nearby.
Did you see he had a little bit?
95.
A little bit of wiggle at 285.
It is, after all, still a country road, technically. There's some bumps. 305. .310 as he blasts past the crowd. Is that going to be 311 in it? Barely scratching on it. 311 now. Maybe a 312 in it. No, not quite. Tops out at 311 as he goes into the first part of the S's here.
And he must be doing at least a ton 60 going through that as well. It's a bit like the
230 exit.
All I can say, that is the Targa Sicilia equivalent of the Porsche curves, only you haven't got so much degree of angle to deal with. You are literally feathering that throttle. My godfathers, that was... I got just 2 words. Mamma mia. Just absolutely incredible. Farkop's racing now in pit lane. 3rd place at the moment in SP 2.0. Ingras Martinovs in the Seoul Lighthouse GTLE. Now in the pits, but yeah. A little bit of a twitch from Franek, but still still in full control. Oh, the back end's trying to kick out to the left-hand side on these right-handers. Right, well, we've got to just keep with him at the moment, because this is a display and a half on this man. Back to full throttle. Then
next lap already completed. Christ.
Okay. Nico.
Yeah, that is, I'm already on it. Let's have a look. Comes across the line.
It's a sub 35, isn't it?
No, not as fast as last lap, but still 35.17. So he's definitely still not pulling punches. Another good car for the Bonfire Straight that I will have a look at right now in the background will be David Dezan, though, from the Mezzo Veloce number 12 Prosh 70CL. Reason for that is it's only a 2-liter, but that car still clocked over 300 kilometers an hour at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1967, because that was specifically built as a long tail.
Yeah.
Specifically to run at high speeds. And they estimate that with a 2.2-liter engine, if it had been more reliable, they probably would have been well on their way to run well, quite close to the top speed of the Ferraris as well in that year.
Well, now, here is Austin Birchfield in the number 21 Ivor Engineering's Targa division team, and is running in the Mignard 01 MD, and it's based on the Ford Mirage M1 with a lovely bit of that iconic look of the good old GT40 at the front end. But it's a lovely looking car.
It is basically a customized GT40 Mark 1, the Mirage M1. Yeah. Slightly revised aerodynamics, and, well, they fielded a number of engines in there, starting with the normal 4.7 litre engine. And after boring that up to 5 litres, and then for Le Mans, they were like, well, that's nice and all, but we need more power. So they got a 5.7 litre engine in there, which I think, unfortunately, blew up. It's quite a lot of engineering stories from the 70s where it's like, yes, so we made it faster, we did this to it, we gave it more displacement, we got more power of it, and it blew up.
Yeah. So the Mignard 01 MD has recorded the fastest top speed as Van Fleur for the number 5 crew, the Fish Motorsport car, which is currently running P2 in SP 1.3, now pits, but I still cannot get over how quick that lap was. I mean, like, literally, even with the pit stop on lap 5,
slowing down and going into the pit lane as well, yeah.
37.26. That was just crazy. But let's hope that Mr. Birchfield decides to put the pedal to the metal, because very shortly he's going to be going down the long stretch in that number 21 car. Just got a few more corners to negotiate before getting there, but then be time to open up the taps. You can just hear the modulation on the throttle going through the corners. And as I said earlier, with these cars, you know, sometimes you don't always need to use the brakes. You can feather the throttle. You let the engine do the work on helping the car to slow down a little bit. And especially when you've got a big 5.7 litre V8 in the back end of the car.
Yeah, I was going to say, these things have immense amounts of engine braking, because they also produce quite a lot of torque, obviously. You know, we have, the bigger the cylinder is, the more torque you have. The bigger the engine is in general with these big cylinders, the more you have, you know, a base resistance, so to say, to, you know, propel that engine forward. And with the engine braking here, like, it helps really nicely to keep the car, you know, well, to get a bit of load off the brakes for longer races. And generally to just run in a quite predictable manner, because honestly, perfectly, like, personally speaking, I do like more engine braking than not as much. You know, if it's too much, obviously, the rear end gets a bit unpredictable. But if you just have that right bit, you know, where you can just roll into the corner and then basically, you know, determine the trajectory through the corner with the throttle inputs very, very nicely, and, you know, you can properly unload and load up the front axle through that. It's just a wonderful feeling, and, you know, I think Austin's having that experience right now with the Mignard.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Nico. It's just one of those things where you just, it's just astounding how up until this point, and we've, you know, we're now into, what is it, hour 5 of this broadcast, and still the amount of concentration that the drivers that have made it to this point so far 12 cars in all, and all 3 classes still represented thereof. It's just
Utterly
incredible.
astonishing, isn't it?
It is astonishing, and let me just put you all out there in the picture. When it comes to commentary, broadcasting, there's just as much concentration needed, even if you have had a time zone sleep deficit. But when you see an event like this, which is something you don't see nowadays in modern day motorsport, it is something that really does captivate. As now, Neb from Tight Entry Racing has said that watch P6. Koyanlati has got some damage. He's on struggle streets, is the comment I've just seen in the YouTube chat.
Oh yeah, that is a lot of damage actually. You can see that from the camera up there.
Ollie.
Christ.
Oi. That sounds like when someone's just had a rollover and finished rally. You know.
And behind there, down there, like on the lower part of the circuit, that's already Darren Andrews coming, and that's another bit of contact for Canelati. His teammates, unfortunately, pretty much pulled out relatively late, so... Well, he got the note that he's doing this race alone last minute. Nevertheless, you know, huge respect to tackling this last minute, because, well, this Chapelle is not an easy car to drive. We talked earlier a little bit with Quentin Chavito again, we're about, you know, 4-speed and 5-speed gearboxes for the different cars here. Well, the Chapelle has a 3-speed. And, yeah, it makes it even more difficult with, you know, getting in the right gear at the right time.
Right. Here's the replay.
Maybe a little bit of damage, but...
He's nearly rolled it!
Somehow keeps it alive, doesn't get stuck in the brush. And
Wow.
gets back on the circuit, but yeah, that is going to be a tough lap to finish. And actually, because I see him now in the chat, Ingas Martinov's also done with his stint, so now, well, what Paul described, Paul's described as the difficult one to convince to start sim racing, Daniel Bokta, now in the car, and yeah, bringing the car home for Far Cops Racing. We also have Erwan Bourgier now in the pit lane again, just finishing his 7th lap for the final pit stop as well, I do believe, with a 36.54 once again. So under 37 minutes in a 2-liter car, quite fast. And well, it's also the only 2-liter car that's actually accomplished that during this race. So yeah, Bourgier in an utterly own league here today. Fantastic driving from him. And Austin Birchfield, after his last pit stop just now, should be making his way towards the start finish as well. And there's actually, oh yeah, that is Darren Andrews flying past the damaged car of Kayan Lati.
And no one, Boguier is now back in the pits, so that'll probably take him to the end of the race then, I would imagine.
Yep.
Now, the thing is that Franek Godrecki, I mean, look at the average, look at the consistency, 35-37, 35-27, 35-26, 35.31, 37.26, 35.06. So apart from the pit stop lap for lap 4, which basically started lap 5.
Stupendous consistency.
Exactly.
And after the after lap 7, but it has to be noted that that was with Birchfield going to the pits, and now the next lap, Bergier will be counted with his time in the pits. Right now, after lap 7, 11 seconds apart, Bergier actually in overall, if I see that correctly, in overall second place. Obviously, that's going to switch back around a little bit. We'll have to see how long Bergier's pit stop is, how, well, on it Birchfield is, because he's been getting quite a lot of driving out of that car again since it's fixed now. So let's see how this plays out after the final pit stops.
Yeah, could prove to be quite crucial in many respects. So still plenty of time left in terms of laps, let alone time. There's been a steady performance by the Acuri Australis team, still leading.
Man, the 1.3s, really consistent. Well, the only one that was close on lap 1, over lap time, that was Steff Hermans. But unfortunately we lost him on lap 2, so they've been fucking around. But, you know, even then, you still have to bring the car around properly. You have to bring it around, well, safely, keep it out of the walls, and with a 72-kilometer lap, to remember, that's not easy at all.
Yeah. Again, just seeing these wonderful onboards where you really feel as you feel part of it. You feel immersed. You know, your senses being assaulted. You know, you see what Reese is doing behind the wheel. You hear the noise of the engine. A little bit of a oppo lock there for him to counteract. Neatly handled. Lifted rather than brake there. We'll probably have to dab the brakes here into the left-hander and then power out of the corner. Up a gear, down a gear. Hate to think there must be at least over 1,200 gear changes per lap, at least.
Yeah, I think that is probably a good estimation. And we also have the next car here, Retiarius Rennsport, actually crossing the bridge over lap 7. That's a 37.26. Puts them just over 3 minutes behind Iva Engineering and Equipped Trauma Sports, but that is still, you know, a gap for 3 laps that is very easily manageable if Niklas Kirsten is on the edge now, because I'm fairly certain that Danny Furman will now let Niklas Kirsten back in the car.
Well, Danny's done a good stint in that respect, and he's kept that consistency going for the number 16 Retiarius Rennsport. And well, they've actually equalled their best lap time both on lap 2 and on lap 6. So with a 37-minute 17-second lap time.
Yep.
And again, Reese Gardner now going through the residential area. Oh,
that's done
well,
next DNF. I think that was maybe a bit too much damage after all.
So Karhu Beer Racing's Olli Karjanlahti is out, I'm afraid. That is the 4th sports prototype 2 litre plus that has been out of this race. That's half of the field in SP 2.0 plus that has now retired.
Ooh. Yeah, and I think that is... Yeah, that is just at the exit of Colasanto. Lost the rear a bit too much. Just a tiny bit too aggressive on the throttle, and yeah, we can see it here. Had some...
Okay.
Yeah, he had damage for quite a long time. Gets into Colasanto here, the corner as well, which ended...
It's oh, that is exactly what we saw with...
Quite Chavito, yeah.
But the Chapelle Auto XF did not burst into flames.
Then kept going.
Oh, lock. He's using as much of his Sisu as he can. The car's all over the shop, the back end's twitching more than the dog's tail.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that's what caused it.
Yeah.
That's the secondary big wallop. He's still going to keep on trying to...
Yeah, I think at that point he said, okay, no, this is too much damage to go on.
I have no more Cecil to give. Oh. But kudos to him for trying to keep on going.
He kept going quite well, like for quite some time.
Mm. Paul Starsoff has just come into chat and said, that 7-second gap on that 5, I think at least took 7 years. Took at least 2 years off my life. Wait. Clear. Now we go to one of the men we've really been keeping an eye on, who's done this race completely solo and is still in that zone. I think he'll be sweating more than a pink in multiple blankets, but then at least he can breathe a sigh of relief saying, right, I've made amends. I put my heart, mind, body and soul into this, and it's just been enthralling, like literally. And this bit reminds me of coming down through the dipper at Mount Panorama, this bit.
Yeah.
In some respects. And underneath the bridge.
It's such a beautiful track as well, you know, like...
How close to that pedestrian were you, Fradek?
Yeah, she was just giving him a drink, you know?
Oh, like the Tour de France and the Peloton.
Yeah, he ordered DoorDash, you know, just with the delivery instruction. Just stand by the side of the road there.
Yeah, just give me a bottle of Pellegrino. Grazie.
Just also looking out of the driver's side window here, one thing that it seems inconsequential, you know, honestly speaking, compared to the old version, but since it's an older track, the older Targa had, you know, the surroundings and stuff like the hills and everything as, you know, the skybox basically. So the skybox is basically the texture at the back for the background of the horizon. So, you know, you try to make it a high resolution one so you have like as nice a look as possible when you look up into the distance. The beautiful part about this version is you have this huge area of LiDAR scan data where you just have the actual physical hills, well, with the Google Maps recording pretty much. so you have still like the actual like hillside and stuff, and sure, it is lower resolution. Resolution, yes. I am very English, yes, yeah.
It's hard
you
to visit.
You have lower resolution in the distance, but that far back in real life you wouldn't see that far anyway. So
No.
you have this entire way down to this wonderful final town, Campo Felice, where you can actually see the ocean and you see all the height differences and the on the way back up when you start the lap, you see all the hills there and all the mountains and how some of the parts of the track still like sneak through that. It just gives that extra bit of immersion, which I absolutely adore. And Pescara is the absolute same there, so I'm super excited to race there later on this year as well.
This section that Franek's going through is giving me vibes of the night stage of the Monte Carlo Rally.
Yeah.
Also the Stelvio Pass in an indirect sort of way, where it's very tight, very twisty. You've got to really manhandle the car to make a corner on rails and just let it make it do your bidding, and that's exactly what Franek's doing again. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we have a low 35-minute lap time here, because he is just absolutely flying at the moment. He's 50% of the way through the lap itself. And I know that, yes, there has been a rate of attrition, folks. We're down to 11 cars, 10 eliminated at this stage. And still, Franek driving this car like he stole it. It's just... How close was he to one of those posts? Too close, methinks.
Yeah, also the almost drifting wall tap that he had a couple of laps ago, right after his pit stop.
Yeah.
Stefano Tiburzi, the next one to finish.
Oh.
Ooh.
I think the back end got a little bit too loose and the left side clattered into the steel fence. Hopefully that damage for him was just superficial. Doesn't seem to have affected his laser-like focus. But we are very soon going to be seeing Franek complete his 8th lap out of 10.
It's an astonishing pace, I have to say. So fantastic driving from him today. Like I also just love the difference in tone overall.
Yeah.
With Franek, basically on the edge, always correcting everything, and Liam for tight entry racing, a lot calmer. Basically, just main focus. Well, we're here the first time. We want to finish the event, so we're just going to drive not on the limit, but just drive it home.
Okay, I'm going to make a little bit of a musical reference here to two particular themes. So you've got, you've got tight entry racing, and I hope the team doesn't take this the wrong way, but it's like da 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 da. With Franek, it's like Benny Hill has gone into hyperspeed. Like,
Three times fast forward.
Exactly. So like it's Benny Hill on 1.5 times speed. It's just because of the frantic nature of that theme tune in comparison with the one that I just mentioned, referenced tight entry racing. People might say, well, that might be a bit condescending. No, I'm just giving you an understanding of where one team comes in. They're going to be at a more leisurely pace because they're trying to immerse themselves, enjoy the event, whereas Franek, his wheel work, I mean, if you wanted a getaway driver in this day, in this age, on this platform, in this car, he'd be your man, because he'd leave everyone standing, including the and thank you very much, Ava, saying no offense taken. Ted goes, I think the inside of Franek's head sounds like the buzzing of an unplugged guitar amplifier and feels really hot right now. You mean like a lot of white noise? Ted. Just bzz.
I gotta say though, I kind of saw this coming already though. Like last year, he was really hit hard with this tragic ending. Like basically on the last or second to last lap, they were leading, but still quite close with Max Schrapper, who ended up winning the event, and then had that tiny mistake where he got stuck on that brick wall, and no one could get him unstuck. So it was a DNF literally on, basically snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, essentially. And it hit him very, very hard, especially because he also had a teammate there, Donald Prodan, who did the fastest lap last year. But, I saw that, there was this will to basically make up for that, this will to correct that mistake. And he really delivered today. Today has been an absolutely astonishing drive by him.
I like the fact that we've had Ava from the Tight Entry Racing crew and also Nev going. So Ava said no events taken. Nev's gone slow and proud in capital letters. But when you look at it from that perspective, it is just a comparison to two different. With regards to music tracks, you have the beats per minute, and it's the same when you talk about driving styles, where you could put a very, very fast-paced synthwave techno track to the driving style that Franek has got at the moment. Like literally, it is like a car chase that is never ending.
The only thing he's running from the doubts, but with that speed, how can the doubts keep up?
I think what he's doing is just keeping himself in that mindset, in that focus zone. And even when he did that HRSC rapid fire interview with you earlier on in the race, at when he was full throttle, top gear, 300 plus kilometers an hour, he sounded as calm as a cucumber then when you spoke to him.
Yeah, like you could hear a bit of strain when he was going through the chicane. But, really calm, really collected. You can really tell that, he's in there. But it's not to the point where he's barely, still able to compose himself, so to say.
Mm-hmm. Oh, agreed.
Like, he's still completely in control.
Mm. So, Tight Entry Racing. Liam Sepian has just pulled into the pit lane, so we're going to have Ava Constable behind the wheel of the number 4 car very shortly.
Honestly, like with the driver spread, so to say, from the really experienced guys, from the guys that quite frankly, for the sake of metaphor, they could be works drivers for the big brands from the speed they're showing, but also for Targa, you had so many cars starting that race, and it was not just works drivers. It was privateers, it was gentleman drivers, it was anyone that had a racing license, a car, and signed up to the event with all sorts of cars. I think. I'm going to quickly look this up on the beautiful website of racingsportscars.com, because they have this absolutely incredible, full encyclopedia of full race results and stuff. 22 cars finished the race, 3 weren't classified, and then, my God, I don't even know how many that is. That is quite a number that did not finish.
Mm-hmm.
$37 that did not finish.
Ouch. So that is nearly a 60-car grid.
And then 11 cars that did not start. Then one car that practiced as a T car. That was one of the Porsche 910s from Porsche System Engineering that didn't start. And then a couple more that signed up but did not arrive, which, well, frankly, that was something that was relatively normal back then. I mean, a good example of that would also be in 1954. The Maserati Works team wanted to arrive with one of their A6 GC, well, a couple of their A6 GCS sports cars, and the team transport broke down, so they missed scrutineering.
Whoops. Ted's put a little suggestion here in the chat. Nico would love to have a massive field and a big pack at one point, if it be possible. Nico, Ava. Oh well, Ava Constable has just had a slight off-track excursion. Bearing in mind, this is the first tentative few corners that Ava has gotten behind the wheel of the tight entry racing car. And he goes, Ted continues with limited to one car entries, all sports car and GT car groups represented.
Okay, see, the thing with that is, sounds great, doesn't work.
Because
that is around 50 or 60 cars, or well, actually 70 cars that were entered, and that would be around 50 or like 40-ish different car models to do in the mod.
Mm-hmm.
And I am insane to a certain degree because I organize these things. However, I am not this insane yet. So you're gonna have to give me another couple of years, mate.
Maybe another 7 until you hit 35.
Other people buy Porsche for their midlife crisis. I just make more car mods.
Well, looks like we have got a driver waiting for an interview, Nico. So I think I'll hand the floor over to you. It looks like it's Danny Foreman.
Ooh, just quickly. Oh yeah, that's Ava with a slightly suboptimal line for the first couple of meters of her lap. But yeah, other than the first hit, keeps it out of the wall. So overall, you know, it's important not to get discouraged and just keep going on. Anyhow, here we have, well, out of one of the podium fighters right now for, well, the 3-liter, well, the 2-liter plus cars, that is Mr. Danny Furman. Danny, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. I did all my stints if everything goes to plan, so now it's just rooting for my teammates and hoping for the best.
Excellent to hear. So, overall, how stressful were your stints?
Well, they were pretty stressful, especially after I made a little mistake which did bend the steering a little bit. But I do have to say, all the preparation did pay off, because once I got into the flow, it did feel really good.
Great to hear. So, you guys are, for overall position, you are pretty much hot on the heels, you know, right on the back of Austin Birchfield in the IVA Engineering car, and Erwan Bergier in the Equipped Drama Sports. So, big question now: do you believe that Niklas can catch them?
Yeah, definitely. Because he's holding onto Erwan quite nicely in the corners, not losing too much time. And once we get on the straight, I think our 2.2-liter engine will push through and make up the last little bit of time needed.
So confidence coming from the 2.2-liter Prost drivers. Overall, in the first lap, we saw you start the race. How stressful was it getting through all the traffic?
Yeah, definitely stressful. I saw multiple cars going side by side through corners, so that was, well, I was watching into the pits of hell, hoping that wouldn't happen to me. But it went very well. I also made no mistakes, didn't drive any damage, and the lap time was decent at the end. So I think that was the best first lap that I could have wished for.
So just staying out of trouble and, trying to bring it home on the first lap in general.
Exactly.
Did see you guys a little bit with some side-by-side action, but also I think it was you that actually pulled back and let one of the other cars through. Pretty much strategy of, you want to go for the laps and not be disturbed by someone, who would otherwise try to make a move and then knock you off your line, probably, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. The calculation part of this race has only come now, basically, with how we are on the heels and fighting for third overall. But at the first part of the lap, we were just looking at ourselves, just making sure that faster cars can get through and we can just drive our line. Because, that's basically the way to drive Targa, right? Just keep your head down and try to be as fast as possible.
Right now, one of the cars behind you, so out of our 4 2-liter plus cars remaining, the one car that's still chasing you after, a quite slow lap because of a highly damaged car, and carefully bring it back with Robin DeVos, and now Darren Andrews back in the car. They're around 10 minutes behind you. Are you worried, or do you think it's basically a done deal?
It's Targa. Everything can happen. But I think we'll just keep the same mentality as the whole race. So just do the best we can. And if that ends up in a tight battle with other cars, then it's at least a nice spectacle to watch.
Absolutely. Overall, any parts of the track where you would say that is something that Niklas has to watch out for these last couple laps?
The last sector after Colesano until Buonfornello Straight, with the fast sectors, that's always tricky, especially when the tire wear gets bad. With these cars, they tend to get really oversteery once the tire wear gets to a certain point. And that's a point where you can just easily misjudge a braking zone, or enter a corner too hot, or step on the throttle too easy, and that's a place you can always just go wrong.
Yeah, so despite confidence and also a good position running right now, still a little bit of a cautionary tale. Overall, what would you say with Franek's run today?
Incredibly quick, yeah. It's insane and it's really well done, so no matter what happens, I think this is definitely a drive that will be remembered for a long time.
So, right, any last call-outs? Like, do you maybe have someone watching?
Yeah, I think some friends are watching, and maybe also my parents, so hi guys, and thank you.
Good to hear. Always great when the family's also in there. But yeah, Danny, thank you very much for coming in. Of course, thank you for starting, and best of luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you. Bye.
Right, so last couple of laps. We actually just got the final lap, I think. That was from Franek out of his final pit stop as well. So that was a 37.07.367. And compared to his first outlap out of the pits, that is almost 19 seconds faster.
Yeah, he's just been Mr. Consistency. What else can you say about that, really?
I don't know if I can say anything about that. Like, what I can say would be, like, against the broadcasting code of the BBC.
Well, we're not at the 9 p.m. watershed yet, the young man.
Not yet.
No. Not at all, but... Oh, that's
drive
brilliant.
So far.
Brilliant drive, but still doing those extra little shortcuts here, shortcuts there, shortcuts everywhere. Just absolutely spellbinding.
Yeah. Gotta say as well, and I do have to say, really, with Franek, you can see he's on edge. I think he's also trying to do that extra little bit of pushing right now to just keep himself, keep himself clean, keep himself awake, so to say. And that's a bit in contrast to the lot more calm and clean driving style that we saw earlier from him, during the race. And in transition to that, now we have the contrast there. Austin Birchfield driving a lot more restrained compared to, ironically enough, the lap where he was basically driving at a 45-degree angle to the direction of the road while going straight due to the rear end damage that he had.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we just lost the server, or we just lost a lot of people.
Oh.
Mass connection drop? What?
Yes. At least half the drivers have dropped off out of the server.
Oh my god, what happened there? Okay, so the good thing is people can rejoin and keep going, actually. So that's good news for Mark Johnson, for Daniel Spokta, Rhys Gardner, Stefano Tiburzi, Darren Andrews, and Austin Birchfield. But of course, that will cost them track position. But that is insanely... It's an insanely weird situation. Our broadcast also just crashed. Was that a game crash or was that a disconnect? That's my question here.
So one game crash and one disconnects, it seems. So
it's a really, really weird one. But that was a complete row of contacts here that was lost.
Yeah, I mean, Franek still showing. Well, Austin was about to complete another lap. L1 was about 3/4 of the way through the lap. Nicholas Kirsten was just behind, not that far behind him.
Andrews is reconnecting now.
But half the field that was still in this race had dropped from the server instantly, which was...
Do have to quickly make some marks here who all rejoined after this. My question is now if that'll count his lap as it is. No, that will still not count the lap there. So he basically has to run that further. Okay, that is good at least.
Right, so
only one missing out of all the runners, I think, is Austin Birchfield.
So whether he's had a further issue.
Yeah. That would be heartbreaking because he's been fighting for that.
I know, he's been fighting P2 all the way through. And that car on the VMAX has been the fastest out of anybody.
Tiburzi is back, David Dezan is in the pit lane. And here's Austin Birchfield coming back as well.
Yeah, he's in the pits.
Yep.
Okay.
That is a relief. Yeah, lights up the rear tires, gets it rotated.
Yeah, he's out of the paddock.
Yep.
Yeah, easy in the background, folks.
So luckily we got everyone back, but I do wonder what happened there. Because the servers didn't show disconnects.
Unless there's been an internal fault of some kind that's then led to the server having an issue.
Yeah. Oh boy, the biggest fear of any organizer.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking it was running a bit too smoothly, you know, shake it up a bit.
Don't say that again, please. It's been a long.
God.
It's been a long day. That's my running gag of the broadcast.
I'm wondering how the lap will get counted now. Like, if it'll actually show the accurate timing for that. So we don't actually have to show that. But I gotta look into how that would actually work out. It wasn't network, apparently. It wasn't the network, according to Steph, who's running our servers. So there must have been a game crash of some sort.
Yeah, maybe. Well, the thing is that Frank Godrecki, he's now on his penultimate lap, isn't he? He's on lap 9 out of 10.
So the bad thing that kind of sucks now is because we can't, like, how would you say it? We can't really police it otherwise. We can't really, well, we can't really run with the lap tracker anymore right now. So we would have to wait until the final lap, until everyone is across the line, and give then the, well, decent positions then, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. Which will happen post broadcast. So
pretty much
the results that we will have, obviously, with that interruption, it has affected some of the competitors in terms of the positions that they were in at the point. So it is more the case of we will complete the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much for bearing with us, even with this problem that has occurred. But yeah, the main thing is that everyone that has been part of the server has been able to rejoin, which is a good thing. So okay,
yeah, that's true.
Let's just say it this way. Yes, people are disappointed that it's happened. We are disappointed that it's happened because we were really looking forward to seeing everyone cross the line. But I think it's going to be more the case of when we have the last lap completed by the eventual race winner, then it will be a case of just letting everyone complete their laps, and then HRSC will look into everything, work out all the formalities as a direct correlation. So the results that you are seeing now will more than likely not be the results that will be the official confirmed result of this particular special event.
Indeed. So the next driver change is going on, well, actually went on as well already. I think that was, Dizan back to Martin Jaspers.
And we've now got Daniels bogged up behind the wheel of the Farcops Racing number 7 car. That is running at the moment P4. in the current running order of things for Sports Prototype 2.0.
Meanwhile, I'm just quickly prepping a sheet to see where we would be with our results before the, our pure results from when the race finishes. So we can quickly reduce the rounded up gaps, basically, from the overall thing.
Yeah.
Never a boring moment, is there? I do feel sorry though for everyone, yeah.
It is frustrating for everyone, but unfortunately, as we all know, there's nothing that we can do when there is technology involved.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically our equivalent of, an engine failure or something along those lines.
Or an extensive red flag period.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's stick with Ava Constable for a little bit, just see how... You can hear she's definitely giving it the berries a little bit here as well. Let's ride on board with the tight entry racing car. And from what we've seen from Franek Godrecki earlier on, we now go on to, one of the newer teams that have joined this community. And it's great to see that they are using that never give up kind of attitude. And that is what I love to see in these kind of communities. As we were talking about earlier on, tight entry racing, oh well. But this is a learning phase. I'm not going to critique Ava's driving style at all, because it is difficult when you go, as I said, from a Formula One league to something like this. It is like a young child.
It's completely different.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a young child being put into a swimming pool without flotation devices and being told you either sink or you swim. As much as it might sound cruel, but that's how it is. If you go out of the frying pan and into the fire, you're expected to adapt, overcome.
Or like Kate Winslet keeping that damn door all to herself while Leonardo DiCaprio's freezing outside.
Well, I wouldn't go as far to use the Titanic as a reference, but it's just sort of like in life, you learn something new every time there's a different experience, or like, say, the old saying, you learn something new every day. Yeah, that's what tight entry racing are doing. They're learning something new. They're outside of their comfort zone and trying to get a handle on this. And yeah, by no stretch of the imagination is it easy. Never will be, and that'll never change. But if a team can go, oh, really enjoyed it, and as I said earlier on, they'll look for ways in which to improve. They may decide, well, let's test these cars out, these mods, see which car works with us. When it's not just about, when it's a three driver team in a car, everyone's got to be on the same page when it comes to a car that can be consistent, a car that everyone likes to drive, and is the easiest one to get to grips with. Because when you start those foundation steps. It is more the case of, right, how do we go about building this foundation for the team?
And
Do we want to see if anyone else from our league or from our team that might want to decide to give this a go?
Yeah.
And open up the floodgates that way, rather than sort of trying to pit people. And it still happens even worse to this day, especially with the advent of social media, which is peer pressure. Peer pressure can be a very, very bad thing. A very bad
absolutely.
thing indeed. So, you know, and I just have to say, in regards to tight entry racing, just hats off to you all for coming in and giving it a go. You know, there's no shame to be pounded on you. There's no pride to steal away from you. It's just like they'll get to the end of the race and they'll go, really like that. When can I do it again? Once you get bitten, rest is history.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree. And that's some last-minute traffic as well, with Birchfield having to get past the Farkop's car.
And here we have the trackside and picture-in-picture of Branik Godrecki for Automobil Club Polski. And Neb has just said, I think watching this stream has got the attention of some of the others in our group. So there may be more, and he's then put, so there may be more moving chicanes at your next event if you'll have us. Neb, and to everyone related to tight entry racing, come along and join the fun. You might not be the quickest, but we would welcome you with open arms, 100%. Because there's not just these one-off events, there's the series that we do run. You start
There will be some club racing as well. So what I want to get running is, you know, our Mark C Cup again, because it's great for just like casual. So the Mark C Cup is basically the Jaguar C type as a cup class, and you know, then also do a little bit of Formula 3, because those cars are also absolutely fantastic, especially for newcomers into historic sim racing. Those are basically the cars where you learn how to walk.
Learn to walk before you run, like in life.
They are vintage sim racing's floaties.
That's a wonderful analogy of putting it that way. They're vintage floaties, says Nico Hillebrand. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. But
okay, so the new sheet is up and running. Hopefully this gets itself sorted out.
yeah, as we stick with Franek. Nearly half the field have fallen by the wayside. Oli Garianlati for the Carhubia Racing number 22 Chappelle Auto XF. Ricardo Mendez for Magno Autosports in the number 50 Favero V33-4S. And Tobias Hoffmann for Brabham Motorsports in the number 20 Lilith 7ST. Quentin Chevito for the number 19 crew. That was Buckeye Syndicate Racing. The Forster 41. Chris Okuda for Subi Motorsport in the Ardouin 12BB. Chaz Kayla in the number 3 Abiati T13. Ted Ho in the number 9 Metro 360M, Adam Komorowski in the Abarty number 2, Steph Hammonds in the R1 M6 number 1, and the Einigung Heinländische Automobilsportlers Maximilian Putravki in the number 11 Prosch 100 CS. Those are your retirees from this race. Just going to stay silent for a moment just to hear the wonderful engine notes as Franek just literally threads the eye of the needle around this 72 kilometer location. Targa Sicilia Rinascita for HRSC. So just for a couple of moments, folks, myself and Nico will go dark on the mics and give you a little bit of ASMR.
Well, and having a look here now with the screaming V8 of Erwan Berger through the mountains, and I think that is basically the section between Cerda and Colesano. So the mountainous region around, well, the very top of the elevation change here. Difficult every bit of the way. Nonetheless, yeah, unperturbed, continuing to stay fighting as it goes a bit deep there into that corner, almost getting a hit in. But yeah, nevertheless, Berger also only ran with very, very few errors in the end.
Well, yes. I think it was more towards the midpoint of the event where we did see a few faux pas, didn't we? Where it was sort of like going a bit too deep in, clattering into the curbing. Yeah, if in doubt, if the steering's out one way, smack the other wheel to try and get it right. And even a couple of spins here or there, but you know, still a pretty good performance by the number 10 car. And looks set to win the Sports Prototype 2.0 class. And it's just about now just getting the cars home, more than anything.
Yes, indeed. It's, you know, despite everything, everyone is still, you know, seemingly very set on getting to the finish line. I think that's one of the biggest things, really. Even if you can't really gain a place anymore, you can't. Or let's say you even have it technically in the bag already, you still want to stay clean until the very, very end, until the flag drops. Because until then, it's still a race, and a mistake can happen. So everyone here, maximum concentration. And trying their best to get everything as perfect as possible.
That particular camera shot there kind of reminds me of a road trip I did back, when was it? I think it was the mid-2000s. Did a trip from about half an hour outside of my house to Salou in the Costa Dorada, just south of Barcelona, for what they call the AMM, which is the annual mini-meeting. And it would go between different locations, so across Europe. And that kind of bit there reminded me of a lovely little spot in the Pyrenees, where we were actually climbing the mountain. That was where I learnt to use engine braking, double declutching as well. And it was going up the Pyrenees, heading into Andorra, of all places, which is the country between France, going through from France to Spain. At that point, the main highway that was connecting southern France and northern Spain at that point wasn't completed. I think it was just in the gestation period of where the politicians and the governments were deciding what they were going to do. And it was a lovely bit of road, sweeping cambers, able to just turn the car in, lift off the gas, use the engine to help slow the car down, then wait until you're about 3/4 of the way through that particular section. So where you've got the bridge there, so you'd go down from 4th to 3rd, lift off the throttle, and then gently sweep the car to the right hand side by the white line, and then you then turn the car in, and then through the second right hander, halfway through, you then start to gently accelerate to assist the car to go up the slight incline. And that particular shot just brought back so many memories of a pretty cool road trip at that point.
Yeah, and I mean it's just not just it's not just a racetrack, it's also just complete scenery. Like the entire character of this region, I think, is really well translated through this circuit. Really bringing it alive, quite honestly, and with all the spectators here as well, picnic trees and picnic stands, and people in lawn chairs and everything by the side, gives it quite a lot of character. And yeah, I mean, with these hillside roads, it's quite nice because it's still just built properly, accommodating to the landscape, instead of basically completely manufacturing the ground around it like we have with racetracks nowadays, which is another thing that makes the Targa Florio just so special.
Yeah, so we're running on board with Niklas Kirsten in the Retarius Rennsport number 16. As race is getting closer and closer towards the end of its inevitable conclusion. And a big thank you to everyone that has joined us so far in the official live stream. Big thank you to Genisus Extreme, and also our broadcast director. Big thanks to Daniel Costello for his work.
Darren was doing a fantastic job with the camera work, as always.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, thank you to Gridfinder, partners of HRSC that, help make this happen overall.
Mm-hmm. But at least the good thing is we've had plenty of banter during the broadcast as well. So a big thank you to everyone that's put their 2 cents in there.
big question will be, like, quite a lot of people were at different parts of the circuit. How will this shuffle basically turn out for everyone? Because we are going, after all, from the overall finishing time and then reducing it by the start delay. So some people that got hit harder, some people that got hit didn't get hit as hard. But it's, well, in a way similar to, you know, just having a tire blowout and then having to drag the car back, or having to stop then and there and basically having to fix the car at the roadside, essentially.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, ironically enough, that was the reason why, in real 1967, originally supposed to drive for Scuderia Ferrari, was one Lorenzo Bandini, but unfortunately, he passed away just weeks before that in, you know, famous fiery accident at Monaco.
Yeah.
So instead, Enzo Ferrari got Nino Vaccarella to accompany Ludovico Scarfiotti in a Ferrari 330 P3-4, which was basically the in-between version of the P3 and the P4 Ferrari. And Vaccarella, this is, you know, the man where we always see on the road markings, you know, Nino, Forza Nino Vaccarella, a local of Sicily, knew these streets like his backhand, but still had to DNF because got the car a bit too sideways, hit the tire on pretty much a sidewalk in one of the cities, and that basically destroyed the rear axle. So quite a comparable situation here. Meanwhile, we have Niklas Kirsten still pushing, still trying to get that gap to Erwan Bergier down. We've got Recchi now on the last lap, still doing 35.20.
Mamma mia.
So still on it.
Like a car bonnet.
Yeah. Everyone very spread out now, of course. Erwan Bergier and Niklas Kirsten are around 15 minutes behind Van der Godricki, so basically half a lap behind him. But yeah, all good things must come to an end, so final lap already in progress from Godrecki. And oh, he's letting us know with some nice little power slides as well. Meanwhile, Weiss Gardner here on board, of course, our leader in SP 1.3. Keeping it clean, keeping it simple, not a real slip-up at all. Well, he did come to us earlier in the interview and said, you know, I'm really terrified of making a big mistake and, you know, breaking the car here for this 4-lap stint. But so far, seems to be like he's been completely fine, without a worry. And probably to be able, well, I think he should be finishing on 9 laps then. 9 laps to completed. Out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and that's a big one though. Just as he comes I should stop talking about what people said. Commentators curse.
No,
My
fated
fault.
circumstance. Commentators curse. There's no such thing. You just were talking about somebody and something happened. Fated circumstance. I don't believe in commentators curse. Never have done, never will do.
The steering is still straight. Or is it? Oh no, it's not. It's not straight anymore. Never mind. Driving camera for me is a little bit further back. Overall, it's not too crooked, I think. So it's not too bad. Austin Birchfield finds his way back past. And Austin is pushing hard right now. You can see from the motions of the car and everything. Trying to struggle for grip. And trying, of course, to catch Darren Andrews, whom he was in direct competition with. I think Reese is also now a little bit slower off. After you've done, one misjudgment, second one can happen quite quickly then, and then you're getting hyper aware, so to say, of the car, wondering whether it's safe to actually go that fast in there, if you should take a little bit less, if you have to completely pull back. And getting that confidence back is really, really difficult, especially on a circuit like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, not just adjusting for damage as well, but you have to adjust for every single corner, because as much as sim racing has the luxury of you can do essentially unlimited laps, you can not really practice. Well, you can technically, but every time you get damage, it's going to be slightly different. So unless you want to do quite literally thousands of laps around here, basically run around the Earth multiple times around this circuit, to test out every single bit of damage that you could have, so you know how the car reacts in each single situation. It's it's a difficult situation that Reese finds him in as he goes a bit on the sidewalk there. But Recky's still in a quite comfy spot now in the final lap. I'm wondering, he looks like his calmer self again, not quite the power slidey self that we saw earlier. But yeah, as the last lap goes on, well, everyone's coming towards their last lap. Let's have a quick look who is no longer with us. Not dead, but still not forgotten. First on lap 1, we lost Maximilian Petravki.
Yeah.
Car very damaged from a couple of smaller hits. And then unfortunately hit a rain gutter, which, the wheel got wedged in, completely ripped off. And that was the end of the number 11 Prosh 100 CS.
Then we had Steph Hermans in the number 1 Audouin, made it through lap 1, and then was the first unfortunate victim of clattering into one of those very solid posts, and that then ripped the wheel asunder, and he was out on the spot. I think we had a similar situation with the number 2 Abbiati of Adam Komorowski. He suffered dramas. Then we had Ted Ho.
Same thing again, basically.
Yeah, it was like we had repeats of certain incidents. Chaz Kaler for the number 3 Abbiati team, Bowfield Engineering, also I think suffered the same sort of fate. Like there were, we found it was happening on the same stretch of tarmac as well.
Yeah.
A couple of the drivers. Then Chris Okuda went to turn left, completely missed the entry point, and then ended up being stuck on the outside of the bridge. Quentin Chavito's car was a burning mess after he collided with the wall. Tobias Hoffman in the number 20 Brabham Motorsport 7ST ended up with 3 wheels on its wagon, and it wasn't a front wheel, it was a rear wheel, because the back end of that Lilid was a little bit wider.
Also caught by one of the stone bollards in the end.
Yes, exactly. Ricardo Mendez, yeet, ended up taking out some spectators then into the side of a building. And then the person that tried to carry on, no matter how much Sisu he had in the tank, the 22 Chappelle Auto XF of Kahu Beer Racing's Oli Karianalati ended up, well, going off once. The car was definitely a handful. Then into the residential area he went, and then it just all went horribly wrong, and then smacked into another wall again, and that was it, game over. And that, folks, is the roundup of the 10 retirees here at the Targa Sicilia for the HRSC, and yeah, what can you say? The main thing is at least 11 teams will be saying, yes, we got there. Yes, we did have the technical snafu of where we lost half the field off the server, and then everyone managed to get back, but some people were out of position because of the... And it was through no fault of their own. But I think, well...
This could be damaging for that could be pitting for damage, or also since he did lose connection, it might be that he has to do a splash and dash to actually refuel and make it to the end. Because if you lose connection, if your game crashes or anything, the state of the car that is at the time when it disconnects will get saved basically for when you rejoin, and yeah, you can't change anything on the setup, not even refuel it.
That just goes to show sometimes how the cookie crumbles, ladies and gentlemen. Either you get to the end, or there are times when it just doesn't happen the way you planned. But when you've got a 72 kilometre long layout with nearly 570 corners on it, there is going to be that there is going to be that time when something does give.
Indeed, and no, I mean, for in-law reasons, you know, we are in Italy. The Tifosi did get a bit out of hand. The Mafia paid, you know, everyone, they paid the police to throw down spike strips for everyone but Godrecki to make sure that a Ferrari is at the top today.
Might be quite an extensive...
Quite big repair, yeah.
That's a very, very, very big repair. So Robin DeVos gets behind the wheel of the Baskerville Hobbyist Racing number 17. And then rejoins. Oh! What on earth happened there? That was not planned. Eek. He's mowed him down. Sorry. How many murder death kills have been initiated here this very day here at the Targa Sicilia? The police have got the police have got plenty of paperwork for that, mate. So still leading. So yeah, probably more than likely a splash and a dash on that one. Very close to the right hand side lower wall did Reese on that particular occasion. But the Acuria Australis number 6 Ardouin 12BB has pretty much been the tour de force in the lowest class of this event, bearing in mind they did start as the 6th vehicle. So the steering looking a lot more compliant, and yes, that's a straight. That's very, very straight indeed, as it should be. So this should give Reese a little bit more confidence in the corners. Yeah, that's nice and smooth. As there is Franek Godrecki continuing on his merry way. Steph Herman's just said Robin just yeeted it into the field. Yeet! Oh. He's a little bit sideways as Franek, but you know what? He's going to win by a massive margin. It's probably going to be quite a about 17 and a half minutes approximately that he's got a lead of at the moment.
Quite sizable.
Well, let's have a talk about who stood out, who we would consider our respective driver of the day. What do you think, Nico?
There's an easy call, which, Franek Godrecki, obviously, with basically a faultless race. Fantastic run through the entire race, with fantastic, spectacular driving. But, I'd also say we shouldn't really leave out, if we're thinking of a fantastic race, I think we also shouldn't leave out drive of Austin Birchfield. Because that final run there, that was absolutely next level, I think.
For me, it's got. I'd love to give it to Franek, but it's got to go to. For me, it's got to go to Austin to put down a lap time like he did, with the rear end of a car that was completely non-compliant. Steering was all over the shop, and the lap time that he put in. That was the that was on his 6th lap. 35 1:48, which, funny enough,
Personal
Was
best.
which was the personal best for that crew in this competition. So yeah, I think for me it's lap 6 of Ivory Engineering Targa Division's Austin Birchfield that clinches it for me. But yeah, honourable mention from my side. This man here, Franek Godrecki, has done the business as we would have expected, and yeah, kicking up the dust. Doesn't give a monkeys. He knows that he's pretty much got this in the bag, and now it's the time just to enjoy himself, you know. And with a lead of 17.5 minutes, you can just have a little bit more fun, just enjoy it. But he's still going to drive it like he stole it.
I mean, you know, when you're having a good day, I wouldn't, you know, want to slow down either.
Mm. Right.
And we'd also have to, you know, so-called team of the day.
Yeah, tight
What's your
entry
favorite
racing.
entry?
Tight entry racing, just because the fact is they've come from a completely different area of sim racing through F1 League, and they've come to try historics, and they are going to finish. They are going to finish in this race as well, which is just as important. Sometimes it's not about the result, it's about the taking part. And that, I mean, they survived. They survived, which is the first thing. You know, there is that cardinal rule of to finish first you must finish. But to still get to the end of what has been a difficult time trial, and it's not, you know, 3 drivers that have not even probably had rFactor 2 for what, 2 weeks, if that, and they come in. Okay, granted, they've gone with the lowest tier class that we have, but they have had a positive, never give up attitude. And yeah, even though Liam was, you know, driving at a considerably slower pace than some of our top ranked drivers, I'm not going to say anything else, but I think it's just like, the thing was, it was a learning experience for them all, and they'll feel an ultimate amount of satisfaction just by going, you know what, guys, we made it. And that, in their own respect, is a victory in its own right.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. You know, in the end, you have to look at like how, like overall, just, you know, how much of the race can you finish? How far are you gonna go? And honestly, like even, you know, rolling up here, you know, even, you know, coming in, taking part, and just doing your own thing as well to just get into a completely new area of racing, you know? It's
Have you made up a new word? Completely.
No, completely.
I thought it sounded like completely from your mouth, did it?
I'm getting gaslit here by my co-commentator. Well, my fellow commentator, not co-commentator. I'm the pundit here.
Yeah, and I'm the one that's got brain fade.
I mean, that makes 2 of us.
Touché, mon ami. Touché.
Bold of you to assume that my brain works normally.
Oh well. What can I say?
Just from Mr. Castello comes amateurs. You know, I don't even have a brain. That's.
The thing is that only us can hear Daniel at the moment.
I think that's also quite good. Maybe not the worst thing that only you can hear. No, I'm just kidding. We all like to have fun here.
But it's time to watch the master at work once again, Franek Gorecki. Just absolutely awesome to watch. It's like you can hear the way that the throttle's being modulated. Like literally, slight stab of the throttle, lift off, stab of the throttle, lift off. And there, when he was correcting the steering, no throttle application whatsoever. It's just about knowing how the car is going to react to those inputs, because with a course as technical as this, it's not just about the steering. The brake and the throttle inputs can also help to carry the momentum, rotate the car as well. So it's that little sort of like tap dance on the pedals, when you say, Nico, in order to complement the steering and having to react with split-second timing to get the car around the corner.
Yeah, when I was starting off with motorsports in real life, and with karting it's quite simple, throttle and brake. If you do kart slalom, you always keep full throttle, and then the brake you actually apply to slow down, and that's all. But then you have, for example, when you start off with driving a car, and with shifting and everything, my coach always said, down there, like your hands have to be firm on the steering wheel, and with your feet you have to be playing piano. And especially here with the quite close to the wall there, especially here with the H pattern and so many changes in the nature and everything, with it being so tight, and just having to go through the gears that many times. It's, quite simply put, yeah, you have to be playing piano, like, playing on a huge, what do we call it in English? In German it's called Flügel. I think in English it's just grand piano.
Yeah, grand piano.
Like, basically like you're about to have the biggest concert of your life in front of 500,000 people that, that are expecting Beethoven.
Tinkling the ivories is the phrase we'd use in the United Kingdom.
The what now? Okay, I haven't heard that saying yet. Now, there, to quickly clear up what Mr. Costello was saying, he said, if he's been driving with 6 hours like this, then he's nuts. But yes, he does in fact have a force feedback wheel.
Yeah.
And yeah, he is nuts.
I think the Spanish would say is loco on that one. But yeah, just I'm just in absolute awe.
Yeah.
It just you. Oh, the back end, doing a little dance, stepping out to the right, and again just
I think this is also a bit of, the tires are slowly worn out now.
And now it's time for a little bit of playtime. It's still going to be a pretty respectable lap, nevertheless. It's going to be.
I do love the shade in the chat, though. Crana couldn't even get into the 34s. Poor effort, to be honest.
Yeah. It's like someone's just gone with the Loctite Ultimate and just put his hands there and saying, right, for the next 6 hours, you are attached to the wheel, literally. But I mean, the thing is that the way that he has just been consistent, and that is what the big word of the day is. And look, now Carl's
Now he's just showing off. Come on.
Yeah, now.
That's just showing off now.
Now he's just giving us a show. This is
come
the
on, bud.
showman. This is the showman. Franek Godrecki is just going, right. Okay, watch the turn in. Back end steps out.
Franek, don't. God, come on, man. Like, stop trying to show off and just get it done with. Don't put us on the torture bank. Absolute madman.
But you know what? No one can take this away from him. What he's done today, by no stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, last year I met him at the Sim Racing Expo in Dortmund, and honestly, like, with having met him now, you know, in real life as well, which is a quite nice thing with sim racing, you get to know everyone across the planet, and then at some point, randomly, you'll have the chance to meet up. And it's going to be first really awkward, and then you're going to get along perfectly. And with Franek, I know exactly what kind of damn facial expression he'll have now, and that's going to be a wide, wide grin. It's just hard that he doesn't hit one of those big stone, monoliths, basically, that are lining the road here.
Well, it was just like when I met our good mutual friend Devin Parner for the very first time.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been in 2023.
You mean when you met the tree pretending to be Devin Browner? Tall, lanky man.
And me having no Richard Hammond complex as always.
In fairness, it's hardly your fault. Like, you're perfectly, like, regularly sized. It's just that he has Dutch blood in him.
That's what I'm saying on that one. But
oh, still showing off. Man, I hate this guy.
Oh, you know, you saying that reminds me of.
Oh no, not like Nino.
No! He's held it. He's held it.
Watch, this is over. No, now it's over. He would have been drive of the day, but that one spin, now that settles it.
Oh, you know what? The amount of scares that this man has had has been on single digits. But that was the biggest code brown he's had all night. Ted, no, he's not going to calm down. He's look. You see his work rate behind the wheel. This man is not going to slow down for no bugger at all. Exactly. Yeah. A very good point made by broadcast director Daniel Costello. If he slows down now, he's going to make a mistake. And he's still right. Are we at the long stretch? Yes. Right, give us a speed reading, Nico.
Well, with the rear tires at the temperature of the sun, we're now reaching critical speeds 290, 295. Say it with me, 300. And still climbing further as we go past the house and go underneath the bridge. 305, 306, 7, 8. Is he gonna go to 311 again? 309. Under the next bridge, he gets to 310. Down the Colasano, well, not Colasano, Buonfonello straight for the final time. Just shy of 311, 310 into that final complex here, hard on the brakes, down to 4th gear. Slows it down to around 230 kph, 220 now. And the last time for this complex, it's been a long 6 hours, it's been a rough and hard 6 hours. But nevertheless,
he's still got it.
Fighting.
Listen to the car now. He was at full throttle before he lifted. Full throttle for about half a kilometre. And then just gave it Billy Big Balls right then. Incredible stuff from this man.
he prepped for this for a year. Last year when he beached that car, I have almost the very same car as last year. He said to himself, not again, never again. Next year I'm coming back, and this man, from Poland, full of determination.
Yeah.
And he has certainly lived up to that promise he made to himself and everyone else.
So just a handful of corners remain for Automobile Club Polski. And Franek Godrecki in the number 18 Favero V33-4. It has been a showcase, a mastery of the Targa Sicilia. He's still pushing. He's still going to get that tail end wagging on the dog.
Past the pit straights.
Here we go. Pit straight. And then it's going to be through into the final complex here at this 72 kilometers. Look, he's still drifting, but out of the final corner. It's done. It's over.
And he wins it.
Godrecki.
Absolutely incredible.
Godrecki does the business. Incredible stuff. Right, Nico Hillebrand.
Oh my god, that is a 35.02.
You're kidding! No way!
Unbelievable!
He could have broken into the 34s.
I feel like I think he may have had the chat up when Neb in chat said he couldn't even break into the 34s. Poor Evan, and then was like, okay, bet.
I bet he went, Kurva, hold my beer.
Like, if it wasn't for that spin, he would have gotten in that.
Mate, I think he would have. I think he would have gotten. And I'm going to be honest here. I think he could have gotten below a 34.5 at least. I think it could have been a low 34 because that spin cost him at least a second and a half. Sorry. I think that cost him about 10 to 15 seconds. So if you take 15 away from that, you're looking at a sub 35. So he's probably lost the best part of 20, 30 seconds on that spin alone, but to still have that presence of mind, I don't know what to say now. I'm speechless, guys. I seriously am.
Yeah, let's get him in here while the others are coming in to finish.
I'll leave this one with you then, mate.
Franek Godrecki. What's your excuse for that spin? You could have had a 34, man.
Oh yeah. I was trying to, but I've never felt this way physically. Like, it's not like my body is in pain, but not like workout pain. It's like, imagine having the worst hangover ever, waking up at some random floor, but 100 times that. Oh, Jesus!
My God. But that was an absolutely astonishing drive. Are you happy now? Like, for lack of better question, like, are you happy now? Did you make up for the last year?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think I finally proved to myself that I can do it. It's my third attempt at a Targa in sim racing, and my first finish. So pretty happy with that one. But yeah, I was trying to control my pace, but then right after the first interview, you fueled me with enthusiasm. So I was very enthusiastic with my driving and had a spin. Yeah, and then it was just slowly losing my sanity, seeing the same things over and over again. Phew. I thought I will be collected and know what to say, but I'm just done.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm like at a lag of words like that. I thought you were just a little bit showing off there, to be a bit cheeky. And like, good on you. Like, you ran an absolutely pretty much perfect race. But my God, man, that almost a 34.
Yeah, that last lap was trying to match my PB from practice, but unfortunately, didn't happen. I was off by 12 seconds, so.
Absolutely, I'm still like at a loss. That is just it's just absolutely incredible, man. Like, great run. Like, all I can say is congratulations. Already, just like first of all, just before finishing, but I also don't think that's. Well, I'm gonna lean myself out of that window and say I don't think anyone can catch up with you right now.
Oh, Donut definitely can, and I'm so sad he had to skip this year, but I'm looking forward to have a battle with him next year possibly, and I know that he will be tough if not impossible to beat. So shout out to Donut, and I'm so sorry for ruining last year for him.
I mean, incidents happen, and with that, it was quite literally just the. It was just the final little straw, so to say. Like, it was just a bit of an issue there. Did you notice what happened during the, during the final couple laps with the mass disconnect?
Yes, unfortunately, it's a sour victory in that way. I feel really bad for the guys. And if you rewatch my VOD, I was saying that I'm fully agreeing to like a lap reset or something, because it just sucks to see that. But well, it's the first disconnect that I've seen since I've raced in Virtual Endurance Championship in like 2017. So I'm surprised that rFactor is keeping us on our toes.
Like, after the race is done, we're basically gonna have a look at the server logs, what happened there, but yeah, in theory, like, this shouldn't have been a high load situation, so yeah. Weird.
Yeah, very unfortunate, and it happened just when I started playing with the menus to see my oil temp, and I'm I know it's not my fault, but just when I hit the button to change the menu, wrist disconnected, and I was like, oh.
Oil temps? Oh no, that is oil slick.
Oh, hell yeah. No idea where I put out the stamina for the last lap, but I just decided to go for it, so. Yeah,
that is fair enough. Oh yeah, since we have, well, pretty much the default here now. Well, we're waiting for the last finishers to the line. On the lead lap, gonna be 3 cars, so Franek Odrecki, Iwan Bergier, and Niklas Kirsten.
I just need to say, Franek, absolutely outstanding performance tonight. I've got no questions for you, but I was really hoping that final lap was going to break the back, because the consistency was just immense. And then when you had that spin, I was like, we were discussing it, I was like thinking, oh God, he could have gotten a 34. Like, we were all hoping, because you were putting on a show. The back end was drifting out here, left, right, centre. We knew the tyres were coming to the end of their life, and you were just absolutely steely focused. Chapeau, my friend. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's nice to hear that from you. And shout out to Logitech. I actually had to unbind some of my buttons, because when counter steering, my wheel started to press the buttons randomly. So yeah, I think this is gonna be my last year rocking the DFGT.
You're still on that?
No.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Well, you know what?
I had the pleasure to do a few races with you guys on a Simulcube, but if I would attempt that on a rig like that, my arms would be gone.
My God, okay.
That's even more impressive. And Franek, I think on that note, thank you so much for entertaining not just us here on commentary and production, but also everyone that's been watching the live stream. You are an absolute machine, my friend. Well done.
Cheers, thank you very much, and looking forward to the rest of open wheel season.
Yeah, looking forward to having you there as well. Right. And last couple of guys approaching.
Okay, so there's Austin. Yeah, so this is our second SP 2.0 plus finisher.
Oh, the one to cross the line, but gonna be a lap down overall because of well, unfortunate disconnect.
That's the thing, as I said, technology throws a spanner in the works when you least expect it. And I'm not going to blame anyone for saying anything. Yeah, I'm not blaming anyone for anything, because it's just been it's just been one of those races where you just and Astro, the commentator's curse is not real. It's fate of circumstance. And if anyone asks Lewis McGlade, he will completely agree with me on that front as well. But still, a Logitech DFGT. Oh my God, fathers, that is like an ancient relic.
It was my first force feedback wheel.
But still, to be at that level, of consistency.
Honestly, like that's what I think is a nice thing about sim racing, because you can really have these standout performances, even without had any like bigger issues like that. Just absolutely amazing job from him. It's it's not depending on the hardware. I mean, God knows, Janez Simoncic was driving on a G29 for ages as well and was absolutely rapid. But going back to the present.
So was Amada Requisi as well.
Yeah.
And I've had the opportunity to meet him. He's actually gone into karting now.
Oh, excellent.
I actually caught up with him at the MENA Karting Championship Nations Cup. Austin comes across the line and properly yeets the right-hand side into the barriers.
And that is a 53.898. So, ironically enough, slower than with a broken suspension. But nevertheless, a great job from him. Like a really, really good return to form. Let's get Austin next. Austin, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, nice finish. That quite tasteful with the little with the wall tap.
Thank you.
But overall, fantastic drive. Which lap do you think was your personal fastest?
Probably lap 3 or 2.
Incorrect. Your fastest lap was with the broken suspension on lap 6.
What? What lap was that?
35.48.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how, I don't know why, but somehow you were less than 45 seconds on that lap slower than Franek, who was like giving it the beans.
I was giving it all my beans too, but today wasn't the day.
Like I just gotta say, like fantastic drive from you. Even with the disconnect, ran it home perfectly.
Well, I mean, I know you'll sort that out anyway. For me, it was always just about finishing.
And finish you did. So
finish I did.
Mission complete.
I can say after 3 years, I have finally done 10 laps. Oh. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, I think.
I think that's a very fitting thing to be on your mind.
Yeah, I need to stand up, so this... Wow, thank you so much, Nico.
I mean, you know, you did the racing. Thank you very much for starting and delivering a good show here.
I tried. It's just a shame I couldn't match Frantic, but he deserves that win. I don't think he did under a 36 once, did he?
Nico, where's he gone off to? Well, Austin, it's Alex. Yeah, the only times when he did under a 30, well, the only 2 times he didn't go under a 36 was when he did his 2 pit stops on laps 5 and lap 8, which were low 37s. So he was pretty much sub 36 across the board. If he hadn't have had the spin in the residential area before the long straightaway, we thought he was on course for a potential mid 34-minute lap time. He was that on pace. It's like he just found another bit of second wind, but congratulations from my side to you as well for making it to the end. And yeah, that lap 6 was really impressive. So well done on that one.
Thank you very much.
Well, I think Austin, we'll let you go, but thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time on HRSC.
Yeah, should be 2 weeks from now, right?
Yes, indeed. I think for Monaco. So well done tonight, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
See you then. Thank you.
Couple last guys coming in to finish as well. It's obviously everyone quite spread out at the moment, but Campo Felice does greet a couple of the guys already running through the town for the last time.
It has been a long old slog for everyone involved, and a big thank you to everybody that has been watching along. We've got some really good comments coming in. Doc Slappy saying great job, Austin, spirit of Jimmy.
Jim Clark.
Yeah, good old Jim Clark, man, who we unfortunately lost before his time at the Hockenheim Ring. Robin DeVos crosses the line in the number 17 Baskerville Hobbyist Racing car. And then the Prosh Cavalcanti number 14 entry, Stefano Tiburzi, going to bring that car home.
Aaron Bougier and Nicholas Kirsten chasing each other down the Bonfanello Straight as well.
Oh, cool. Is Nicholas going to get a little bit of slipstream? Maybe he might be able to get closer to 190 miles an hour then.
Sitting at around 285 right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to hit 290 before the straight is over.
Yes, that's about 180, 182 miles an hour then, effectively.
Yep.
Yeah, 182, 184.
Here comes Stefano Tiburzi, getting home in a well-deserved second place, I think, for the 2-liter class.
Here comes leader in the Sports Prototype 1.3, Rhys Gardner for Ecurie Australis, will pick up the win here at the Targa Sicilia.
Second time in a row.
Well done to them. Great job there. And here comes the number 4 of Tight Entry Racing's Ava Constable. It's like a parade lap coming home. but they're going to make it to the end. You've got to give this team credit where credit is due, out of their comfort zone, and still manage to outlast the second half of the field that didn't make it to the end of the race. But well deserved nonetheless, guys, I think.
Actually, right behind Ava is also for on-track position after the disconnect, Mark Johnson. And actually, no, that's... Yeah, no, the session is switching over already. The session is switching over. We have had... So we already... This is the big difficulty with the Targa. We have such an insanely long lap that, the biggest overlap time we have is, I think, 15 to 20 minutes. And it's, the session timer, like, it was basically just, never designed for something like this in mind, simply because we don't have circuits like this in, the area anymore.
Well, folks, that is going to wrap it up here for the HRSC Targa Sicilia Rinascita 2025. What a job by the absolute machine of Automobil Club Polski's Franek Godrecki. Did not go over 36 minutes, was on course for breaking into the 34s on that last lap, but still, what a race it's been. Nico, final words from you before we say goodbye to everybody here on the live stream.
Well, a lot of stress, a lot of tears, a lot of sweat and blood, but, we got there in the end. I just want to congratulate everyone who finished, even the guys that didn't, 100% reach the finish line when the session switched over, that it still counts as finished in my eyes with every single, And, these guys, they did absolutely amazingly. They've done a fantastic job, and, all I can say is, thank you very much, everyone, for taking part. Thank you very much for watching the stream and for your interest. And if you also want to join the action, we're going to do more events, more races, more club racing weekends in the near future after June is finished. So we have some small little race weekends with some C-types and with Formula 3 and stuff for people that are completely newly joining in, but also, some veterans that just want to get some racing action done. And that's all from me. Thank you very much, everyone.
Well, thank you very much to all our participants, everyone that made it to the check-in, everyone that took part, everyone that has watched here on the Genesis Extreme YouTube channel. A big thank you to our broadcast director and producer behind the scenes. Shout out to Mr. Daniel Costello. You've been joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, joined in the booth by Nico Hillebrand. Well, Targa Sicilia is over for another year. HRSC heads to the streets of Monte Carlo in just a couple of weekends' time. But until then, race hard, race fair, and if in doubt, you better go flat out. Thanks for watching. Good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you very soon. Goodbye.